A buck. Alright, enjoy the lurk hydro. Ugh. I am a bit on the exhausted side, I'm gonna be honest. Let me... Where were we? Alright, we went through these. Got through these. Fish up a trench? Is a trench a fish? What? Oh, a tench. Did I fucking misspell it? Fuck! You all saw nothing. Fuck! What is a tench, though? That's a big-ass fish. I mean, there's some that are, like, moderate-sized, but there's this one that's, like, the entire torso of this person. Must be like goldfish, where they just expand based off of how much, space they have. We were somewhere in this segment, I believe. I wish I had a steak and potatoes. How you doing, Frosty? From aerial fishing. Okay, well that's why I don't know about the tension RuneScape. Goddamn members item. I've never actually had membership on OSRS. I need to, like, ungroup my Iron Man at some point. So I take it that you didn't get it finished last night then, like you were hoping? Never actually had tequila, though. I'm more of a rum-leaning kind of person. If you go by the amount of consumption, though, I think that people might think I'm a vodka person, but I'm not exactly a big fan of vodka. It's just cheap, is the thing. I did finally remove RuneScape from my hotbar because I kept hitting it while doing art, ironically enough, given today's context. It is in my startup apps. It's right next to... It's in the folder of games that aren't on Steam. What in God's green earth are you doing that you got... that your video's getting age restricted? The only time that I wind up getting that is when YouTube auto chooses a thumbnail and the word fuck is in it. Which normally happens for shorts, because YouTube doesn't auto-choose thumbnails for me when I've... I mean, I guess that it wouldn't matter if YouTube auto-chose thumbnails for me on, like, videos. Because I don't have captions on those, and I freaking... I thought that YouTube stopped penalizing you for doing fucking the first minute. Heh, penal. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Thanks for the gift sub to Ray. Scared the fuck out of me. That's a game that we should play soon-ish. Isn't Mechanicus, 2 out soon? Or out already? Ooh, mixed reviews. That's really unfortunate given how, like, well-received the first game was. Yeesh. They basically pulled a reverse of, Gothic Armada from the looks of it. They snatched defeat from the jaws of victory instead of fixing something that people really didn't like into something that people really loved. Yeesh. It's really unfortunate that my boys are getting, kind of just fucked over. Mechanicus 2 comes out, and it's not great. The Skitarii finally come to Darktide. When I freaking went to move my phone, I accidentally muted myself. It wasn't terribly important, but I was just griping about how my cog boys are getting fucked over. Between Mechanicus 2 and the Skitarii and Darktide being not great. And I made a toaster joke. Well, I didn't make a toaster joke. I made a joke about Fat Shark making a toaster joke. Yes. No, we're not. Fate actually worked out on that one. I can't even blame you specifically, Frosty. You're not the one that commissioned armpits like 6 times in the background. It was multiple people that did, but still. I freaking did that, and then I'm like, it's not gonna matter, it's gonna be covered with the jacket. And then it worked out anyway, because I could not get Rhea's jacket to... to work with the pose. I'm in the wrong folder. I'm looking for a pose reference for the Nasu art that we're doing. But let me... What order does the alphabet go in? That's the wrong one. It's this one. But the part that gave me trouble is trying to get this part and then also all the fluff without covering her face. And I couldn't. So jacket got removed. So the armpits are out for all of my armpit fans out there. All 2 of you, because I don't feed you guys. I think the only armpit fan that I have that freaking sticks around despite not being fed is Sarah. I don't know why I'm doing this. There is no purpose to this aside from shapes. Let's not save over Rhea's reference. I'll have to find it again if I freaking do. Yoshika! That's a bit excessive. That's hardcore bondage. I'm gonna need to turn my fan up. Good lord. Also, I can put you guys back over into this until I freaking start actually drawing. Oh, Polish. Okay, never mind. You know what? Fair enough. I mean, I guess it can't be too... There's degrees of it. I mean, it could be worse. You could be, like, Italian, where you have a specific subset of cursing specifically to curse God. Surprising it's not the French that have that, considering the fact that I'd also curse God if I was French. Alright, there we go. There's our daily minimum quota of insulting the French done. Now all the rest of it's overtime. You're also French-ish. There's a joke in there about you being the dinner, though, so, you know. Take it as cannibalism or take it as Wiggles eyebrows. Whichever you feel like. Ba ba ba. This is close, but this is turned too far. This one's a sitting pose. I mean, I could theoretically do the sitting pose and just freaking... The thing is, I don't have to worry too much about the legs, because the legs aren't changing much for the freaking design that I'm going to do. Or maybe I say fuck it and we do Thresher Shark Girl because it is Shark Weeks. So... And I didn't know that until the person I raided last night. I mean, spaghetti by nature isn't French anyway. And as someone who has a bias for the Italians, how dare you? Jesus Christ. Wait a minute. I recognize those legs. That's pornography. Does Lady and the Tramp take place in France? It's been so long since I've seen it that it never really, like, was in the conscious mind. Oh boy! Half a kilo? Uh... Depending on the fish, I probably wouldn't freaking want that, like, just, like, once a month, let alone every day. I have a similar thing with eggs, though. We have chickens, so I've burnt myself out on eggs a few different times. I know that, drunk. All I'm doing is making life harder on myself when I'm done here. Because I'm like, oh look, art. I want to save art. Oh look, art. I want to save art. Oh look, art. I want to save art. And I just open another tab. And I can't even find the fucking pose that I'm after. That I know exists. Oh yeah, I could go for some shrimp. mean, it's simple enough. I could probably freaking eyeball it. We'll use Cherno. This is vaguely the right freaking pose I want. Ugh. I'll have to freaking eyeball the legs, though. Granted, I have to eyeball the legs anyway, because who the fuck actually uses digitigrade legs? Looks at the statistics for the amount of furries on the internet. Looks at my analytics for how many furries follow me because I have digitigrade legs. Um, 90% of the ones I know are bottoms, so they're normally the ones that want to be called good boy. So my best guess is... Well, I was about to mention that. My best guess is if they're calling you a bottom, either they are actively a top, or they have sussed you out as more of a bottom than them. So you have to establish dominance on them. In this 7-part series, I will. Oh, fuck. Okay. I'm not allowed to laugh. Fuck you. I don't know why I'm about to freaking start a new thing. One thing I do want to do first, though, is... I want to set, Oh no, I just opened these. I wonder whatever happened to Strawberry Eye. They just up and disappeared, made a new account one day, did exactly 2 more videos, and then fucked off the internet. But yeah, that's my explanation. Is you just gotta style on them, establish some dominance. Ba 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 ba. I want this. Are there many of these that I really want to replace? Might not need to replace many of them. You sure you're not a bottom? I mean, I guess you would be. It would be more like a sub kind of deal than bottom. They are different, either way. Let's. Is the one after Dia's segment the one that I'd want to replace? No, that's a fleshy. I don't want to really replace fleshy. I'm also not like the happiest with this year's Dia art. I will replace 13, I think. Which means that this should automatically... automatically replace. I need to draw Zen again. It's been a hot minute. Yeah, that's got everything in it. Save as. Maybe I do replace the Zen one with this. Because the Zen one is very old, so it's not really, like, representative of my current works. Even if I am still happy with it. That's how it be sometimes. I'd also like to point out, I'm still really happy with how the eyes came out in the Rhea art. If we ignore the memes about detailed armpit, I am happy with how the eyes came out. The DNA of the soul. I'll swap this out for this. Actually, I should... I should have put the other one that has... I don't know if... I don't know if I'll be able to fit... That I need to hold shift for that. I mean, I guess it does fit for the most part. Is there anything else that I particularly want to replace? I don't think so. There's nothing else that stands out as, like, hyper outdated. One thing I do need to do is I need to... do I have the advert slideshow on this? I do. I need to replace some of the ones that are in this. What's this one? Motherfucker. Yeah, that one I'm not opposed to being there. That's still fine. What am I, your dancing monkey? Say something, streamer. Say the line, streamer. At this. I don't think I have any particular line that I would say, though. Add this. I wouldn't exactly say to be current, but I do want to remove some of the old ones that are like I had one of... Let me go all the way back out here. Like, one of the ones I had on the freaking thing was... This is so old that it was before I freaking put you in this folder. I had this, which, especially in the face, is heavily out of date. Which you can't even see. I'm still happy with the hands, mostly because I used my own hand for a reference for those. For what I wanted to do, but... Ew. Face is very old. Racial slurs? What the hell did I... What could he slur at me? I don't know if this is already on here. I'm gonna put that on there, though. I am immune to your words. Oh, I guess I did draw Zen recently. Because I did Fumify her this year for her birthday. Not that one. And I think good enough. Things are no longer bunched together like I want them to be because I have freaking part of Rhea back here. But I don't think I have anything that's particularly out of date that like stands out because this is a little old. The Dia fucking Dia sitting here. This one's a few years old. It's so old that I freaking was still putting the dates on my stuff. This was last year. I'm still really happy with how I did the shine and fleshies for last year's stream reverser, I believe it was. I gave her really big booba and also didn't freaking give her the belly that she prefers. Not that it is terribly obvious considering the shirt hides anyway, but I did give her really big booba. I want to redo this one at some point. Mostly because I'm better at, like, eyes. I also just in general need to redo it because... I mean, freaking that outfit isn't current anymore, so it doesn't really matter, but... It's heavily out of date, to be honest. Freaking... What? 2023? Fucking hell! 2023? Oh! I just took psychic damage. But my only problem with this is that I don't have the raws for it. Ugh. The last saved of it before it's PNGified is... before any of the color, let alone the shading. We're gonna get new Shino art. Soon. Because her birthday is on the 12th. Or their birthday is on the 12th. They go by they. Unfortunately, they share a birthday with my brother. What a shame for them. I also didn't draw Scoo last year. I just didn't have any ideas for her. I do want to kind of draw this outfit again, though. I still really like it, even if she hasn't used that outfit in a while. Oh good, this is the version that doesn't have the fucked lines on it. There's one version, the original version that I posted, had the lines on the, torso where the shading is, and it made it look bad. And then I realized afterward that I freaking didn't have the lines there and was just using the shading, and it looks so much better with that. I've also been so busy that I didn't actually wind up drawing Ilya for her birthday this year, which was... Was it only a few days ago, or was it actually a week ago? A little short of a week ago, or was last Friday? Oh my fucking god. Why does this keep happening? Okay, I'm confirming that it is a Windows issue. Not my freaking GPU. Because it just freaking reset my wallpapers again. When is Violet's birthday? I feel like it should be soon, question mark? Assuming it hasn't already passed? Juniper, that's Tepper's anniversary. That's Scoo. That's Jaruna's anniversary. It's times like this that I kinda wish that I could search via text on I also have marked the date of the tree incident so we can celebrate come tree day. I don't know why I'm doing it this way. You know how I can tell when freaking Violet's birthday is? I can open up the goddamn file. Or I can check the properties in the file, as it were. That one's from 2024, though, by the way. October. There it is, October 12th. Columbus Day. Interesting. And then these are the new ones that I added after removing some of them. I'm just gonna move this over here. Since we are an ad break, I'm just gonna leave these going. Alright. I actually don't know what that song there was. What's that song? Future ended it. That's actually not bad. I thought it was the other songs. I thought that you guys were getting your eardrums just assaulted. Remember to remove the piss. One moment. Alright. See what we get ourselves into here. I am going to give you guys oh right, I forgot that's what I had last for that. Oh, this needs to be separated from that. There's so many goddamn tabs there. Not that. Not that. Swap over to this and swap back over to this. Will you allow me to find this? That. Why are you up there? Okay, why are you up there? That's what I want. Okay, where's the browser audio at? The next question. There's browser audio.
For a brief moment in RuneScape history, this cake was worth more to the average player than gold itself. Nobody wanted gold, they wanted cake. Players gambled away fortunes with them, sold them for real cash, and used them to get around one of the most restrictive updates in RuneScape history, until Jagex caught on and shut it all down. So how did this once worthless dessert become the most wanted item in the game? And who was the mastermind behind its rise? Well, it might all trace back to one player and an inside joke he had with his girlfriend. This is the story of how mint cakes broke RuneScape. Our story begins a bit earlier than you might expect. On December 12th, 2002, it was a massive day for RuneScape. The agility skill had just launched, an entire new region called the Tree Gnome Stronghold had opened up, and it came with a brand new quest and plenty of other things to do. With so much to explore, a lot of players walked right past one of the smaller additions, a minigame inside the Tree Gnome Stronghold called Gnome Restaurant. You'd cook food for the restaurant's owner and hand it back to him for a reward. In return, you'd receive a small amount of coins and cooking XP. It was a cool concept, but unless you really liked the idea of working in a virtual restaurant, it wasn't worth the time for the average player. It stayed that way until a few years later, when in August of 2006, Gnome Restaurant got a full rework. Instead of just cooking the food and handing it back to the restaurant owner, you were now a chef and delivery driver. You'd cook up dishes, and now mix gnome cocktails too, then race them around Gielinor to hungry gnomes before a timer ran out. And to make it worth all the trouble, the rewards got a serious upgrade too. Most of the time, deliveries paid out in pretty ordinary stuff. Some coins, a handful of runes, some gems, or crossbow bolts. Nice, but nothing to really get excited about. But every so often, a delivery would pay out something special. The rework had added a handful of rare rewards, and these were the ones players were really chasing. There was the Grand Seed Pod, which teleported you straight to the Grand Tree in the Tree Gnome Stronghold, the Gnome Goggles, a cosmetic that just looked cool, and the one most players really wanted, the Gnome Scarf, one of the best fashionscape items in the game to this day. Nearly every RuneScape music video between 2006 and 2010 had two things, a Linkin Park song and this scarf. But there was one more item on that list of rare rewards, one nobody ran deliveries for, the mint cake. Eating one restored half your run energy, which sounds useful until you remember super energy potions did the same job and were far easier to get. So the mint cake was mostly ignored. In fact, the average player didn't even know it existed. But that started to change a little over a year later. On September 3rd, 2007, Jagex released The Path of Gluffrey, a gnome quest that eventually sent players searching for Long Ramble, a gnome explorer. You could bring him a serving of tangled toad legs, and in exchange he would give you a mint cake. It actually wasn't even a required part of the quest, just a little optional bonus that most players clicked right past. But if you for some reason really wanted a mint cake, you could now get at least one per account with relatively minimal effort. That didn't mean much to anyone yet, but it wouldn't be long before players would be giving this poor gnome more toad legs than he could handle just to get their hands on a single mint cake. But first, I want to talk about the new coolest thing I own. My old school RuneScape PC from today's sponsor, your first Genes series. Let's then talk about, to understand why mint cakes soon became so desirable, let's talk about how buying and selling items worked in RuneScape in 2007. Back then, the game didn't have an official marketplace. If you wanted to buy or sell something, you did it the hard way, player to player. You'd stand around in a crowded area, spamming the chat with something like, selling Rune Scimitar 50k, and just hope that someone nearby wanted it and could agree on your price. It worked, but it was slow, clunky, and made it quite easy to get scammed. That all changed on November 26, 2007, when Jagex launched the Grand Exchange, or the GE for short. An official Jagex-run marketplace where you could buy or sell almost any item instantly and anonymously without standing around shouting for a buyer or seller. Not everyone was a fan, but with time, players grew to love how convenient it was. What most players didn't realize yet, though, was that the Grand Exchange had a hidden flaw. Every item had a price set by Jagex when it launched, and you could only buy or sell an item for close to its listed price. For most items, that was just fine, but for some, Jagex got it wrong, and the price stayed wrong, sometimes wildly higher or lower than what anyone would actually pay, making the item impossible to buy or sell on the Grand Exchange unless either the buyer or seller accepted that they were getting ripped off. So really, every item ended up with two prices. There was its Grand Exchange price, the number Jagex's system listed it at, and its street price, what players actually valued the item at. For example, say a purple party hat had a Grand Exchange price of 150 million gold, but a street price of 250 million. What happened if someone wanted to buy one? Well, nobody who owned a purple party hat would list it on the Grand Exchange, as they'd only be getting 150 million for something worth 250. So players fell back on the old-fashioned way of trading, tracking someone down directly and paying the street price instead. The buyer would hand over 250 million gold for the hat, and both parties walked away happy. That way of trading worked just fine. For now. Just a few weeks after the Grand Exchange launched, Jagex put hard restrictions on trading. From then on, you couldn't trade another player anything of real value unless they traded you something of equal or close to equal value back. every trade had to be balanced, or within a few thousand gold of it, a bit more if you'd completed enough quests. And the way the game decided what counted as balanced was simple. It added up the grand exchange value of each side of the trade, and both had to match. The reasons behind this change are long and complicated, but the short version is that RuneScape had a massive botting and gold farming problem, and these restrictions were Jagex's attempt to end them for good. By restricting trade so heavily, someone who bought gold using real money couldn't just have a billion coins handed to them in exchange for nothing. The change was smart in theory, it just also caused a boatload of problems for regular players too. Because now, if someone wanted to buy a purple party hat, they had a real problem. They'd find someone selling one for the 250 million street price, but the second they put up their gold, the game stopped them. As far as it was concerned, the hat was only worth 150 million, so handing over 250 million looked wildly unbalanced. The trade wouldn't go through. So, players came up with a workaround. Junk items. When the game blocked a trade for not being balanced, junk was how they fixed it. Junk was the opposite of something like a party hat. Where a party hat was a valuable item, the grand exchange priced too low, junk was a worthless item, the grand exchange priced too high. For example, unstrung maple longbows. Anyone could make one for about 30 coins with a maple log and a knife, and players fletched them by the thousands every day to train their fletching skill. If a player wanted, they could attach bowstrings to these unstrung bows to earn some more fletching XP, but almost nobody bothered. Bowstrings cost money, and the community's advice was pretty simple. Stringing anything below a U bow was a waste of time. Making low-tier unstrung bows was a great way to train fletching, but once they were made, almost nobody actually wanted them. But the GE priced these unstrung maple longbows at a whopping 144 coins each. Nobody would pay 144 coins for something they could easily make for 30, and since players could only buy and sell these longbows near its ridiculous GE price, the bows realistically couldn't be sold on the Grand Exchange at all. Nobody was buying them for that price. So they just piled up in banks all over the game, totally unwanted. But that broken price turned out to be surprisingly useful. The game thought a pile of unwanted, unstrung longbows was worth a ton, so you could toss them into an unbalanced trade to make up the difference. To players, they were trash, but to the game, they were of real value. Here's how it worked in practice with that purple party hat. The buyer would put up their 250 million gold, and the seller would put up their purple party hat. The game would look at this trade and say, hold on, this is imbalanced. The buyer is offering 250 million, but the Grand Exchange says the hat is only worth 150 million. The seller needed to add another 100 million in value for the trade to be balanced. So the seller would just throw in 100 million worth of those unwanted longbows. And just like that, the trade was balanced. And the best part? That junk barely cost the seller anything. Buying the longbows at their GE price would have defeated the whole point. Players would be paying full price for their fake value. So they made their own, buying maple logs at their fair price of 30 coins each, and fletching them into bows the game valued at 144 each. Basically, they took a cheap, properly priced item and turned it into one that the game massively overvalued. That was the whole trick. Players turned cheap materials into unwanted junk, and the game treated that junk like a pile of treasure. But as you can probably tell, this whole system was kind of a confusing mess. Fletching thousands of longbows and hauling piles of junk around just to buy one item was a pain. It worked, but nobody enjoyed it. Imagine spending months saving for an item only to find out that you now needed to spend another 20 hours gathering garbage to be able to buy it. Players needed a different solution. This is where mint cakes come in. The Grand Exchange valued one mint cake at around 1,000 coins, but that price never really made sense. They were way too rare to only be worth 1,000 coins. Almost nobody did the Gnome Restaurant minigame, and most players who had completed the Path of Gluffrey also never bothered to go get their one guaranteed mint cake. Not to mention, there were plenty of other extremely common items selling for much more every day. And sure, mint cakes weren't exactly useful, but in RuneScape, rarity could make anything valuable, useful or not. The way players saw mint cakes was about to change. Nobody knows for sure who was behind it, but the leading theory is that it came down to merchants doing what merchants do. Merchants were basically RuneScape stock traders, players who made their fortunes buying low, selling high, and manipulating the in-game economy. And at some point, one of them, or maybe a group of them, looked at the mint cake and saw an opportunity. It was the perfect item to pump. If you could convince players mint cakes were valuable, they would be. And since almost none existed, there was no supply out there to flood the market and crash the price. So they started buying up mint cakes and spreading the word. Mint cakes were the next big rare item. And it worked. People started buying in, partly because others were buying in, and that alone pushed the price up. While it stayed close to around 1,000 coins on the Grand Exchange, it slowly climbed to be worth millions of gold to players on the street. But here's where mint cakes became more than just a hot collectible. Once they were actually worth around 5 million gold each, players realized that value came with a hidden bonus. You had an item genuinely worth 5 million on the street that the Grand Exchange thought was only worth 1,000 coins. And that combination turned out to be the perfect tool for getting around the trade restrictions. Let's go back to the purple party hat example one last time. The Grand Exchange valued it at 150 million, but its street price was 250 million. The seller puts up the hat, and the buyer puts up 150 million in gold. Exactly what the Grand Exchange thinks it's worth. So far, the trade looks perfectly balanced. But of course, the seller wants 250 million gold for the hat. So the buyer adds 20 mint cakes on top. To the game, these cakes are worth almost nothing, around 20,000 coins total. So the trade is still close enough to balanced to go through. But to the seller, those cakes are worth 5 million gold each, or 100 million in total. By using mint cakes, the hat sells for its full 250 million price, and nobody had to spend time gathering junk. And the seller didn't mind taking cakes instead of gold, because they could spend them the exact same way on their next big purchase. But there was a slight catch. Spending mint cakes on other items was smooth and easy. The problem came when someone wanted to go the other way and turn their cakes back into gold. Say someone wanted to sell their 20 mint cakes for the 100 million gold they were really worth on the street. They'd put their cakes up and the buyer would put up 100 million in gold. But to the game, those cakes were only worth 20,000 coins. So it saw someone handing over 100 million gold for basically nothing. Wildly imbalanced. The trade wouldn't go through. To fix it, the seller would once again have to pad the trade with junk, enough to cover that 100 million gap. This meant acquiring and hauling around a mountain of junk, the exact hassle mint cakes were supposed to save players from. So a lot of players found an easier way out. Instead of fighting the game to turn their cakes back into gold, they sold them for real money. There were websites full of buyers willing to pay actual cash for a stack of mint cakes. And for many, that became the simplest way to cash out. Say someone wanted to sell their 20 mint cakes to someone else for real cash. They'd go to a real-world trading site, tell the site's operator they'd like to trade their cakes for cash, and then they'd meet up in-game. The cake seller would put up their 20 cakes, and the buyer would put up nothing at all. To the game, the seller is giving away 20 cakes worth a measly 20,000 coins for free, which is close enough to balanced that the trade goes right through. Then, the cake's buyer would send the cake seller some money through PayPal. It was a bit more complicated now, but real-world trading and gold farming were back in full swing. And perhaps even worse, so was high-stakes gambling. Back then, there was a mini-game called the Duel Arena, where two players could fight to the death and bet on the outcome. The winner would receive both players' bets. Some players built fortunes here, others lost everything. But much like the trade restrictions from earlier, Jagex heavily restricted the Duel Arena too. At first, a player could only bet a maximum of 3,000 gold per duel. In late 2008, that cap was raised to 60,000, but only for players who had completed enough quests to prove Jagex they could be trusted with it. Mint cakes blew that cap wide open. Since the Grand Exchange still valued one at just 1,000 coins, each player could stake 60 of them in a single duel. So instead of risking just 60,000 coins, Two players could each put up 60 cakes, and the winner would walk away with 120 of them, a real street value of 600 million gold. As more players discovered just how powerful these cakes could be, their price went through the roof. Over the course of late 2009 and into early 2010, a single mint cake went from being worth a few million gold on the street to tens of millions. Digging through old forum posts from January of 2010, I found people buying and selling them for anywhere between 10 to 30 million gold each. And it wasn't just the street price going crazy. The Grand Exchange price, which had sat close to 1,000 coins this whole time, had quietly started climbing too. GE prices only moved when an item actually sold there, so it's likely that merchants left buy offers up at the maximum price, waiting for players who had no idea what their cakes were really worth. Someone would get a mint cake, hear they were in demand, and sell it on the GE without a second thought, handing over an item worth tens of millions of gold for pocket change. Every time that happened, the price ticked up a little bit. By early 2010, the Grand Exchange had mint cakes listed at 35,000 coins, a pretty noticeable increase, but mint cakes were now worth 30 million each on the street, so they were still perfect for slipping past the game's balance check. But this couldn't last forever. Mint cakes had gotten completely out of hand, and Jagex was about to shut the whole thing down with a single update. Their solution was about as simple as it gets. On February 1st, 2010, the Gnome Restaurant minigame received a small update. Players would now be more likely to receive mint cakes when completing a delivery, and instead of getting a single cake, they'd now get a stack of 8 to 10 at a time. As a result, the street price of mint cakes immediately started to crater. Players scrambled to offload their cakes for a tenth of what they'd been worth the day before, but the vast majority of players were no longer interested in buying them. A few people bought up the discounted cakes, betting they'd bounce back, but the market had already moved on. Their street price would never come close to what it once was. Players quickly started searching for new items to replace mint cakes, but none of them ever caught on quite as hard. Now, earlier I told you that nobody knows for sure who started the mint cake craze. That hasn't changed. But there is one theory that might just answer it, and if it's true, the whole thing started with one guy and an inside joke he had with his girlfriend. On September 14th, 2015, years after the mint cake craze was long over, a post was made to the Ask Reddit subreddit titled, "What is something hilarious that you can't tell anyone about because it's too inappropriate?" And one of the top replies had to do with mint cakes. According to the poster, her and her boyfriend's love life had completely altered the RuneScape market about 5 or 6 years earlier. Here's how she says it happened. They were both RuneScape players, and her username in-game had the word cake in it, and the two of them had a running joke where eating cake was their private code for a certain bedroom act he'd perform on her. One that, on at least one occasion, involved mints. I'll let you fill in the blanks there. So you've got a girlfriend whose username is Cake and a private joke involving mints. Put those together, and there was one item in all of RuneScape that captured it perfectly: the mint cake. So, mostly as a joke, he decided to start collecting them. But here's the thing, her boyfriend wasn't some random player. According to her, he was a well-known merchant. He had money and he had connections. So he started buying up every mint cake he could find, just because of the joke. And because he was scooping up the entire supply of an already rare item, the price climbed. She says it went from around a 10,000 gold street price to a million or two, and that her boyfriend ended up making an absolute fortune off of them. And from the outside, everyone thought they were watching a brilliant piece of market manipulation, some genius merchant cornering an obscure item. Nobody had any idea it all started as an inside joke between him and his girlfriend. But is the story true? Well, luckily for us, she didn't just drop the story and run. She provided some evidence to back up her claims. Near the end of her comment, she links a screenshot of a few posts from a forum called D2JSP, all written by a user named Meatloaf Man, who she says is her boyfriend. The first post is from August of 2009, where Meatloaf Man says he's collecting mint cakes and gives a little explanation as to why. He says mint cakes are hard to find, really hard to find. So hard that he doubts most players could even get 100 of them in a year. And even though he claims they triple in price every year, he makes it pretty clear that he isn't doing it for the money. He says he already has over 425 million gold and could make 5 million a day just flipping other items. So why would he spend an entire year collecting mint cakes for some tiny profit when he could make way more money doing basically anything else? Well, he says he's just a collector, he just likes the item, which already lines up pretty well with the Reddit story. But the second post is where it gets a lot more interesting. That one is from November of 2009, just a few months later, and by then, Meatloaf Man says he's done collecting mint cakes. Not because he got bored, but because other merchants had caught on to the item's potential and the street price had gone insane. According to him, in just 2 weeks, mint cakes had jumped from around 2 million gold each to 5 or 6 million. And because of that, he couldn't keep collecting them seriously anymore. So instead, he was selling off the ones he had left. She then goes on to directly link another forum post where Meatloaf Man is congratulating his girlfriend for reaching 99 hit points. Now the screenshots in that thread are gone, so I can't actually verify the RuneScape username of the account being congratulated, but one of the users replying does congratulate her by mentioning cake. And wouldn't you know it, a user with the same name as the Reddit poster is also there, thanking everyone for their congratulations. I think I can pretty confidently say that Meatloaf Man was collecting mint cakes before their price went crazy, and that his girlfriend appears to have been a RuneScape player connected to the name Cake, who was probably the same person telling this story years later. Does that prove that their inside joke started the entire mint cake craze? No. But it does mean the story isn't just some random Reddit comment either. The timeline lines up, the accounts line up, and Meatloaf Man was doing almost exactly what his girlfriend claimed he was doing. So, well, we'll probably never know for sure. It's completely possible that one of RuneScape's strangest market bubbles started with a rich player buying a bunch of mint cakes just because it made his girlfriend laugh. But even if Meatloaf Man and his girlfriend didn't start the craze, the result was the same. For a brief moment, a worthless little gnome dessert became one of the most valuable items in the game, and undid one of RuneScape's most restrictive updates. This whole mint cake fiasco was actually all happening as I was uploading my very first videos to my first YouTube channel. That channel is long gone now, but I was 10 at the time, and the quality of videos I was uploading probably made it pretty obvious. Back then, I was inspired by the greats of the era, to Noob Show, Nightmare RH, and my personal favorite, Excel. In 2011, his videos introduced me to something called the Golden Gnome Awards, RuneScape's official award show where the community's best videos win an actual physical golden gnome. I remember thinking, someday I want to make something worthy of winning one of those. 15 years later, I'm still making videos, I've learned a lot, and I've even hired one of my best friends to film and edit them alongside me. Golden Gnome nominations for this year just opened, and of everything we've made in the past year, the documentary telling the complete story of RuneScape's random events is the one I'm proudest of. It's the longest video ever on this channel, a fun trip down memory lane for players, and even if you've never played RuneScape, it's one of the wildest cat and mouse stories in gaming. It would mean a lot to me if you nominated it for Old School RuneScape Video of the Year using the link in the description below. Now, if you haven't seen that video, it's on your screen right now on the right-hand side. Regardless of who you vote for, I hope you enjoyed today's video, and thank you for watching.
What the fuck is she on about? Give me. Let me see if if there's a playlist that has like the really long ones. Skip to video 2 on this.
The Cambrian period. This video is sponsored by Rocket Money. If you were to travel back in time to 500 million years ago, the world would look completely alien to what you know now. Grass and trees didn't exist yet, even animals on land. And the ones in the water took shapes that seem so vastly different from the ones alive today. This bizarro world is known to us as the Cambrian period, which lasted from 542 to 488 million years ago. The start of the Cambrian was marked with an explosion of animal diversity that still perplexes scientists today. During this explosion, most of the major groups of animals appeared for the very first time, at least in the fossil record. This period was Mother Nature's trial run for size, shape, ecosystem structure, and behavior. The world had plenty of empty roles to fill and even invent, so things got weird. I'm going to introduce you to some of these stranger species, explain why the Cambrian explosion happened, and even show you ancestors of some animals alive today. My name is Lindsay Nicole, and this is the history of life on Earth that we know of. We're going to start off by getting the general global conditions out of the way. Of course, this was a period of 54 million years, so there were plenty of fluctuations, to say the least. But really just some broad average general stuff so we all have context of what the fuck was going on during this time. Starting off with what the world looked like. Most of the northern hemisphere was submerged underwater, with the majority of land masses located somewhere under the equator. Aside from some... I feel like a weather reporter. Aside from some of the scattered land masses that you see, there was also a supercontinent, Gondwana, which consisted of parts of modern-day Africa, Australia, Antarctica, India, and South America.
The arms are gonna look fucking weird by the end of this.
You might be thinking, what about Pangaea? Pangaea was the prehistoric supercontinent we learned about in school. What's going on? This was way before Pangaea. Like, hundreds of millions of years before Pangaea. We'll get to that in like a couple months. So, Gondwana saw some pretty significant shit before Pangaea even thought about existing. Aside from that, the climate was generally warmer, and there was a decent amount of oxygen in the atmosphere compared to before, and the oceans were rich in nutrients, with some newer evidence suggesting there were likely bursts and dips of oxygen cycling happening in the seas in the earlier parts of the Cambrian, which likely played a role in the Cambrian explosion. So what exactly happened during this explosion? As I had mentioned in the introduction video for this series, there were animals alive before the Cambrian that had pretty cryptic identities in the fossil record. They were smaller, soft-bodied, and kind of restricted in their diversity. And then suddenly from a geologic time point of view, like a couple million years, animals were showing up in the fossil record that were bigger, explored new habitats, had hard parts like exoskeletons and shells, and came in a huge variety of new shapes or builds, i.e. morphologies. This explosion happened over a period of like 40 million years, with the meat of it happening in 13 million years, at the beginning of the Cambrian. And the reason why it happened isn't clear-cut, more like layers and layers of shit that all snowballed into a explosion and resulted in this. I mentioned bursts and dips of oxygen in the ocean, and that was likely a very small fraction of it, like an almond mom sized slice of pie. You know, animals were also starting to evolve more complex structures like organs and organ systems, repeating body parts, i.e. segmentation, opening up the opportunity for new roles in their ecosystems, which put pressure on other species to keep up. Structures became more complex, so relationships between species became more complex for the very first time. For example, some animals started exploring life in the ocean ground, which was a big deal. This happened before the Cambrian explosion, but based on trace fossils, the time they spent in the ground became more significant, with evidence of more complex burrows that branched and went super deep and whatnot. That led to species evolving predatory relationships with those animals that were in the ground, and so on. One of the bigger developments during this explosion was the development of hard parts, like shells and skeletons, a process called biomineralization, an animal or organism producing minerals. This led to new body plans held in place by skeletons, providing structure, or animals producing shells for protection. That's a big deal. Like brachiopods, dude, blew up everywhere during the Cambrian. They were all over the place. They had this new sweet armor. This might have been a response to changing calcium concentrations in the ocean, because shells and skeletons used and still use calcium as like the base. They use it as the base. But there was also likely increased predation pressure with the new ecosystem roles and whatnot.
And
so
incorrect.
biomineralization was also a defensive response in a lot of cases. This was all happening for the first time, which is crazy to think about. You know, this is some serious primitive stuff, you guys. This is serious primitive stuff. So what were some of these major groups
More like
that
this.
seem to have appeared during the Cambrian explosion? Arthropods, mollusks, annelids. I wrote mollusks twice, echinoderms and chordates, which is the group that we belong to with other vertebrates, and also sea squirts. Real quick sidebar, because I'm sure you're wondering what the fuck we have in common with a sea squirt. So chordates have this really unique set of characteristics that they have for their whole life or just part of their life, like maybe in the embryonic stage or a baby stage. That is a notochord, dorsal hollow nerve cord, pharyngeal gill slits, and a postanal tail. If you've ever taken a zoology class, I know that shit is burned in your brain. A sea squirt, as a little larva, looks like this, and then turns into this. So they've got all that at the beginning. For the sake of this video, the only thing you need to remember from that list is a notochord, because it's gonna come up a couple times. Chordates have notochords, a cartilaginous skeletal rock. Boom, that's it. So let me introduce you to a couple of these early chordates, starting with Hycoichthyes. Looks exactly like you'd expect it to look. Simple body plan, nothing crazy. It was discovered in the 90s at the Xinjiang fossil site in China, which has unearthed some of the most well-preserved fossils from the Cambrian, with even soft tissues preserved from time to time. Pretty sick. Hycoichthyes, let's shorten it to haiku so I don't have to keep saying that, was alive about 518 million years ago. There have been over 500 fossil specimens found of them, which led scientists to determine that they were about an inch long. Inch. Little guys, had a distinct head and simple gills, a notochord, boom, and a sail-like dorsal fin running down all the way to the end of their body. They also had eyes and possible nasal sacs in between them, which was a big deal this early on in vertebrate evolution. And they were likely active, but not excellent swimmers. Also good to note that jaws hadn't evolved yet. I know that is impossible to comprehend, but their mouth was just a little circle. None of this yet. And there were plenty of other fish like haiku that had pretty much the same set of traits, just slightly different, like Milocunmingia. Even this early in the existence of chordates, there was diversity in their kind. Let me give you a haiku about haiku. A small, delicate fossil of a vertebrate fish from the deep past. Thank you. Okay, let me show you another chordate that was a little bit weirder. Pikaia, named after the pika, the relative to rabbits that lives near the fossil site they were found. The Burgess Shale in Canada, one of the most well-known fossil sites in the world because of how many Cambrian species have been discovered there. It was described in 1911 by paleontologist Charles Doolittle Walcott. Sick name. He's gonna come up a lot. He practically described everything in this video. Like, his name was just everywhere. Matter of fact, let's make it a drinking game. Go grab a glass of water or a margarita. Pikaia was alive even earlier than haiku, about 530 million years ago, so pretty close to the start of the Cambrian. Today, they are thought to be the most primitive vertebrate that we know of, ancestral to us. Frogs, fish, rabbits, rats, birds, sharks, so many things. But that was not always the identity they had in the scientific community. They were actually originally thought to be a polychaete worm, like the bristle worms that we talked about in the worm video. They seemed to have a segmentation like that of a worm. And then years later, in 1979, those segments were actually thought to be muscle blocks attached to an apparent notochord. But the technology to confirm this hadn't existed yet, so the question became fish or worm. Scientists on the worm side of the debate thought that the fish classification was unqualified and forceful, mumbo jumbo, Hollywood propaganda. But a 2012 analysis of Pikaia using electron microscopy said, "Eat it, bitch." They found the smoking gun. Scientists found myomeres all over Pikaia's body, which are bundles of fibers that only chordates have. Boom, chordate. Also, I want to add that the myomeres were found by a team led by scientist Simon Conway Morris, whose name is going to come up a lot in this video too. So, add it to the drinking game. Pikaia was obviously a very unorthodox primitive fish. They had a pair of tentacle-like antennae on the top of their head, made them look like a little bug. I think it's cute. They also had a circular mouth to eat small particles. Remember, no jaws yet. There's also been evidence of mud found in the stomachs of some of the fossils, so maybe they were deposit feeders, eating stuff out of the sediment and accidentally eating the sediment. Before we jump into the next group, let me tell you about today's sponsor, Rocket Money. If you've been following me on this channel, you know a big goal of mine is to do more in the and is to decide how now. Harder and easier way to save money for cool excursions like I do, check out the /Lindsay Nicole or click the link in the video description. Thank you Rocket Money for sponsoring this video. Now, on to the strange specimens. Another major group to take note of were the trilobites, often considered the dominant group of their time, which I know makes it sound like they were giant beasts terrorizing the seas, but they were actually just little guys all over the place, literally everywhere, for a very long time. Not dominance in size, but dominance in abundance, like ants or beetles. So what were the trilobites? The trilobites were a group of arthropods that at first glance don't look like anything special. Like, yeah, that's an arthropod. What distinguishes them from other similar looking arthropods like modern isopods is the shape of their dorsal exoskeleton, their back. It's separated into tree sections. Trilobite, a thick middle and two flat sides. This simple yet defining body form worked really well for them. They were fully developed in the Cambrian, which means they likely came before the explosion, all the way until the end of the Permian period, about 250 million years ago. So 300 million years of this. So get used to them, because they're not going anywhere for the next few episodes. And they stayed looking like this. No major developments, which is surprising that such an early body form survived for that long without any major evolutionary changes. Like, that is S tier. They also fossilize really well. I'm gonna put up a number on the board. 25,000. I want you to guess what this number means. Just take a second to guess. How many trilobite fossils have been found? Good guess, but no. That's how many trilobite species have been described. 25,000 separate species scientists have been able to describe and distinguish from the other 24,999 of animals that lived hundreds of millions of years ago. Dude, that is crazy, because that is somehow only scratching the surface of their actual existence due to the fragile nature of the fossil record. You could buy a trilobite fossil on the internet right now if you wanted to. Look it up. That's how many fossils there are of them. Scientists don't even need them. They're like common rocks at this point. They ranged in size from less than an inch long to about 28 inches long. They inhabited every marine ecosystem at the time, from before and long after the Cambrian, interacting with a variety of animals that would be unrecognizable to our eyes today. So let's get into the stranger side of the Cambrian. Starting off with a heavy hitter, Anomalocaris, whose name translates to abnormal shrimp, which, yeah, hit the nail right on the head. If someone showed this to me and said, this is a shrimp, I would say that is an abnormal shrimp. Anomalocaris is considered one of the Earth's first apex predators that we know of. They could get to about 1.5 feet long, which doesn't sound very big, but compared to other animals alive at the time, this was massive. Remember, this was like the grand opening of animal history and evolution and diversity, so they were all still little guys. Due to the nature of their soft bodies, most of the fossils found of Anomalocaris are just their frontal appendages and parts of their mouth, because those pieces are hardened. And that was definitely true for some of the earlier fossils found. The first fossil was just of the frontal appendages. Scientists thought they belonged to some sort of shrimp, hence the name abnormal shrimp. And then a fossil was found of the mouth, but that was thought to be the remains of an ancient jellyfish. Then a fossil with a body and a mouth was found, and it was thought to be a sea sponge, then later reanalyzed to be a jellyfish on top of a sea sponge. And finally, in the 80s, a fossil with the two frontal appendages and the head and the mouth were found all together. It made scientists realize they had their shit all mixed up. And since then, more fossils have been found with this arrangement. Not a sponge, not a shrimp, not a jellyfish. Instead, an early arthropod, specifically part of an extinct group called the radiodonts, which took some unusual forms. Anomalocaris' frontal appendages were used likely in a variety of ways, depending on the species. Grabbing prey, maneuvering it to the mouth, sediment sifting, filter feeding on plankton, etc. And they likely moved through the water all swamped, with overlapping lobes that, combined with their tail fan for stability, made super smooth undulations. They were originally thought to have eaten trilobites, but a new study from this year that used lots of science shit determined that their mouths wouldn't have been strong enough for that, because the trilobites had really hard exoskeletons, but that they were likely fast swimmers, so they suggested higher up in the water column instead of the sea floor where trilobites roamed. Another animal that is often mentioned in any conversation about the Cambrian is Opabinia. Absolutely deviant little fella. I don't even know where to begin. Everything about their face made them unusual and outcasts. in the family tree for over 100 years, and scientists had to try and figure them out. They had 5 mushroom-shaped eyes, a trait previously not seen on any other animal. They also had a clawed proboscis that looked like an elephant trunk and was likely used as such, or similarly, digging out worms from burrows, grabbing onto and passing it to the mouth that was on the underside of their body and also facing backwards. So they were determined to be early arthropods, which is probably not a surprise. But the question was, who are their brethren? Nobody else looked like this. Until just last year in 2022, when a new opabiniid fossil was found in Utah named Utaurora. They had the same 5-eye configuration and a little elephant trunk, but they just had more of a hairy appearance on their dorsal surface. Finally, opabinia is not alone in the abyss that is the study of taxonomy. Also, opabinia was found by Charles Doolittle Walcott. So drink. Actually, here's another one. So that counts for 2. Hallucigenia, which I did in its own video earlier in the year because it is one of the most bizarre animals ever found. Scientists didn't even know which way was up, but I'll still give you a little summary. Hallucigenia, as you can see, looks like some elongated urchin worm. So when they were first discovered in the Burgess Shale by Charles Doolittle Walcott, scientists didn't know what they were looking at. Some sort of fossilized creature that had what looked like 7 pairs of spikes coming out of one end and 7 pairs of squigglies coming out of the other.
Hell?
They initially thought they were looking at an
that.
early annelid worm, specifically related to bristleworms. Once again, what was what? Though nobody knew. So then in 1977, Simon Conway Morris decided to take a closer look. He guessed that the spiky half was the bottom, that Hallucigenia walked on stilts, and that the squiggly half was the top, and they were tentacles with mouths at the ends of each of them. I want whatever he was having, because what the fuck? But you know what? Somehow that stuck for 14 years, until new fossils from Xinjiang concluded they had it flipped. The mouth tentacles were actually legs with claws on the ends of each of them, and the stilts were spikes coming out of its back. And then years later in 2015, using electron microscopy, they determined which end was the head side and found little eye spots and a mouth with a ring of needle-like teeth inside of it. They also had 3 extra pairs of appendages close to their head, which were likely used as tentacles. So maybe they had tentacles after all. Hallucigenia is one of the many species featured in my Spooky Specimens coloring book that you can get on Amazon with Prime delivery. Also, they were 5 centimeters long, max. All right.
Why do you want the cuddles
this one
now,
to me
huh?
is giving like
I thought you were
amphibious
just gonna
shrimp
climb
from
up
a
onto the
distant planet.
chair.
Very bizarre. They were found at, you guessed it, the Burgess Shale, and first described by, you guessed it, Charles Doolittle Walcott. He initially called them lace crabs, but then a couple years later described them as some sort of trilobite. Throughout the years, scientists had other ideas based on their set of characteristics. Maybe they were more closely related to the extended arachnid group that included horseshoe crabs and sea spiders. Or maybe they were some sort of crustacean, but nothing ever stuck.
Can you climb up?
This particular mix of traits was too bizarre.
Yeah.
So for now, they sit in their own little grouping in the arthropod family tree. As you can see, they have this unusual head with 2 sets of spines that extend backwards towards the back, down the length of the body, as well as 2 paddle-like appendages.
Easy
to
with the
swim.
claws.
Antenna to sense the
There you go.
environment.
Ow.
And they had
You're
up
on my
to
hair.
26 body
Ow.
segments,
You're on my
each
hair.
with a pair of little legs that branch downwards on each side, as well as gill structures that branch upwards.
All the
Fossil
way up
evidence
onto the
suggests
chair.
they might have been iridescent,
Don't
you know, like
fall?
changing color depending on what angle you're looking at it at, like bubbles or a jewel beetle, which is pretty cool to think about.
There
And
you go.
despite their
Better?
otherworldly appearance, they have actually been found in tons
Bratty lady.
at the Burgess Shale. Over 12,000 fossils of them have been found. Another slightly less common animal from the Burgess Shale looks like home sweet pineapple, Wovaxia. First described in 1899, with later more
Here, I'll
complete
move this
specimens
so
found
that you
by
can actually lay
the
in
one
your
and only
spot.
Charles Doolittle
Are you happy?
Walcott. Wovaxia was first identified as some sort of worm. But of course this didn't stick, because 1985 came around, and who decided to fuck shit up? Simon Conway Morris. He classified Wovaxia as some sort of mollusk of the shellless variety. He noticed some similarities to the mollusk mouth. And after a bit of back and forth between the two groups, annelid or mollusk, there seems to be a consensus that this was in fact an early mollusk, or maybe relative to mollusks, or maybe the ancestor to Guy Fieri. Wovaxia was covered in these overlapping plates called sclerites. They were also extremely small, just a centimeter tall, including the spikes. Just a little guy, yet also very badass. A couple of honorable mentions of other strange specimens from the Cambrian are Habelia, just looks like a little rug rat, classified as, you guessed it, an early arthropod, and also hyolithids. They look like that Italian guy with no eyes and the mustache that is just key character design, you know? While some of these lineages went on and flourished in later periods, evolving into groups that we're more familiar with today, for others, it was the end of the road, because the end of this period is marked with an extinction that I kind of don't want to talk about, because extinctions are bummers. But luckily, I know just the right person to hand this off to. You know her and love her from the incredible channel Animal Logic, my friend Danielle. Take it away.
Hey, Lindsay. The Cambrian period has a special place in every Canadian paleontologist's heart because we have one of the richest Cambrian fossil localities in the world. There were so many amazing creatures in this period, but unfortunately, all good things must come to an end, and many of those animals didn't make it out of the Cambrian. The Cambrian extinction event is still a bit of a mystery. It happened 485 million years ago and marked the end of several trilobite species. But we still don't know quite why it happened. One of the leading theories is that high levels of volcanic activity caused dramatic climate change. There is evidence of massive amounts of lava coming up to the surface of the Earth at that time, and the eruptions likely changed the makeup of the atmosphere. There are different types of carbon in the air. C12, which plants can absorb easily, makes up most of the carbon in the atmosphere. Volcanic eruptions release a lot of a carbon isotope called C13, which plants don't really love. When there's too much C13, plants will rapidly die off, setting off a chain reaction that can lead to extinction events. On a broader scale, the Cambrian Ordovician extinction event can be seen as the culmination of a series of extinction events, caused by a lack of oxygen in the ocean and an accumulation of toxic hydrogen sulfide. Volcanic eruptions and changes in the water and carbon cycles periodically made the ocean a giant dead zone throughout the Cambrian. This was a chaotic time for the ocean, which didn't become permanently oxygenated until about 100 million years later. After the Cambrian extinction, many of the groups of animals we have today arose, but I'll let you talk about those amazing new species. Back to you, Lindsay.
And you bitches are gonna have to wait and see what those animal groups were next video. Okay, fine, I'll give you a little preview. Coral reefs, many snails and cephalopods, and also this guy. Obviously they're not still around, but I wish they were because they're cool as fuck. But I'll tell you about them more in the next episode. So be sure to subscribe so you don't miss it. Check out my Patreon for previews of the merch coming up, along with live streams in our Discord server. Huge thanks to Animalogic for jumping in for this video. Thanks to Rocket Money for sponsoring this video. And for now, stay curious. The world has a lot for us to learn. See ya!
I fucking hate that. Can I turn that off?
Gotta record it too. That would have been bad. Hundreds of millions of years ago, after an extinction wiped out many of the strange creatures in the Cambrian period, a new wave of animal diversity was about to unfold. It was the beginning of the Ordovician period, which lasted from 488 to 443 million years ago. There's a chance you've never heard of this period. It kind of lives in the shadow of the Cambrian, but it absolutely shouldn't. Because the Ordovician began with an explosion of diversity on its own, and ended with one of the most catastrophic mass extinctions the world ever saw, wiping out 85% of life on Earth. This period was filled with unusual forms, and the beginnings of major players that still exist today, but is somehow forgotten in mainstream media, or whatever exists of mainstream media on the prehistoric world. Today I'm going to be introducing you to this forgotten period, its explosive beginnings, the species that shaped it, and the disaster that brought it to an end. My name is Lindsay Nicole, and this is the history of life on Earth, that we know of. You might have seen, the merch is finally out, and I am absolutely...
Let me... Can you fucking move for a second while I freaking type? I thought that that was a cool freaking feature at first. But you're licking your tail, it just happens to be against my arm. Less than a second. It was at 0.7 seconds. That is so fucking annoying.
Absolutely stoked with how it came out. It's called the That We Know collection, featuring 2 shirts, one of them with the geologic time scale on the back, this one with a 2-headed snake, and wearing all of it constantly. It's all comfy as fuck. The shirts are really soft. I don't know if you can tell. Like, a lot of hoodies are really comfortable and super cozy, but you can't exactly what I want. A site that I will link in the description. Can't figure it out, so I'm working the case. Make sure to check them out. The world looked like during the Ordovician. Just like in the Cambrian, most of the northern hemisphere was submerged underwater, with the supercontinent Gondwana and other land masses taking up the majority of the southern hemisphere. And throughout this period, Gondwana started shifting towards the South Pole, and eventually made it there. Remember that for later. Near the beginning of this period, the global climate was generally warmer. The atmosphere was generally moist. Ugh. And during this time, a diversification event was taking place that was essentially the Cambrian explosion 2, just 50 million years later. Only this time, it was called the Great Ordovician Biodiversification Event. What the fuck is that? The Ordovician period needs a PR campaign, because that mouthful is not going to make anyone want to learn anything. Matter of fact, I bet it has people making a run for it. Despite the tepid name, the Great Ordovician Biodiversification Despite the tepid name, the Great Ordovician Biodiversification Event was a big smoking hot deal. Animals were diversifying at an insane rate, replacing the Cambrian forms that the world once knew with more familiar lineages that we have today. Like the Cambrian explosion, this new diversity meant new ecological roles and complexity, exploring new habitats. Plankton were the hot new thing, so many adapted to get a slice of that. Life cycles started becoming more complex. A lot of invertebrate life cycles started in the water column, as larvae or hatchlings making up a pretty good portion of the world's plankton. Plankton made the transition to land, starting off as small, non-vascular, little guys. No stems, no nothing. Just mosses and liverwort type bills. Before they had arrived, the terrestrial world just knew bacteria and fungi, so they were about to fuck shit up. Whether or not animals started to explore land during this time is still very much up in the air. There's some shaky evidence of potential animal tracks belonging to some sort of millipede or worm, but nothing super solid. Yet. That we know of. Regardless, the oceans were popping off. Reef communities were starting to develop, and many corals, clams, and snails started appearing for the first time. Horseshoe crabs came into the mix, and crinoids and cephalopods were establishing themselves and diversifying. Remember back in the Cambrian period, vertebrates were starting to develop, with hycoichthyes and pikaia type shit. So what were the fishies up to now? Let's start off with my favorite. Feast your eyes on Sacabam bass, a tiny jawless and armored fish that lived about 470 to 450 million years ago. The armor was some cool new shit that a specific group of fishes, the Arandaspids, were starting to develop. Sacabam bass is one of the best known and oldest Arandaspids that we know of. They're about 10 inches long and kind of looked like tadpoles due to their flat body, massive head, and lack of fins, and their armor covered their entire body. Their head was encased in a shield of bony plates, and down their body, they had these rows of scutes, these stone-looking pieces that some animals have today. Like turtles on their shell have them, birds have them on their feet, crocodilians, etc. This helped them have a fighting chance against some of the pretty heinous predators of this period that we'll get to in a bit. Another unusual thing about Sacabam bass was their front-facing eyes. Really makes them stand out against your average fish. And also makes them look cute as fuck. I mean, this face is ridiculous. And if you've been following me for a while, you know I love this fish. I even named one of my Patreon tiers after it.
Can you fucking not?
Shameless plug. Sacabam bass was not a very graceful swimmer, since they had no fins to stabilize them.
You and your sister always hitting buttons you're not supposed to.
But
always being a pain in my ass. Yeah. Come here, you. You need your attention.
That fishes have today that runs down their body that detects movement in the
yeah,
water.
You're a pain in my ass, aren't you?
Schools of fish, so graceful, not bumping into each other or anything. Serious stuff. How about that tiny ass mouth? Like I had mentioned in the last episode, jaws hadn't evolved yet. They still don't have jaws. So they likely fed on the seabed, sucking up little bottom-dwelling organisms, or maybe organic matter on the seafloor. Not much else they could do
like leather,
that we know of.
so when they
Some
smack me in the face, it hurts.
Jaws in a different way, with some weird-ass fucking mouse.
I'm not gonna drop you. You can just move to the desk. Thank you.
Fish that are thought to be related to hagfish today. Checks out. The conodonts were a really successful group. They were found in oceans all over the world up until the Jurassic.
Yeah, move on to that
fossils
desk.
have been found all around the world as well. Originally, they were only known
took
from
in
their
your
teeth,
tail
first
at me.
discovered in the 1850s.
You're as
which were
bad as
more
your
unusual
sister.
than most. So scientists had a tough time placing the teeth
Yeah.
into what animal group they belonged to. Maybe some sort of
Yeah.
worm or mollusk. But then in 1983,
Do I need to spray you with the anti-flea stuff again?
Preserved fossils placed them in the fish based on soft tissue found around these teeth elements. It showed an eel-like body, a notochord, remember from last time, the vertebrate trait, and some tweaky ass eyes. And of course, the teeth were in their mouth, but also down their throat. Absolutely vicious. Possibly used to grip and slice their prey, but also maybe used for a more innocent lifestyle of filtering plankton. Whatever they were doing worked really well for them. Obviously, they were around until the Jurassic. That is like 300 million years. So their shit was
nice.
Let me show you one in particular. Panderitus. Clearly there's a lot to take in here, and no offense to them, I say this in the most scientific way possible. This is some of the most heinous shit I have ever seen in my entire life. I will say this is a life restoration done by paleoartist Prehistorica, based on a specific conodont specimen described in this paper. It seems like there needs to be some revisions to place the teeth more inside the mouth to resemble hagfish more, but the arrangement is heinous nonetheless. This is actually not even my point of bringing up Panderitus, so let me get back to that. Species in this genus display evidence of being venomous. Some fossil specimens of the teeth have found little grooves inside of the teeth, which indicate they might have had venom, which, if true, this means these would be the earliest venomous animals that we know of. So good for the jawless fish. No jaws, no problem. Moving on to our beloved trilobites. The Ordovician was their bread and butter. They were doing all sorts of cool shit and diversified much more than their relatives in the Cambrian. They had all sorts of new spines and weapons as defense against the new predators. Some trilobites even evolved a shovel-like snout to dig through the sediment. Some started swimming, some developed eye stalks, and some decided they didn't need eyes anymore at all, figuratively speaking. I realize I speak like that sometimes, making it sound like animals are choosing their evolution. Obviously they're not, it's just fun to talk that way, but I figured I'd clarify. We're just having fun here, having a good time. Another thing the trilobites did, the armadillo roll, or the pangolin roll, the ability to roll and lock into a ball. The lock and roll, if you will. A defense mechanism against predators or other threatening triggers. Quick little sidebar, and I swear this circles back. I visited a pangolin rehabilitation center in Namibia back in 2019 called REST, and the woman who runs it and studies pangolins, named Maria, told me a lot of what we know about the behavior of pangolins and their lifestyle is just a guess, because they're unbelievably difficult to study. The second they're even a little bit stressed, they roll up into a ball, and there is no getting them out of it. They will die that way if they have to. And so, it seems like the trilobites had a similar perspective on life. A lot of trilobite fossils are often found in that lock and roll position, which honestly, valid. The Ordovician also saw the biggest trilobite species that we know of, Isotelus rex. One of their complete fossils is 28 inches long. So, like I said, the Ordovician was the trilobites' prime time. This was their Super Bowl. All right, that takes care of more of the familiar faces of the Ordovician. Let's move on to the stranger side, starting off with two that look like Cambrian leftovers. Here's the first one. Enjoy this picture while I figure out how to pronounce it again.
6.5 hours later.
Merythurin. You're probably thinking that can't be the case. Well, read it and weep. This animal was found in Wales, in the UK, and to honor that, the scientists who discovered it used the Welsh language to construct the scientific name. And
That was a
double
mistake.
D in Welsh is the TH sound. So, it's Merythurin. It translates to bramble snout. Bramble, which is apparently in reference to the animal's spiky proboscis. I looked it up because I thought there is no way that word is not some sort of British chicken scratch. But according to the Cambridge Dictionary, a bramble is a wild bush with thorns. I don't want to call it either of those things. I don't want to keep saying Merythurin, and I don't want to call it bramble snout, so let's just call it Binks. No reason to make this any harder than it needs to be. If you watch the first episode of this series, you might be thinking that Binks is some sort of leftover version of Opabinia, which is pretty surprising because Opabinia was a lone wolf in the abyss of taxonomy for over 100 years, up until last year when Utaurora was found to be Opabinia's relative from the same time. Turns out the day that Utaurora paper was published, the lead scientist of the paper, named Joanna Wolf, saw a picture of Binks and was like, no fucking way, there's a third one. Would you believe the luck of that? Whether or not Binks was related to Opabinia is still a mystery. They have plenty of similarities: the proboscis, a backwards facing mouth, legs underneath the undulating body flaps. But Binks was alive 40 million years after Opabinia and had 0 eyes instead of 5. This is still practically breaking news. It was only published a year ago, so I will keep you updated. The next Cambrian leftover in our lineup is a Gyrocassis. Absolutely grotesque. At about 7 feet long, they were some of the largest animals in the Ordovician period, and one of the largest arthropods to ever exist that we know of. The Ordovician blimp, if you will. Let's go over whatever you could call this body plan. Like other arthropods, their bodies were segmented. Each body segment carried with it with it, 2 sets of flaps to move themselves through the water. They also had frontal spines that carried some weird sort of mesh that seems to have been for filtering plankton. This, along with the fact that they were very big for this time period and the abundance of their fossils, have led scientists to assume that plankton was popping off in the Ordovician due to the great Ordovician due to the great Ordovician biodiversification due to the great Ordovician biodiversification event. God. Today, hundreds of millions of years later, we may take plankton for granted. It's just there, all the time, everywhere, and so small. But the explosion of plankton was a big deal for marine ecosystems, opened up a whole new lifestyle and body style, large and slow moving. Plankton is an all-you-can-eat buffet, everywhere. No need to be fast or maneuverable. Take your time. Kick your feet back. Exchange pleasantries and good-natured conversation. Get as big as you want. Move as slow as you want. Who cares? There's food everywhere, and everyone's too small to hurt you. Life is good. Think about it. All the filter feeders today are bigger than their active predator relatives. Basking shark compared to a great white shark, blue whale compared to an orca, slow is the way to go. Other lineages took note as well, like the cephalopods, who really got their footing in the Ordovician. The most well-known Ordovician cephalopods are the orthocones, ones with straight, cone-like shells. If you've been to any stores for rocks or crystals or fossils or oddities, you've probably seen Orthoceras fossils alongside the trilobites. They are unbelievably abundant, and they had relatives that got much larger than ever before, like Endoceras or Camaraceras, previously 2 separate species, possibly the same. We're gonna group them together as Endoceras to keep it simple, keep it quick. Big cephalopods with a big straight shell that could get to 18 feet long, dude. They are the largest orthocone cephalopods to ever exist, that we know of. Unsurprisingly, a lot of our understanding of Endoceras has changed since they were first discovered in the 1800s, as it usually goes. Early estimates put their maximum length at 30 feet long, based on a shell that was reported to be that big and then was apparently destroyed somehow, but no other shells that long have been found, so for now their max length is 18 feet long. Maybe one will be found in the future and not be destroyed, but for now, it is what it is. As you would probably guess, most, if not all, of the information we have about them is based on their shells, since their soft bodies didn't fossilize. This has led to a lot of presumed characteristics based on their living relatives of similar size, the giant squid. So based on their size, they were initially thought to be apex predators of the Ordovician, using massive beaks to break through the shells of other orthocones and trilobites and arthropods, tearing shit up like nobody's business. But a deeper look into their shells tells a different story. It suggests they were slow moving, oriented horizontally in the water column, and they swam horizontally. They were also widespread and abundant throughout the Ordovician period. They seemingly played kind of the same role as Agyrocassis, filter feeders, taking advantage of the all-you-can-eat buffet. This may seem like a jump, given the active predatory lifestyles of giant squid today, and other shallow water squids and octopuses, which are, again, mainly active predators. But exploring the deep oceans has allowed humans to understand that not all cephalopods do that. Exploring the deep oceans has introduced us to some just little guys that just trap plankton with some sort of mucus web, or like the vampire squid that just feeds on marine snow, literally just hangs out. So there's reason to believe Endoceras was just hanging out too. And now, the moment you've been waiting for. I kept talking about these new fearsome predators everybody had to adapt to and shit. Armor on fish, spines and weapons on trilobites. The ever dismissive lock and roll. What were their formidable foe? Sea scorpions. Objectively horrific. Objectively godforsaken. Objective, whatever. This period marks the beginning of the rise of the Eurypterids, the scientific term for sea scorpions, because they technically weren't true scorpions, just more distant relatives to the ones we know today. But they sure did look like fucking scorpions, and I'm gonna argue they were much, much worse. Because while the sea scorpions of the Ordovician, like Pentacopterus, got to a measly 6 feet long, others in later periods would become the biggest arthropods to ever exist that we know of, and ventured into freshwater and even terrestrial habitats. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. We're gonna focus on the now. Pentacopterus is the oldest known Eurypterid out of the 250 total that scientists have described, and was alive about 467 million years ago. They had massive, grasping limbs for trapping their prey, and fossil evidence suggests they got to about 6 feet long, like I said. There was also Megalograptis, slightly smaller at 2.5 feet long, but hey, still at a length that would give me a heart attack if I saw one today. So, a win is a win. They're most well known for those spikes that I don't need to point out, coming off of their third pair of appendages. Personally seem a bit overkill to me, but clearly worked very well for them to find and trap prey, possibly located underground in the sediment. While sea scorpions lived on to terrorize the oceans for millions of years after the Ordovician, the vast majority of life at this time did not make it out. Like I said at the beginning, the end of this period is marked with a massive mass extinction that wiped out 85% of species alive at the time. The second deadliest mass extinction that we know of, just after the Great Dying, at the end of the Permian, which we'll get to in a couple months. You've probably heard that there have been 5 true mass extinctions in life's history, at least since the beginning of the Cambrian, and we're currently entering a 6th. So a true mass extinction is when more than 70% of species alive at the time die out in a relatively short period. So major events. Very, very big events. So the Ordovician extinction is the first true mass extinction. And if I were alive during this period, I would have been fucking pissed the way this panned out. There were multiple phases of this mass extinction that had life bopping around all over the place. In the first phase, the Earth got slapped with a global cooling event. Remember, during this period, Gondwana was in the southern hemisphere and making its way over the South Pole due to plate tectonics. That supercontinent, which carried with it an enormous amount of coastal ecosystems, became engulfed in glaciers because of the cooling. This led to lower sea levels, which led to many of those shallow water and warm adapted species to get booted. This wasn't the end of the world, because there were cold adapted species that were doing okay, or more generalist species that could adapt with the changes and made it out. They were chilling for a bit because that global cooling lasted from like 500,000 to 1.5 million years. Seemed to be smooth sailing. Nope, Earth got slapped with a global warming. The ice age was over and the cold adapted species got kicked to the curb, hung out to dry. Global oxygen levels in the water crashed, so anything left hanging by a thread got strangled with bare hands and spit on. By who though? What caused all this chaos? It seems as though the major villain in this scenario was actually the newly established terrestrial plants. A devastating shock. I know. These plants were interacting with the terrestrial environment in ways that had never been done before in order to adapt and survive. This means impacting carbon dioxide levels in new ways, weathering down rocks on coastlines that released different chemicals and nutrients into the ocean, which fed marine plants, which led to algal blooms that sucked up all the oxygen in the water. The transition of plants to land was a major event, which meant major effects that went along with it. While this initially had horrific impacts on the animal life that still only existed in the water, this transition eventually paved the way for them to follow them onto land. And that is for the next video. Alright, it's time to answer some questions I got in my comments on the last one. Can you tell me why my bedroom was invaded by ladybugs in November in Mississippi? Yes, ladybugs like warm. In November, it's becoming colder. So ladybugs go inside to seek warmth, to avoid cold in the winter, which sucks. I've only really experienced this once because in California it doesn't get that cold. But when I lived in Minnesota to work at the big cat sanctuary, I lived on a farm 7 miles out of town, and my place was covered in ladybugs. Like hundreds lining the windows and shit. It was like, it felt like it was like the apocalypse. It smelled horrible. Ladybugs, like, they're really cute on their own, you know, just one at a time outside. But when you have them lining your windows in the hundreds or thousands, it smells like shit. It smells horrible. It smells like old clothes that were put into a compost pile with garbage and things that shouldn't be in a compost pile. And they can leave like orange stains on stuff. It's just, it's unpleasant from the human experience. So they're kind of just like ants. They find their way in, you know, and so you got to use like pest control stuff. They're probably getting in through cracks in windows and stuff. At least that was the case for my place because the house was like 300 years old. So, all right. Next, what is your least favorite animal? It feels weird to have a least favorite animal because like everything's just doing their own thing, you know? I feel like the only way to answer this is to have a least favorite animal from actual experience, like not just the way they look or anything. And so I'm gonna say blister beetles. I dealt with them in Namibia. They have these like bright stripes all over them, and any bright colors that I had on when I was walking around, they thought was a flower. So if I had on a white hat or a red shirt or whatever, they thought it was a big flower. So they would come at you, and then they would realize that you're not a flower. And if they suddenly felt threatened, they would spray this fucking liquid all over you that would leave painful blisters for like 2 weeks, which luckily never happened to me, but I know somebody who had a blister beetle land on her mouth, and then she swatted it away, and the blister beetle sprayed her mouth, and she had like blisters.
Can you fucking stop hitting buttons?
Super painful.
Dude.
So that sucked. So I would say that's my least
Can
favorite
you?
animal.
You're not
If you
even
have a
that
weird
fat.
animal
Why
you
do you keep
identified or
sitting on the
question you want
goddamn
answered, let me know
keyboard?
in the comments, because I might feature it in the next video. So be sure to subscribe so you don't miss it, and to continue watching how the history of life on Earth that we know of unfolded. Next week is time for
You're
quiz
just gonna let me
number
hold your
3.
head like
this
that?
Is the 10th video of this unit. So get studying, watch the other videos, We're gonna do a quiz, no strings attached. You can make it have
You're
strings
just resting
attached
your
if you
freaking
want.
chin on
That's
my
up to you.
hand
And
like
don't forget
that?
to check out the That We Know Of collection
Not a care in the
on
world?
Shopify. Links in the description. Check out the Patreon for our Discord server and live streams. And for now, stay curious. The world has a lot for us to learn. See ya!
Okay, you got done with it. Not having it.
Sometimes you like to roll your sleeves up, other times you don't. You know? The duality of woman. Alright. After a devastating mass extinction wiped out 85% of species alive on the planet, life was starting to recover in ways the world had never seen before. It was the start of the Silurian period, which lasted from 443 to 419 million years ago. During this time, vertebrates started to get major upgrades, new traits that are still around and crucial for survival today. And invertebrates started to migrate to seemingly inhospitable habitats. Plants and fungi had some cool new shit going on, and of course during this time there were specimens that were weird as fuck. I'm gonna put this all into a little rundown and give you a glimpse of what life was like during this global metamorphosis. My name is Lindsay Nicole.
God,
and
that
this
is,
the
yeah,
history of
that is a
life on
really
Earth
long
that
finger.
we know of.
Alright.
Alright, let's get...
Let me... Stop sitting on my keyboard! Oh, if you're gonna keep putting your ass on my keyboard, you're gonna have to be up on the freaking other desk. You can't... Don't you growl at me. Beat your ass. Don't. Don't you airplane ear at me just because you're not allowed to freaking sit your ass on my keyboard. Ba-da.
the global conditions out of the way. Supercontinent Gondwana, as you would probably guess, is still hovering over the southern pole. There's a chain of some smaller continents kind of hovering over the equator. If you remember during the Ordovician mass extinction, the world was smacked with a global cooling.
What the
Glaciers
fuck?
sucked
That's
up
not
some
how
sea
I
level,
did that.
which
I
led
put
shallow
that on
water
a different
habitats
layer.
to not exist anymore. But then the Earth looped back around with a backhanded global warming. So going into the Silurian, those glaciers melted, which led to much higher sea levels, and land masses got covered in shallow seas. This made for a nice and cozy expanse for marine inhabitants, and allowed
blaming
many
you for
groups
this.
to recover. If you remember during the Cambrian and Ordovician, the fishes were pretty much tadpole-like in shape, jawless, sucking off the ocean floor, and that's all there was to it. So what were the fishies up to now? Well, this is the time they went absolutely berserk. Diversification off the charts. Jaws appeared for the first time. Different types of fins, ray fins, lobed fins, cartilaginous skeletons, jawed fish.
You
with
mind?
armor.
You don't have to run
Characteristics that were the
in front of
building
me in
blocks
order to
of
get off the
that would allow them
freaking...
to interact with the world in unbelievable ways, such as me, using my finger to point to my mouth to tell you about the evolution of jaws and lobed fins. Holy fuck. It's like evolutionception. Let's start off with what probably perked your ears up in that list, the development of jaws. This is a weird development because it seems like something that appeared out of nothing, even though obviously it didn't. Recently, for some reason, I've been getting more DMs than usual asking about the mechanisms, the process of evolution. You know, like, I get that whales evolved from land animals, but what?
Huh?
And I just finished reading The Selfish Gene by Richard Dawkins, so I'm feeling real fresh, and I kind of want to over-explain the development of Jaws to use it as an example in this case to help like visualize it. Also, read Selfish Gene if you haven't already. I was probably assigned that in biology class and just didn't read it, and so I just finished reading it for the first time. It's great for understanding this. It's long, so get the audiobook, listen to it like a podcast. Boom. Easy. Okay, so like I said, Jaws didn't appear out of nowhere. The classic idea is that they evolved as a modified form of a trait that was already existing in jawless fishes. They're gill arches. Gill arches are structural loops made out of bone or cartilage that support the structure of gills in fish. They've been present in vertebrates since the Cambrian, so have essentially been a component of fish since the beginning of fish that we know of. Gill arches are great for increasing the surface area of the gills, which allows more oxygen to get into their body at a given time. Absorbing oxygen more efficiently is obviously beneficial to the survival of the little guy. So gill arches that are more and more efficient are going to develop over many generations, as variation in that trait in the population will give some an advantage over others. Little guys with slightly more efficient gill arches are likely to survive and pass on those genes at a slightly higher rate than others, and so on. So these gill arches became more modified as time went on, and something strange happened. The pair of gill arches closest to the mouth pushed forward over time for efficiency, until they were essentially around the mouth opening, creating some sort of basic form of a mouth structure. Now, these gill arches, which had a primary purpose of getting oxygen into the body more efficiently, served a secondary purpose, providing a very basic and very slight form of grabbing power, giving them a slight advantage over the ones still stuck sucking up shit from the ocean floor with no structure. This provided a blueprint for those modified gill arches to evolve over time, for more efficient grabbing power as generations went by. This developed into a stronger and stronger structure until it could eventually be labeled as a proper jaw, by our definition. And of course, remember, these changes happened at an unnoticeably slow rate. Like, you can't expect to watch grass grow if you sit there for a bit, but if you come back a few days later, you gotta mow it. There have been some changes. But like in this case, come back after millions of years, thousands of generations, then you can mow it then. I mentioned this as the classic idea because as technology has advanced, there are new hypotheses developing based on like gene expression and shit. But I'm gonna stick to the classic idea because it's still valid. As of right now, it is still accepted and it is simple and a good example. And hopefully it was a helpful example. And if not, I will eventually try again at a later date. Actually, you might remember that I talked about it before with the brittle stars that can see without eyes in the All-Stars video. Their chromatophore network likely assisted in camouflage and predator avoidance, and just so happened to make an impact on their existing photoreceptor network that allowed them to sense light versus no light. When those two networks kind of pushed into each other, it somehow created some sort of an image, allowing them to see without eyes. The technical term for this is an exaptation, trait that takes on a function different than its original function. So, back to this particular exaptation. The development of the jaw. It obviously helped fish go bananas. New niches and strategies developed for this cool new weaponry. So, allow me to introduce you to these first jawed fish that appeared in the Silurian, the placoderms. The Silurian was their bread and butter. They developed armor for protection, pectoral fins for balance and stability, and primitive tail fins. And look at that. We still see fins today. And they diversified to shit. Actually, let's draw a little cladogram, a little map, so we can keep track of all this. The development of jaws led to placoderms, and placoderms diversified to shit. So jaws led to placoderms, and placoderms are the ancestors to bony and cartilaginous fish. Yes, from the shark video. Chondrichthyes, the cartilaginous fish we know today as sharks, skates, and race. These are the roots of that lineage, the acanthodians, also known as spiny sharks due to their shark-like appearance, even though they were not sharks, just at the base of the lineage that would eventually lead to sharks. They first appeared here during the Silurian and existed for like 200 million years, and were found in oceans all around the world, so very successful group. Spiny sharks only had teeth on their lower jaw, and some even seemed to have replaceable teeth at this time. They had big eyes and were likely active predators, feeding on crustaceans and other fish. Okay, so that was the beginning of the cartilaginous root. On the bony root, there were some notable species. Bony root, bony skeletons, like Entelanathus primordial, whose name essentially means complete primitive jaw. The first fossils of them were discovered in China back in 2013. Matter of fact, take a shot every time I say China, because it's gonna come up a lot in the next like 2 to 4 minutes. They're seen as a transitional species between more primitive and modern fish due to their particular set of characteristics. Another one from China, called Shilinu rostrata. Kind of looks like a dolphin. Really exemplifies the fact that shit got weird almost immediately after Jaws evolved. The bony fish went in a couple directions as well. The ray-finned route, with fins made of cartilaginous rays. This is most fish alive today. Think goldfish, think blobfish, think my son the deep sea telescope fish, think betta fish, etc. There was also the lobe-finned route, with fins made of a series of bones. Think coelacanths, think lungfish, think us. Yeah, these were the ancestors to tetrapods, animals with 4 limbs that would come a bit later, like Tiktaalik, amphibians, dinosaurs, the platypus, etc. These bony fins eventually led to the evolution of the limbs we know and love today, but we'll get to that in a couple episodes. But let's get back to the name. One of the earliest lobe-finned fish that we know of is called Cerolepis ramiri. Another one first found in China in 1998. They had some pretty gnarly teeth for their time. And the largest Silurian lobe-finned fish that we know of is called Megamastix, which means big mouth blunt teeth. They're pretty much considered the first vertebrate apex predator that we know of, and could get to like 3 feet long, 3 times the length of any other fish alive at the time that we know of. They were also found in, you guessed it, and kind of changed the way science viewed Silurian fishes, because before their discovery in 2014, fishes were thought to be pretty restricted in their size at this time. At this point, I'm sure you are downright exhausted hearing me talk about fish, and I am absolutely exhausted talking about it as well. Let's move on to the spooky shit. The race erase. All right, the strange specimens. Starting off with a group we are already familiar with, the sea scorpions. Yeah, they were somehow still kicking after the Ordovician mass extinction and hadn't even hit their prime yet. These apex predators continued to be apex predators pre and post-extinction, and even beyond the Silurian. Their most heinous form during this time was Pterogodus, one of the largest sea scorpions to ever exist, that we know of. They could get to about 6 feet long, with fossils found on every continent except Asia and Antarctica, at least for now. Fossil evidence suggests they had a pretty advanced visual system, all the better to see with, as well as extremely strong punching and crushing chelicera, all the better to punch and crush with.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Suggesting they were, not surprisingly, a high-level active predator. A horrifying trailer for the forms that were to come in the millions and millions of years later that we will get to in the next period. And what about the trilobites? Yeah, they somehow also survived the land plant apocalypse. They did lose about half of their diversity, which was obviously not great for them, but they did recover pretty quickly and still managed to inhabit every corner of the earth, except for the poles. So yeah, trilobites were still around, still doing their little lock and roll pose. Here's one that is definitely unlike anything we've talked about so far. Solacina Cthulhu, a more recent discovery from the UK in 2019 and named after the Lovecraftian tentacled monster. They had 45 tentacle-like feet they used to crawl along the ocean floor. As you have probably guessed, based on the fact they were found so recently, we don't know much about them. Scientists figured out they were some sort of early echinoderm related to sea stars, sea urchins, sea cucumbers, etc. All the weird animals I talked about in the All-Stars edition of What the Fuck Is This? But what particular echinoderm form were they most closely related to? Let's take some guesses. If you had to guess, do you think Solacina Cthulhu would be most closely related to sea stars, brittle stars, sea urchins, or sea cucumbers? Take a good second to think about it.
Gas! Fuck! Gas! Gas, goddamn you! Why won't you answer me?
The answer is sea cucumbers, which
Yep,
might be the most
called that.
surprising based on appearance. So let me explain how scientists figured this out. They used a 3D reconstruction process called high-resolution physical optical tomography, a name you have absolutely no reason to remember. What they do for this 3D process is grind down the fossil layer by layer and take a picture at each layer, like fucking claymation, you know, like moving it a little bit, taking a picture. So you're left with hundreds of photographs that can be kind of stacked on top of each other to create a 3D shape. It's like 3D printing, but completely opposite. This 3D model of Solacina Cthulhu helps scientists look at their water vascular system, a body system that echinoderms use for fucking everything. Locomotion, food and waste transportation, respiration, and all in one system. Like the men's 10-in-1 shampoo that you can use for like toothpaste and also motor oil. Solacina's particular water vascular system had sea cucumber-like traits. So that is the understanding for now. Other than that, what else can you say about a creature that looks like this? Just classic case of a little guy that hangs out. Another strange specimen from the Silurian was Nyctozoon, an animal that, like Hallucigenia from the Cambrian, was so bizarre scientists initially had it flipped upside down. It was first discovered in Scotland in the late 1800s, but wasn't described, i.e. given a scientific name, until almost 50 years later. Nobody wanted to touch this thing. Couldn't even give it a best guess. The first jab at classifying it, and the scientist who named it, was DJ Scorefield in 1937. He understood it as some sort of proto-chordate. You remember chordates, like us and all other vertebrates and tunicates, are a little phylum. Protochordates are earlier offshoots that kind of split off before chordates became true chordates. So chordates and protochordates have the same characteristics generally, but they go about them in practice differently. They develop differently. Honestly, it doesn't even matter for this conversation because Scorefield was wrong. We know that now. But this wasn't known for a long time. So for the next 60 years, Nyctozoon was studied even more based on the assumption that they were a protochordate. This was unbelievably confusing, like trying to figure them out with a starting point of wrong. You know when you have those really long math equations where none of your steps are making sense and you're doing extra steps that aren't even remotely close to what you learned in the lesson plan, then you go back and you realized the first answer you got in the first step was wrong? That was the study of this creature. Then finally, in the 90s, new, more well-preserved fossils were found and helped scientists realize that they had their shit all mixed up. The previous fossils were all smushed up and laterally flattened. The reconstructions were all turned around and shit. These new fossils were now three-dimensionally preserved. Soft tissues were preserved, and their traits, now in clear view, lines them up very neatly with arthropods, specifically thylakocephalans, an extinct group of crustaceans alive from the Silurian, maybe Ordovician, to the Cretaceous. Finally, it was making sense. Nyctozoon and its relatives had bulbous compound eyes and raptorial limbs. Absolutely precious little guys. All right, I now want to introduce you to my favorite Silurian strange specimen, Aquilonifer spinosus. That doesn't sound right. Aquilonifer spinosus. What is going on here. It was found more recently in 2016 in the UK, and this is the reconstruction we're now working with. Definitely some sort of arthropod, right? With appendages coming off of each segment, kind of like centipede or millipede-like in form. Real thick antenna that kind of look like they each have individual sentience. And then weird bulbs attached to long threads attached to their back. Are those parasites? Is this some sort of unusual plant-animal combo? A symbiosis of some sort? No. Those little tether balls have been determined to be babies. And the main guy those bulbs are attached to is the mom, or papa. This is an individual with its 10 juvenile offspring attached to it by long strings. A parenting style unlike any we're familiar with in the natural world, but that we can definitely draw parallels to in the classic American mall. The parents with kids on leash backpacks. Kids can have fun and not stray too far from their parents, find themselves in any danger. Parents can go about their business without the weight of a child on their back. Of course, there's always a chance that I or any other passerby will trip over the kid, but that's not my problem. That's on them. Aquila nifer spinosus was named after their resemblance to kites. Their name means kite bearer. I like it a lot, to be honest. I feel like I can imagine what it would be like to crawl along the ocean floor with creatures attached to you by string. I'm imagining it right now, and it feels really natural. I feel like I've done it before. I think I was maybe this in my past life, and I honestly don't mind it. All right. We're moving on to the next section of the video. I had mentioned in the introduction that a major event that happened in this period was the invertebrate migration to seemingly inhospitable habitats. The habitat in question was land. While we humans enjoy a crisp autumn morning or a summer breeze in July, the transition to land might as well have been hell on earth, and a journey our own ancestors, the vertebrates, wouldn't be ready for another like 50 million years. Some arthropods, though, just felt like they saw what they needed to see in water, and they're done that, and were ready for a new challenge. One that had dry, suffocating air, gravity on full blast, desiccation around every corner. But it was a habitat of opportunity as well. Plants to feast on with no competition. No predators lurking in the shadows. Very promising. These arthropod pioneers had a long road ahead of them. Lineages had to go through small changes that built up over millions and millions of years to allow them to live on land full time. Their exoskeletons evolved to be waxy and waterproof to prevent desiccation and evaporation. New respiratory structures emerged, etc. One of the first full-time residents, at least that we know of, is called Pneumodesmus pneumoni, a millipede-like myriapod. So millipede relative, but not millipede. I talked about them in one of my first YouTube videos, millipedes, so I'm just gonna give them a quick little rundown. If you wanna learn more about them, go to the video. Pneumodesmus pneumoni was a pretty typical millipede, even though it wasn't. But this fossil had openings all over its exoskeleton called spiracles, which proved to be a very crucial find for the invertebrate transition to land. Spiracles are tiny networks of tubes that allow air to diffuse into the bodies of arthropods, specifically myriapods and insects, a working terrestrial respiratory system. These networks would end up playing a huge role in the evolution of arthropods, especially, most notably, in the Carboniferous period, which we'll get to in a couple episodes. While Pneumodesmus pneumoni is the earliest terrestrial arthropod we can put a name to, there's trace fossils that have been found even earlier than them, possibly even going back into the Ordovician, which I mentioned in the last video. These are tiny little footprints, some of which have been found in the largest organisms on land at the time, the giant fungus called Prototaxites. It could get to 26 feet tall and 3 feet wide, and no, I will not be hearing anybody out. Prototaxites was first discovered in the mid-1800s. It was later described as anybody out. It could get to 26 feet tall and 3 feet wide. And no, I will not be hearing anybody out. Prototaxites was first discovered in the mid-1800s and was later described as some sort of giant rotten conifer trunk. We now, of course, understand that trees didn't exist yet, that we know of, but this was the 1800s. They had very few puzzle pieces to work with. Later attempts to classify them included giant marine algae, lichens, or even rolled up mats of liverworts. It was a pretty gnarly debate for like 160 years, until just the last couple decades where now a general consensus has been reached for team fungus. Scientists have been able to detect specific carbon isotopes in the fossils that point to fungus rather than plants. So giant fungus. Exactly what this fungus looked like is more of the debate now. At one point, I think scientists were playing around with the idea that they could have looked like giant mushrooms, cute little head, which would have been sick. But I think gravity and the lack of fossil evidence removes that possibility, unfortunately. The most common reconstruction is this skyscraper look, which is definitely what they would have looked like to the only animals on land at the time, the little millipedes. The orientation is based on their similarity to tree trunks, but new evidence suggests that they were just as likely to grow horizontally as they were vertically. And of course, the network they had underground must have been fucking nuts for how big they got. So they were probably growing, who knows fuck which way, all over the place. The Silurian was a big time for plants too, evolving systems that would eventually allow them to grow so big we could drive a fucking car through them. So I think the best person to explain this monumental time for plants is the plant expert, Joey, from Crime Pays But Botany Does It. He must know, like, every single plant, dude, and he's a total badass. Luckily, I was able to track him down while he was on the road to put a little clip together for this video. If you don't know him already, you're gonna fucking love him. So, here he is talking about prehistoric plants.
So today we're going to talk about the Silurian period and the plant life that existed on Earth's surface at that time. And there wasn't a lot, at least there's not a lot that we know of, only a few dozen genera. But first we got to talk about what Earth's atmosphere and landscape were like at this period. Now keep in mind there wasn't much soil yet. Okay, to get soil you need weathered rock and organic material. The weathered rock part is easy, there's plenty of rocks exposed at Earth's surface, of course, at this time, but the organic material part is a little bit trickier, okay? It's thought that most of the organic material, if there was any, came from decomposing lichens. Now, of course, the lichen's just a symbiosis between an ascomycete fungus, generally speaking, and an algae. The fungus kind of farms the algae, if you want to think of it like that, but there's no plant life involved. But they can weather and break down rock, and then, of course, when the lichens die, that eventually would build soil. That's an organic material to actually build soil with. But regardless, there probably wasn't a lot of soil, and it wasn't very nutrient-rich or very deep. Certainly, those plants had their work cut out for them. Oxygen levels were certainly a lot lower at this point too. Today they're at 21%. In the Silurian period, they were roughly around 14 to 15%. CO2 levels back then were also 10 to 15 times higher. This would have been a very uninviting place for any vertebrate alive today, right? It'd be choking, suffocating, and extremely warm. That said, this is when plants are thought to have really gotten going. The first plants stayed kind of close to the freshwater, little inland estuarine systems that they are thought to have evolved out of. None of these got very tall, okay? These kind of formed dense, probably what looked like a taller shag carpeting of green around the margins of some of these freshwater ponds. Now, the two most famous genera are the genus Cooksonia and the genus Baragwanathia, both of which had vascular systems, which is pretty impressive. They had internal plumbing. So these were vascular land plants, Cooksonia and Baragwanathia. Cooksonia looked kind of like a whisk fern today, just a leafless green photosynthetic stem with little cups bearing sporangia at the distal ends. It probably topped out at 6 to 8 inches, in some cases maybe 12 inches tall. And Baragwanathia looked like a big green pipe cleaner, kind of more akin to today's lycopods, like Lycopodium, Lycopodiella, etc. But either way, these were not astoundingly complex photosynthetic life forms. I mean, for the time they were, but compared to what we think of today, these were not that complex. Caia was another genus, C-A-I-A. It was a non-vascular plant from this time period. Zosterophyllum is another one.
I had to write myself a note to check horse water tomorrow. Because I forgot to today.
That actually had, I think, Celesterophyllum had a vascular system, but either way, it was just one of these, green pipe cleaner looking things. But think of all the plants that we'll never know existed because they never got fossilized, or the rocks that they were fossilized in later got destroyed. I mean, it can be kind of a trick to find rocks that are from that actual age of Earth history. Totally different time period. I mean, it would look so foreign to anything that we know of today. And that's kind of what has me so fascinated with it. I mean, just to imagine what those ecosystems look like, and also to imagine what was evolving and what the selective pressures and the environmental stresses that these things had to deal with back then.
I haven't even been looking at any
CO2 levels and heat. And then
references to try and make this look decent.
That would be a weird thing.
I just kind of freaking freeballed it.
And having to deal with the threat of drying out, the threat of desiccation. That's a whole other palette of environmental stresses and selective pressures that can direct your evolution. So either way, totally different time period to think about. Might as well be another goddamn universe, but fascinating nonetheless. And again, we've only got a small glimpse of what was actually going on back then. It's like trying to put together a 1,000-piece puzzle when you've only got 9 or 10 of the pieces. So anyway, that's all I got for you today. Have a good rest of your day. Go fuck yourself. Bye.
A phenomenal sign-off. That actually really sums up how the Silurian period ended. Periods that end with some sort of extinction have a pretty clear-cut boundary on where one period ends and one begins. Kind of visualize it in the rock. The most extreme case being the KT boundary, with the asteroid going all over the place. The iridium in the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs can be seen all over the world. The Silurian didn't have this. Kind of just ended. Kind of a go fuck yourself to scientists, because they had to get a boundary internationally recognized by a committee of specialists, which didn't happen until 1977. They marked the end of the Silurian and the beginning of the Devonian by the first appearance of a graptolite species called Monograptus uniformis. Graptolites are colonial animals, and this particular graptolite species first appeared about 419 million years ago in association with some trilobite and conodont species. Whatever, it's just complicated, and that's the point. But there were some minor extinctions that happened throughout the Silurian, specifically 3, that played over a time span of like 10,000 to 200,000 years. The first one was a global cooling event that also had a huge drop in deep ocean oxygen about 434 million years ago, leading to the extinction of many deep ocean and open ocean species like conodonts, trilobites, and graptolites. 6 million years later, there was another minor extinction, another oxygen drop that led to the extinction of 95% of graptolite species. Tough shit for them. And the last one, 4 million years later, seems to have been due to a global sea level drop due to glacier formations that wiped out a shit ton of graptolites and some additional conodonts. These extinctions likely played more of a local role than a global one, but were extinctions nonetheless. By the end of the Silurian, the Earth was ramping up to introduce the largest predators the Earth had ever seen that we know of. So stay tuned for that in the Devonian period. All right, moving on to today's questions. What do you think is the most prolific homosexual in the animal kingdom? Lots of animals get homosexual on occasion. Unsurprisingly, lots of mammals. Even more unsurprisingly, I'm going to say the most prolific homosexual, other than humans, are our closest living relatives, the bonobos. Bonobos get down with the get down, especially females. It's like well documented they scissor more than they breathe. So I'm going to say that. Next, help. This giant bug is just living on my patio. It looks like a moth with tiny wings. It's maybe 1.5 inches to 2 inches long. I live in Southwest Florida. That is some sort of a hawk moth, which are found in many different regions, especially in the tropics. So that checks out for Southwest Florida. Hawk moths are generally 2 to 8 inches long and have some pretty cool looking caterpillars called horn worms. Hawk moths have the longest tongues out of moths and butterflies that we know of. They're long as fuck, and they're pretty much harmless other than the occasional damage to crops due to their babies. If you have a weird animal identified or a question you want answered, let me know in the comments, and I might feature it in the next video. So be sure to subscribe so you don't miss it, and to continue watching how the history of life on Earth unfolded that we know of. A massive thanks to Joey for coming on to talk about the development of plants. Be sure to check out his channel that I'm going to link in the description. Check out my Patreon for our Discord server and live streams. And for now, stay curious. The world has a lot for us to learn. See ya! I heard your complaints about the pictures being too small, so I got a bigger picture frame. It's a little bit bigger than I expected, but I also moved. So I'm gonna give the updates at the end of this video, because now is not the time, because today is the Devonian period. About 400 million years ago, life on this planet was getting bigger than it ever had before. This was the Devonian period, which lasted from 419 to 359 million years ago. Plants were getting upgrades that would shoot them into the sky. Predatory animals were getting to sizes that would send chills down your spine today. Vertebrates were conquering the no-bone zone. The ocean is boring and I want to try something new.
Read my lips, it's a no-bone zone!
And of course, like every period we've covered so far, there were also some animals that were just weird as fuck. I'm gonna introduce you to a little sample plate of all of this and tell you the disrespectful way this period came to an end. My name is Lindsay Nicole, and this is the history of life on Earth that we know of. As always, we're gonna get the global conditions out of the way. This is gonna look fucking sick now. During this time, supercontinent Gondwana was finally headed north, away from the South Pole and ready to see other parts of the world, taking a nice little loop, like the Royal Caribbean Ultimate World Cruise. And finally, Gondwana had a buddy, another supercontinent right near the equator called Euramerica, which was formed by parts of, you guessed it, Europe and America, and also Greenland and Russia. Plate tectonics, as always, going absolutely nuts. Now that land plants are kind of doing their thing, I feel like it makes a lot more sense for me to introduce what the fuck they got going on at the beginning of the video to kind of set the scene. Probably should have been doing that the whole time, to be honest. Makes more sense for the flow of the video, but what are you gonna do? Okay, so in the Silurian, we had those vascular plants that were starting to evolve that Joey talked about, Vixonia and whatnot, the shag carpeting on the riverbanks. And then, of course, the massive fungal towers that early invertebrates called home, like Prototaxites. Well, during the Devonian, the plants started to spread out beyond the wetlands, and Prototaxites got booted. They got replaced with the next major development in terrestrial plant life, the first large trees and forests. Yeah. Shit was kicking. This is the time plants started to get more comfortable with more rigid support structures that we know today as wood, which was great for early land animals who had found home in the fungus. Luckily, bitches love wood.
That's what she said!
Now you might be thinking, Lindsay, you said these were the first large trees and forests, but really, how big were they? They couldn't have possibly been that large so soon after the first development of wood. Well, I like where your head's at, and I can almost guarantee that there were lots of, if not mostly, pipsqueak trees. But the two that I know about, the more well-known trees of the time, were actually fucking massive. How do I pronounce that? Wadiza. The first one is called Wadiza and is known as the world's first tree that we know of. It got to about 30 feet tall and kind of looked like a palm. And the next one, Archaeopteryx, not to be confused with Archaeopteryx, the transitional dinosaur bird. I know they sound fucking identical. Archaeopteryx, the tree, was one of the first true trees with that classic woody trunk. And they could get to like 80 feet high that we know of, which is fucking insane. Both of these trees use spores to reproduce instead of seeds, because seeds were not a thing yet. Spores are what algae, fungus, and ferns use to reproduce today. It's kind of like the OG reproduction method of fungus and plants. Seeds do seem to have evolved during this time though, with the first gymnosperms. Let me make sure I pronounce that right, because I always get plant shit wrong.
Gymnosperms.
Gymnosperms. Got it.
Got it!
That's all the plant stuff I have for you right now. If you have any questions about other plants or wood, don't ask me. I need an in-house botanist because I am out of my comfort zone talking about plants. I am hanging on by a thread. So let's move on to something I'm more comfortable with, the animals. You might have seen this fish in a variety of meme formats. We've arrived at this time in Earth's history. This is Tiktaalik, considered the true transitional considered the first true transitional fossil between fish and water and tetrapods on land that would eventually evolve into amphibians, reptiles, birds, fish. Not fish. Why did I write that? That's ridiculous. Mammals, us. That's the list. The Devonian land was finally getting its vertebrates. It was the end of the no-bone zone.
Do not compare my exoskeleton with your fountain bone!
Before I get ahead of myself, let me get some general information out of the way. Again, I want to define tetrapod. Tetra, 4, pod, legs. All the vertebrates on land have 4 limbs, or legs, or at least had. If you remember in the last episode, I talked about the development of ray-finned fish and lobe-finned fish. The lobe fins holding those prerequisites that their tetrapod descendants would use to haul themselves onto land. The common ancestor of both the rays and the lobes had these things called air bladders connected to their throat that we now know in fish today to be the swim bladder. Helps with buoyancy control. The ancestors to tetrapods went a different route though. Their air bladders evolved into lungs. It might be weird to try and imagine what this would look like in a fish with lungs in a fish, but luckily we have a living fossil example of what this looks like. Lungs in a fish. One of the tetrapod lineage's closest living relatives, you guessed it, lungfish, which have gills but also have lungs to breathe air, which they absolutely need to survive. They can live in dried up patches of mud and haul themselves onto land to get to a different piece of mud if they need to, and they go about it in a pretty grotesque way. And the ancestors to tetrapods probably started moving onto land in a similar fashion about 390 million years ago, that we know of. And with more and more time spent from shallow water onto land, came more and more adaptations to be comfortable there. At first, their skulls became flatter, with their eyes situated on the top of their head to spot food and foe from above the water line in their shallow environments. They also got a neck for range of motion to look around. And of course, over time, their limbs became stronger and stronger to let them move around land with ease, since clearly getting around like a lungfish is not the ideal terrestrial form. The coolest part about this transition is all of the transitional fossils that scientists have found that literally show a gradient of characteristics from water to land. Tiktaalik is the most famous of those because it was kind of the missing link for a long time, and the story of its discovery is absolutely insane. So I actually decided I'm gonna make it a separate video that I'm gonna put out next week because it honestly deserves its own spotlight. I remember learning about this discovery in college and having one of those moments of like, holy fuck, science is so cool. One of the discoverers of Tiktaalik, Neil Shubin, has a couple of videos on YouTube where he was either interviewed or giving a presentation just talking about the discovery, and he is so just clearly passionate about it, and it's so cool to watch. So I'll link one in the description if you want to hear about the discovery from the first person point of view before I present it next week in the third person point of view. Over the years that I've been on TikTok, I've gotten tagged in a disturbing amount of anti-evolution videos that are trying to discredit this transition. Like, yes, TikTok is filled with garbage, but the sad thing is they're getting all of their information from these sources that they think are credible that I've never heard of because I'm not on the anti-science side of the internet, but they have sources for them. And that's true with anything, any topic, just with how search engine algorithms work, kind of keeps people in their own bubble regardless of if it's true or not, and that's really scary. That's why I started using Ground News. It's a website and app created by a former NASA engineer with a mission to help you have missed it about electric cars. 60% lead. It gives me this. If you wanted to get $30 a platform, animals that no one on either side and trying to make the news more transparent. Thank you, Ground News, for sponsoring this video. Now onto the animals that no one on either side really has any smack to talk about. So I actually don't have much to say about the arthropods that made it to land in the last period.
I've had to bring in the freaking shoulders twice.
In the next period, they are fucking taking flight, and they are
These are
massive,
still too
and
far
it is
because
complex
this
and huge and massive.
and
So it's
this
not that, like,
are freaking-
insects, and also insects in general must have evolved during the Devonian or even earlier. But trying to find evidence of that is like trying to
Way
find
too far
the
off.
tiniest needle in the largest haystack in the world. They may be the most successful lineage today, but they are very small and weak as shit. There was at one time a fossil that was thought to be the oldest fossil insect called Rhinognatha, discovered in 1919 as a little tiny partial head with preserved mouth parts, found in rocks about 400 million years old. It seemed to be an insect based on those mouth parts, and later specimens found from the same site had even more of their body preserved, and they seemed to be some sort of wingless insect, such as today's springtail looking thing. And so for a long time, this was considered the earliest insect ever found. But then, over 100 years after its discovery in 2017, the specimens were reanalyzed to be some sort of myriapod, the group that includes centipedes and millipedes, and we already knew they were bopping around.
By the way,
So
I did
now
what
we
I
got
wanted
nothing
to with
that
this.
I know of. For now, this is just to say, prepare yourself for the massive leap that is coming in the next period. In summary, there were millipedes, and then money, for millions of years. And then boom, 3-foot-long dragonflies. Next. Moving on to the trilobites. They were still kicking. That's all there is to that. But I promise the rest of this period was not so mellow. Like I said, there were still some specimens that were weird as fuck. There's always strange specimens for a variety of reasons. Maybe they look like aliens. Maybe they're bigger than you're comfortable with. Maybe they're just simply heinous. Luckily, the strange specimens on today's lineup hit all of these. And to really build the suspense, we're gonna get bigger and bigger as the video goes on. So, starting off with the smallest on our list, how do I pronounce this? Mymetaster. Let's just go with that. Couldn't find anything, so let's just go with that. Allow me to introduce you to Mymetaster, which kind of looks like some sort of crab spider on a bad acid trip. This was, you guessed it, an arthropod that could get to about 5 to 6 centimeters long. So, just a little guy, but heinous nonetheless. Remember from the Cambrian episode, there was an arthropod that kind of looked like this? Morella? Well, they're actually considered to be related to each other. You can probably think of Mymetaster as like Morella's Wario, but they had a lot more going on than that. Since they were first described in 1931, Mymetaster's fossils have almost always been found in association with either a sponge or little cone cephalopods. They also seem to have lived in little groups. They were very social. very popular. They valued friendship and helping thy neighbor. It seems as though sponges used them as a hard substrate to settle on. And the little cephalopods, I don't know, maybe they were just hanging out. So, even though my Metaster looks like sudden death visuals, they seem to have been pretty chill little guys. Alright, the next little guy on our lineup got to about 10 centimeters long, so still teeny weeny. It's called Schinderhans. I think that's how you pronounce it. Another arthropod that was named after the 18th century German bandit, cause yeah, I can definitely see the resemblance here. Right off the bat, I'm sure you're thinking it looks right out of the Cambrian, even more so than the last one. What is it about them that makes them look like a Cambrian creature? In the paper that announced its discovery, scientists mention it's the prominent limb or claw at the front of their head that makes them look like a Cambrian creature, which they call the Great Appendage.
That's what she said. Don't you dare.
I can already smell the comments coming about this one. A lot of Cambrian arthropods had the Great Appendage, like Opabinia and Homolocaris, etc. And then boom, here's another one from 100 million years after that. At the time of its discovery in like 2009, this was a really big deal. It was thought the Great Appendage forms went extinct at the end of the Cambrian. It's still a big deal, but since then, Neorethiran was found, discovered from the Ordovician, so there's just a better understanding now that the Great Appendage did not disappear, as some had thought, and lived longer than we could have ever imagined. All right, we're gonna jump up quite a bit from 10 centimeters to 6 feet long. I know that's a bit jarring. Another arthropod in a heinous form we're already familiar with, Acutaramus, a sea scorpion that was found in oceans that are now North America, the Czech Republic, and possibly Australia. Australia is unconfirmed for now, but it would fit right into the brand. Acutaramus was one of the major predators of its time, with massive claws to rip their prey to shreds. Early overestimated calculations placed them as the largest sea scorpion to ever exist, until 2007, when a fossil claw of one of their relatives left them in the dust. Finally, we have arrived at the sea scorpion I've been waiting to talk about for 6 months.
My time has come.
Gecalopterus, the largest sea scorpion to ever exist, that we know of. Based on body size calculations from that 2007 claw, they could get to 8 to 9 feet long, dude. That's the length of 36 average scorpions today in a single file line. We don't have shit like Gecalopterus nowadays. So just how big was this claw that changed everything? The preserved length was about 14 inches, just over a foot long, but it gotten kind of chipped over the millions of years that it spent in the rock, so we're missing about a quarter of its length. So in life, it would have been 18 inches long.
That's what he said, right, guys?
And then scientists use the cross-multiply shit that we've talked about before to figure out a good estimate of their total size. You know, comparing proportions to their confirmed relatives and whatnot. Why exactly they got so big is not totally understood. And before you say oxygen,
Stop! You violated the law.
I must stop you right there. That only applies to the giant insects and other related arthropods in the Carboniferous, which I have hinted at probably an annoying amount of times at this point. And yes, sea scorpions were arthropods, but they were not terrestrial arthropods during the Carboniferous. We're not there yet. We'll get to that in the next episode. So, Gecalopterus and other sea scorpion size is still a bit of a mystery. It's thought that Gecalopterus lived in fresh water rather than the ocean. So, more of a lake scorpion than a sea scorpion, if you will. Which honestly kind of makes them more heinous. I don't know. In my opinion, that's worse. Lake animals freak me out way more than ocean animals. Like the fucking giant catfish dude. Holy shit. Lake horror movies are much more scarier than ocean horror movies, and I am willing to die on that hill. It's the murky water, I think. I don't like the murky water. It freaks me out. Okay, so Gecalopterus probably felt like the end of the strange specimens, kind of wrapping up the video. But if you look at the time lapse, that is definitely not the case. We are nowhere near the end, actually, which means, yes, they are gonna get even bigger. And speaking of creepy, large freshwater fish, all of the rest of the animals on this lineup are fish. Yeah, the fish are finally starting to take over in fresh and salt water. So let me introduce you to the next strange specimen on our lineup, Hyneria, a giant freshwater fish that got to nearly 10
how do I
feet
turn
long.
off lighting
Like some
on
of the more
this?
primitive species in the vertebrate transition to land, Hyneria had extremely powerful fins, which has led to some ideas that they were somehow able to haul their massive bodies on the land, but that's a big reach. They most likely use them to navigate the shallow and murky waters of their habitat. I personally don't like the idea of a large fish, 10-foot large fish, navigating shallow and murky waters. If you're more uncomfortable with the ocean creatures, you are gonna love the rest of this lineup. First, Titanichthys. They exceeded 15 feet in length and potentially got to 30 feet long. They were found in shallow seas all over the world and were placoderms. Remember the group of armored fish. Luckily, like most giant ocean vertebrates today, it seems as though Titanichthys was more of a passive feeder. In 2020, scientists tested the resilience of their jaws using something called finite element analysis, essentially applying virtual force to their jaws to see if they would break or bend, see how strong they are. Turns out they were weak as shit, which means they were much less likely to be active hunters, which need strong jaws to crush and smash their prey. Nope. not Titanic these. Their jaws would have cracked under the pressure. Their results were closer to those of basking sharks, which
What the
just
hell
hold their
is
mouths
this
open
freaking
and
movement,
let small
dude?
food particles make their way in. Little things such as little shrimps and plankton.
Oh, this
They
is
also have
Devonian
really
period.
small orbits, i.e. beady eyes, which aren't great for active hunting either. But not all big things from this time were so passive. And this last one on our list, the biggest guy, is an absolute terror. One of the most recognized animals from the Paleozoic, the poster child of the Devonian period. And so for this prehistoric celebrity, I decided to team up with someone who has completely brought him to life. Julian Johnson Mortimer, a world-renowned visual effects artist who has had his animations of the prehistoric world go viral on countless occasions. You might recognize his Leviathan animation or one of his many viral Spinosaurus clips, and I found him by coming across some of his animations of the next guy on our list. I've been following his work for a while now, and dude, these animations send chills down your spine. So I was stoked he was down to help me out with this part of the video. So without further ado, allow me to introduce you to the dunk. Full name, Dunkleosteus, one of the first vertebrate super predators and the largest predator of its time, with lengths of over 30 feet, commonly cited in scientific papers. What made this fish a complete nightmare was its armored head. Yes, another placoderm, but juiced the fuck up. And they had extremely powerful self-sharpening jawbones as teeth. This apex predator was able to take down anything it could get its fangs around. And based on biomechanics studies, they were able to open their jaw within a fraction of a second, creating a vacuum effect that sucked prey right into its mouth. I know these fossils look fake and ridiculous, but this is what you get fossilized from a fish that had armor in its head. And actually, nothing else. The rest of the body is a mystery. You've got this tank of a head and nothing else, at least for now. And this has captivated scientists since the dunk was first discovered in the 1800s. Their massive size has been based on comparisons and calculations and math equations and what have you. So now,
Why'd you lag so
The
badly?
newest and seemingly most precise estimates of how big they got make everything that I just said about their size a lie.
You really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
Yes, I deceived you. Just a year ago, a paper was published with new estimates of the dunk's size, based on new and surprisingly, like scarily surprisingly accurate estimation methods. And they shrunk the dunk, absolutely obliterated it. You might be thinking, Lindy, why would you do this? Why would you lead me astray? I wanted to make sure that regardless of how much you knew or didn't know about the Devonian and Dunkleosteus before this video, even if you had never heard of the dunk, nothing at all, you would be able to feel the crushing weight of this disappointment from this paper, at least to some extent. How does it feel? I bet it feels like shit, doesn't it? All right, let's do a rundown of the paper, which if you're like me, you're probably going into it like, how compelling can a single paper be to disrupt a previous scientific understanding so drastically? Pretty fucking compelling, as you will see. It was published by PhD student Russell Engelman from Case Western Reserve University. He argued that the traditional methods of estimating the dunk's body size were shit, because they were mostly based off the body size ratios of the dunk's much smaller relatives, like Coxosteus, who has more well-preserved remains. And yes, quite a funny little name. But get this, there's also a Dickosteus that looks like this. Coxosteus was like 15 inches long, max, much smaller than Dunkleosteus. So Russell was like, it's insane to take the ratios of small little guys and just scale them up and assume that's the big guy. There's no reason to assume it works.
Oh, Lord. Hi, Beeper. You scrawny little fuck. Why are you staring like you're cracked out, huh? Eh.
Also a Dicosteus that looks like this. Coxosteus was like 15 inches long, max, much smaller than Dunkleosteus. So Russell was like, it's insane to take the ratios of small little guys and just scale them up and assume that's the big guy. There's no reason to assume it works that way or is accurate at all. Okay, so he identified the problem, but what about the solution? Well, Russell ended up coming up with a body size estimate equation method that seems to not only work really well for Dunkleosteus and its relatives, but also for most, if not all, other fish, which is insane. It's called the orbit opercular length, or OOL. I'm gonna call it the OOL. It's the length from the front of the eye socket, or orbit, to the back of the head. He showed, by applying this measuring tool to literally thousands of fish, that the OOL can really accurately predict the length of the rest of the fish. It showed that short, stout fishes tend to have short, stout heads, and long, slender fish tend to have long, slender heads. And luckily for us, the dunk's tank of a head can be accurately measured to determine the OOL, and the OOL is much shorter than you would expect based on reconstructions. And using the OOL, Russell estimated the dunk's actual body length to be somewhere between 10 to 12 feet long. Slap! And so likely shaped like a modern day tuna. Double slap! A catastrophe of disrespect to the highest order, all written out in mathematical models.
Stop.
And guess
Keep
what
to
else
yourself.
applies to
Stop.
these too? A punch to the stomach, and probably Hyneria, because why the fuck not? Russell Engelman dumped a jar of marbles onto the floor of the prehistoric fish department, and a vat of oil as well. As disappointing as it is to hear that Dunkleosteus is now Chunkelosteus,
Fucking don't
Russell's
lay
new
on
model
my
is
goddamn
huge.
keyboard.
Being able to accurately predict the sizes of literally almost every fish is going to be huge for paleontology. It's a big deal for fishes everywhere. So I'm excited to see who else gets wrecked with this model in the future. There's another wreckage I have to tell you about that happened in the Devonian, and that is the end of it. The late Devonian extinction. The second of the big 5 mass extinctions in the history of animals that we know of. It lasted for about 25 million years and wiped out 70% of all species on the planet, mostly affecting marine life through different periods of global cooling and anoxia and etc., or reduced oxygen in the oceans. Marine life was getting slapped around like a ping pong ball, and many species couldn't keep up. Fossil evidence suggests there were up to 10 distinct extinction events that each had a unique impact on different ecosystems, and each had different causes. Just bad luck after bad luck after bad luck. One of the periods of reduced oxygen could have been due to volcanic activity, which also could have led to a global cooling. There was also an asteroid that seems to have pummeled into Earth at some point during this time as well. A nearby supernova is thought to have flashed UV radiation into a hole in the ozone layer based on evidence of some weirdly formed plant spores that seem to have DNA damage. There's also some scientists putting the blame on plants again. Their new developments and land takeover led to some atmospheric changes. Long story short, the last 25 million years of the Devonian was a clusterfuck. But luckily, some species made it out alive and evolved into some more familiar forms coming in the next period, like amphibians and sharks, and some weird as fuck specimens that are gonna blow your mind. So stay tuned for that in the Carboniferous episode. So instead of the usual Q&A that we've been doing at the end of these episodes, I'm gonna give you some updates because there are big updates. So as I mentioned, new board. So before I had a whiteboard. This is not a whiteboard. This is a frame. And before I filmed, I had to take out the glass piece because it was reflecting too bad. So this is just a bare bones frame. I'm planning to put some green screen in the back. I have the roll of green screen in the closet. So this is like green screen adhesive tape that I guess should work. I don't really know anything about green screen. This is mostly used for like kids' classrooms, I think, but we're gonna tape this all up so then I could walk right here and the picture's still behind me, and that's gonna be fucking sick. But this is really exciting because not only is this a new backdrop, I also moved. So I am now in a designated office space. I was able to get a place where I can have my own office space. I don't have to move the couch out from the wall. I'm so relieved. It's so nice. It's already so nice. This is my first video here and it's so nice. I also got some acoustic panels. I'm gonna put acoustic panels up on the walls. I haven't done that yet. I haven't decorated really. So I'm gonna give you a tour once I decorate, but I don't wanna show you a half-finished product. Well, I guess this whole video was a half-finished product because I gotta put stuff up here, but you gotta do what you gotta do. So I'm very excited because I'm already feeling a lot more comfortable filming here. If you've kept up with this whole journey, you know that my last place, like the sound echoed through the hallways like crazy. And that just made me so, not nervous, but and not really anxious, just like very aware of the fact that my voice was just like echoing through the halls and I hated it. I don't want to like bug people like that, you know? So I feel like I was talking, like I wasn't entirely comfortable, and now I feel a lot more comfortable. The lighting and the sound is just already better in here. It's insulated even without the acoustic panels. So I'm gonna start getting back into short videos. I've been uploading some ones that I made like a year ago. I'm gonna try to start making more skits again. I really miss doing those. But yeah, that's the update for now. I'm gonna give you a tour when it's all decorated and everything. I hope you're excited. If you know anything about green screen and what I'm about to do is very obviously not gonna work, please let me know. Here's what I'm concerned about. There's
Episode
gonna
of
be, like,
what?
an overlap line, and I don't know if that's gonna affect it. I don't think it will. I hope it doesn't. I hope that doesn't like mess
Never
up
did
the
really
image, you know?
explain
But
what
if
your
there's
project
anything crucial
exactly
that I need
is.
to know, that you know, please let me know in the comments. Other than that, if you like this video, be sure to subscribe so you don't miss my breakdown of the discovery of Tiktaalik coming out next week. Check out my Patreon for behind-the-scenes updates on our Discord server. And for now, stay curious. The world has a lot for us to learn. See ya!
Hey Marceline, how you doing tonight? And I guess that crack up popped up for a moment.
You already know what the fuck is up. Do you know what fucking time it is? Yeah, it's the Carboniferous period. I've been stoked to start researching this one. And then I started researching it, and holy shit, reality slapped me in the face. As we've gone through these episodes, I'm sure it's been clear, and we all know that I kind of brush past the plant stuff. I'm not a botanist, so I give you the quick bullet points, and then move on to what I'm comfortable with. The animals. But that was not possible with this episode, because really, the plants in this period are the star of the show. If you've ever heard of the Carboniferous, your main takeaway from it was probably that some of the insects were fucking massive, because there was a lot more oxygen in the atmosphere than there is today. 30% compared to today's 21%. That is because of the plants. And so, the last few weeks I have spent,
They ask you how you are, and you just...
a lot of time making sure I have a good grasp on the how and the why of that aspect. And God, I hope it makes sense when I explain it to you. So let's just get on with it. My name is Lindsay Nicole, and this is the history of life on Earth. That we know of. We're gonna start off by getting the global conditions out of the way. So back in the Devonian, we had supercontinent
What is it,
Gondwana
that
in the southern
freaking
hemisphere. And
Impossible
then
Burger?
supercontinent Euramerica, kind of situated at the equator, just above it. Well, in the Carboniferous, Gondwana was really cozying up and started moving closer and closer to LaRussia. Now you're probably thinking, wait, what the fuck happened to Euramerica? I was thinking the same thing. Who's this new LaRussia character? For this section, the continental tectonic shit section of this series, I tend to keep the sources pretty simple, like university pages like Berkeley, and all of them just switched it up. In the Devonian, they were talking about Gondwana and Euramerica, and then all of a sudden the Carboniferous was Gondwana and LaRussia. So I looked into it, and based on my understanding, it seems that Euramerica broke apart, and one of those new fragments was LaRussia. Necessary context? Probably not. You don't need to remember that, because at the very end of this period, all of the continents finally came together to form the one and only. You know it, you love it. Super motherfucking continent Pangea. So keep that in mind. Throughout the Carboniferous, the continents are getting nice and cozy until at the very ends they form Pangea. So once the next period comes about, the Permian period, Pangea is absolutely kicking. So while these land masses were kind of slowly moving in as the backdrop of this period, the global climate was shifting pretty significantly as well. The early Carboniferous period was real swampy. That's a mourning dove. I don't know if you can hear it in the microphone. The early Carboniferous was real swampy, wet and humid, tropical. Think of Florida on a larger scale, with creatures that seemed like Florida inhabitants as well, that I'll show you in a minute. And then as this period moved along, the climate generally got cooler and drier. Think more temperate, maybe? There were more climatic fluctuations due to glaciation at the poles. So the shift from warm and humid to cool and dry led to some pretty serious adaptations in many groups, including in our ancestors, that I will show you in a minute. You might have heard the Carboniferous period be referred to as the Age of the Insects, because insects and other related groups were going absolutely nuts during this time, with some getting to the biggest sizes the world has ever seen, that we know of. Before we get into why that happened, I want to tell you about today's very on-brand sponsor, the Ants, Underground Kingdom. Get it? Stripes of different, the golden ton suppressor, the related lores, to be
oh no, my finger slipped multiple times.
First large trees in force that we know of. And now, in the Carboniferous, the plants are getting comfortable. They're taking shit over. The beginning of this period was real tropical, swampy. Plants were loving it. And they took on some forms that, based on fossil evidence, were absolutely sick. So, let me introduce you to a few of them. One of the most well-known and abundant trees during this time was lepidodendron, also known as the scale trees. As far as we know, they could get to over 100 feet tall, with trunks that could get to 6 feet across. I came across some sources that said they could get to 180 feet tall, and then a couple other sources with like 130 feet or like somewhere in between that. So just know that's the range we're looking at across different sources. The scale trees loved swamps. They grew pretty densely all over them and were one of the biggest components of these swamp forests that we know of. They were made up of a single trunk that became branched at the top as an adult, with long, thin leaves that covered these branches and finished off with little cones at the very tips.
Edge? How the hell is there edge?
Their
There's
trunk
not
was
so.
covered
Oh,
in small
because the
diamond-shaped
freaking.
leaf scars.
You made me
They
think
left
that
all
there
over
was
the
ads on
planet
Twitch,
with
and I was like, that
those
shouldn't be
scars,
happening. That's
in
not for
some
another
cases,
30
became
minutes.
Fossilized, and eventually allowed us to identify them as fossils.
No,
today,
ads didn't
which
happen.
is
I don't know
pretty
what you're
insane.
talking
Like
about.
Guadiza and some
My
of
fingers
those
just
earlier
slipped
forms of
multiple
Devonian,
times.
Scale trees used spores to reproduce.
There were no
rather than
skipped
seeds,
ads.
like ferns, fungi, and algae used today. Another tree from this time that's closely
Making me
related
paranoid.
to lepidodendron is Sigillaria. Doesn't sound right, but that's apparently how you pronounce it. Sigillaria. They're both lycopods, and both had those diamond-shaped scars from fallen leaves. Sigillaria also got to over 100 feet tall as well.
Those sharks are kind of chunky lads.
I like this one a lot. If anyone knows how I can get my hands on a plant that looks like this, please let me know. I feel like there's got to be some sort of weird, fucked up succulent tree that kind of looks like this, I feel like all those succulent trees kind of look like prehistoric trees. I love them. All right, moving on to a group of seed plants during this time. That's right, we've got some fucking seed plants during this time. Cordaites, a genus of trees and shrub-like plants with some members that could get to, you guessed it, over 100 feet tall that we know of. They had more leathery, strap-shaped leaves and were found in, you guessed it, swamps. It was Swamp City back in the day. But fossil evidence suggests they also tolerated a wider range of environments. The swamps, the mangroves, the floodplains, and also the upland forests. You name it. They were kind of up for everything, all over it. Some smaller specimens of Cordaites show evidence of exactly
A bit of belly.
roots
Hey, thanks for the
exposed in the air,
subby.
like the roots of
Enjoy
mangrove
the
trees.
emotes.
And the last one on the plant list is Colomites, a tall,
Go on, go on, go
hollow-stemmed
on.
plant, closely related to modern horsetails and kind of had a similar appearance, but much, much bigger. It had jointed hollow stems with needle-like leaves that came out of branches from the nodes on these stems, and seemed to have been able to reach heights of, you guessed it, 100 feet tall. That we know of. And lived in, you guessed it, swamp! I've definitely seen a succulent tree that looks like this one at the Oregon Zoo when I was there in November. They had all these little labels for all the plants they had on site, but they didn't have one for the one plant I wanted to get a name for, and I've been thinking about it ever since. It looked like this, and I don't know if it was a succulent. It kind of looked like if a pine tree was a succulent. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm way out of my comfort zone right now. But if anybody who's been to the Oregon Zoo knows what I'm talking about, please let me know, because I want one. Please tell me. Anyway, that was a very brief introduction to the plants that were alive during this time. The point is, plants were thriving. With a capital T. The world was absolutely lush, in a way it had never really seen before. So much so that their existence literally changed the concentrations of compounds in the atmosphere by a fuck ton, leading to those super high oxygen concentrations. So let me quickly break down why. I promise this is important before we get to the big insects. So, we all know photosynthesis. Plants take in sunlight, water, and carbon dioxide to make oxygen, which is released back into the atmosphere, and also sugar, which is stored in the plant and has all the carbon from the carbon dioxide. Gian, can you pull up a chemical equation of photosynthesis? So see, all the carbon from the carbon dioxide is in the sugar. 6 on one side, 6 on the other. This is like the only thing I got out of my chemistry classes in college. So all that carbon's sitting in the plants, and those plants are sitting in the swamp. When the plants died, they sat in these swampy conditions, which notoriously just don't allow materials to fully decompose. The whole thing with swamps. Also, fossil evidence suggests that the microbes that break down lignin, which is a key substance of these newly evolved plant structures, had not evolved yet. So lignin was just not being broken down. There was nothing to break it down. So these massive plants would sprout up really fast, pump
more
a
like
ton of
lignin.
oxygen into the atmosphere, pulling carbon dioxide out of it through photosynthesis, die, and then just pile up, meaning the carbon wasn't being released back into the atmosphere. So then, boom, oxygen concentrations were just fucking cruising on a highway to hell, about 30% compared to today's 21%. And this was sick for a lot of insects. It allowed them to grow to much larger sizes because of the way their respiratory systems work. Oxygen gets diffused directly into the tissues, so the increased oxygen made this efficient as fuck. This wasn't the only reason why some species got super big, but it was definitely a component for some. And also, not everything was giant. Actually, most things weren't giant. There were normal-sized ancestral grasshoppers and katydids, roaches, terrestrial
Okay, well,
that
at least
appeared
we're all on the
first
same
time in
page
this
here.
period. There was a rapid diversification of flight, which as of right now is kind of a jarring jump in the fossil record, like I talked about last time. Devonian fossils are like no flying insects, and then Carboniferous fossils are like
I fly now?
a shit ton of different ways that these insects are flying, so that's just what the fossil record is right now. Evidence of metamorphosis appears here for the very first time, and also terrestrial snails, which aren't insects and not even arthropods, but wanted to mention that, didn't know where else to put that. But let's talk about the big guys. Often when people think of the Carboniferous, they think of those big dragonflies. That's what I think of. And the big trees. One of the most well-known dragonflies from this period is Meganeura, one of the largest flying insects to ever exist that we know of. They had a 2.5-foot wingspan, which, to put in perspective, your bedroom door is probably 3 feet wide. They also have the same wingspan as a broad-winged hawk and also a small gull. In other words, this was a big-ass dragonfly, technically a griffin fly, which is morphologically slightly different. As we all know, nature doesn't give shit to you straight. Their larger size likely meant they had a wider variety to choose from on the Paleozoic menu. Lots of the smaller insects and other invertebrates, maybe possibly some amphibians as well. Fossils of their relatives, like other giant griffin flies, suggest they must have had to live in more open habitats rather than super dense forested areas because their wings would have just fucking knocked into shit all the time. Or maybe they did live in a dense forest and they were just all sorts of fucked up when they were bopping around. Who's to say, really? Another one with a similar vibe to Meganeura is Mesotheris enormis, named such because they were, you guessed it, enormous. There have only been partial remains from a single fossil found, but it displays enough evidence to say that they had a wingspan of nearly 2 feet long. They had unusually long cerci, which are paired appendages at the end of the abdomen of many insects. Some serve as sensory organs, others pinching organs, weapons, sex organs. Depends on what kind of freak the insect is. Not incest, though. That's cerci, not cerci. As for Mesotheros, the purpose of their cerci is unknown at this moment in time. Alright, now, just so you know, we're moving away from the insects and into their relatives within the general terrestrial arthropod group. Fuck it. Let's do the arachnids first. Allow me to introduce you to Pulmonoscorpius, one of the largest scorpions to ever exist that we know of. The largest fossil remains so far represent an animal that could get to 2 feet and 4 inches long. You know what else is 2 feet and 4 inches long? A Canada lynx. This scorpion was about the size of a Canada lynx. I worked with a Canada lynx once, named Ramsey. He was rescued from a guy who tried to buy him as a pet, and Ramsey kept ruining his furniture and his condo, as a wild animal does. So Ramsey didn't like people very much, but he liked cardboard. He liked cardboard boxes. One time I made him a little cardboard box boat, called it the SS Ramsey. He really liked it. I bet he's sitting in a cardboard box right now. Anyway, sorry, that was a little break from the Canada lynx-sized scorpion that we're talking about right now. Unlike modern scorpions, which generally rely on mechanoreceptive senses for prey capture, Pulmonoscorpius seems to have relied on their eyesight much more. They had proportionally much bigger eyes than today's scorpions, which maybe makes them cuter. Like, they're kind of baby for
I'm not
but
sure.
Their size, dude, can't get past it. For a while, it was unclear whether they were just another sea scorpion, which we're all familiar with at this point, the Eurypterids. The Eurypterids are very different than regular scorpions. They actually shouldn't even be called sea scorpions because they're not the same thing, but there was confusion nonetheless. Turns out 2 specimens of Pulmonoscorpius show evidence of book lungs, which are air-breathing organs that land-dwelling arachnids tend to have. So boom, terrestrial scorpion, arachnid, not a Eurypterid. I actually have an example that's the complete opposite of Pulmonoscorpius. That was originally thought to be an arachnid, but turns out is a Eurypterid. It's called Megarachnid. Alive during its time. It was initially thought to be the largest spider to ever exist. Actually, people still mistake it as the largest spider to ever exist. It wasn't. It was a 1.5 foot long Eurypterid. The largest spider to ever exist that we know of is actually alive today, the Goliath bird eater, known to eat birds, largest by size and weight. They're about 1 foot long max. And up there with them, but a little bit lighter, is the classic godforsaken huntsman from, you guessed it, Australia.
What's he gonna do with him?
Jesus fucking Christ.
But enough about them, and on to our next arthropod on our lineup, Hibbertopterus, a sea scorpion, Eurypterid that looks like some sort of horseshoe crab, and also a strange shrimp. Kind of a funny looking guy. By the looks of them, you're probably thinking they were about the same size as a horseshoe crab, maybe a backpack-sized Eurypterid. Nope. Fossil evidence suggests the largest Hibbertopterus individuals could get to nearly 6 feet long. 6 feet long, dude. That's unnecessary for their shape. in my opinion. I don't mean to body shame
I
it,
knew
but
huntsmen
that
were
just
like
doesn't sit right.
big,
It's not
but I'd
scary,
never
you know?
actually
It's just
seen the
simply not
whole.
right. It's like, I don't know about that. Their body shape with no context doesn't scream large to me, but maybe I'm just ignorant. Here's something that'll probably freak you out a bit. Hippotopterus was a sea scorpion.
Carrying
Yes,
a
but you're right to
fucking
look. Evidence of
rat
trap
thing?
legs that could only belong to them suggest that they spent at least some time on land. I don't like the idea of that body shape, of that size, walking around on land. You know? That just doesn't sit right. I'm sure you agree. This 6 feet long, on land? Yeah, no thanks. But the last one on our giant arthropods list kind of blows them out of the water on that front. It's probably the arthropod you've been waiting for, Arthropleura, a massive 8-foot-long arthropod that holds the record for the largest terrestrial invertebrate to ever exist. That we know. So here's the deal. Arthropleura is often considered a millipede. Makes sense, you know? The massive millipede, the biggest fucking millipede. I've probably said that, but they weren't technically millipedes, just millipede-like myriapods, which is the group millipedes belong to. So, millipede by association. Remember, the millipede form has been very successful. Don't you fucking forget. Do you remember Pneumodesmus numini, the earliest animal on land that we have direct fossil evidence of? Millipede form. In today's video, Arthropleura. And in modern times, we have millipedes that produce their own cyanide as a weapon. And millipedes in Australia actually have over 1,000 legs, because of course they would in Australia. Back to the millipede by association we're talking about today, the big one. How exactly they were able to get to this size is definitely due to a lot of factors. Diet being a big one. They likely needed lots of ultra-nutritious plant matter, and they might have even fed on other animals on land at the time, which wouldn't have necessarily been difficult for them considering they were some of the largest animals on the planet, walking the planet at the time. That we know of. Even bigger than many terrestrial tetrapods. Which brings us to the tetrapods. So last time in the Devonian, the vertebrates finally made it to land. It was the end of the no-bone zone. No-bone zone! And they did not waste any time getting established in the Carboniferous, along with being considered the age of the insects. The Carboniferous is also known as the age of the amphibians. So let's go over what they were up to now. Starting off with the Temnospondyls, a group that was fucking all over the place. They're considered proto-amphibians, so not true amphibians, and maybe potentially the ancestors to modern amphibians. And they were very much taking advantage of the newly established land. Lots to see. Some species were smaller, like centimeters long, and the largest could get to almost 10 feet long. Some seem to live their lives almost fully, or sometimes you write something in the script that sounds like you'll be able to say it right when you talk it, but then you can't. Some seem to have lived their lives almost fully or fully in the water, while others seem to be fully down with the land. But all of them, as you would expect from proto-amphibians, still relied on water to lay their eggs in. Moving on to a specimen in a different category. The most well-known amphibian from the Carboniferous is Diplocalus. Obviously, its boomerang head is a crowd pleaser. There are a few different species and a few different sizes, with the largest getting to about 3 feet long. They seem to have been more on the aquatic side of the amphibian spectrum, where they likely fed on small, aquatic creatures via ambush attacks. What exactly their boomerang head was used for is still uncertain. Lots of different ideas have been thrown out there, from defense, hydrodynamics, mating displays, or possibly somehow helping.
I mean, evolution's a crazy bitch. Who knows? For all we know, we could have been
really what I'm interested in at the moment, though, because
descended from fungi
that would change the tetrapod course forever. What is a trait that the tetrapods we've gone over
if things had gone different?
Necessary for the
I called it the torso, not the torso. I also, I mean, it makes sense. I freaking attached that to the foot too, whatever.
Make you do anything. Actually, I'm gonna grab an example of what I'm talking about, so you gotta wait.
I just decided to do all the body at once.
I'm gonna be gone. An egg. Specifically, an amniotic egg. As you can see, this egg is very different than the eggs in the chia pudding that we talked about in the frog video, and also very different than fish eggs or other eggs in marine environments. This one's unfertilized because I got it from Trader Joe's, so it's really just for the visual aspect, but it will be useful.
I'm actually more of a fan of the death head moth. I have a video, I have a short where I just went through all of my favorite creatures.
Environment for the exchange of gases, nutrients.
Well, not all of them, but a bunch of them.
On the other hand, has all that shit wrapped up inside of it. It has everything an embryo will need to develop. No need to be attached to a body of water. The shell does a decent job protecting the embryo from the elements, so they can be independent bitches. Bye-bye, ocean. I'm sure this is what the invention of the burrito felt like. Now I can take everything I want to eat and wrap it up in a protective shell and eat it wherever I want, go wherever I want with the burrito. No need for a fork, no need for a bowl. Got everything I need right here. And that's exactly what this amniotic egg allowed these newly evolved amniotes to do. Remember that during the Carboniferous, the global climate was going from wet and humid to cool and dry. Being able to lay your eggs away from a body of water opens up a huge variety of environments, a step that was definitely necessary for the survival of these tetrapods. On top of this adaptation, early amniotes also evolved water-resistant skin to prevent desiccation and diversified to shit. This was the root of the lineages that would lead to reptiles, birds,
I need
and
to
mammals,
shorten
and
some of these
obviously would eventually
freaking
keep
lines
the
up. They
embryos
are
inside the body.
very
We'll get to that in a few
exaggerated.
episodes. All right, just leave it right there. Okay. It might seem like the path to these lineages that we're so familiar with today seems like a ways off still, but that is not the case. Because not only did amniotes first evolve in the Carboniferous that we know of, they also seem to have their first major split here into synapsids and sauropsids. Synapsids were the ancestors to mammals, and sauropsids were the ancestors
I think
to
I need
reptiles.
to-
Evidence of this is in the bones, specifically the skull. Let's start with the synapsids, our ancestors. Behind the orbit,
And
or
big
eye
in the
socket
ass.
of
I'm
all
gonna be honest
synapsids
here.
is a single opening called the temporal fenestra. It's thought to have allowed for the expansion of jaw muscles and opened up the ability to process a variety of foods. And now all mammals today have a single temporal fenestra behind each orbit, with a couple exceptions, I'm sure, since nature never gives shit to you straight. But the whole synapsid lineage that led to mammals can be traced using this single pair of temporal fenestra behind the pair of eye sockets, which is fucking sick, in my opinion. One of the earliest synapsids that we know of is called Archaeothyrus. It was about 20 inches long and had a sharp
How
pair
did
of
I wind
large
up with this
canines,
shape
so
here?
most likely a carnivore. I know it kind of looks more like an ancestor to a lizard rather than a mammal, which is
I
definitely
added a
due
bit
to
more
that
to the hip.
sprawling stance. That's like the OG trait for amniotes. This would eventually change to the
That's
legs
how I wound
underneath
up with this
the
shape.
body situation that we're more familiar with in mammals today. Another early synapsid from the Carboniferous, I think you're gonna like this one, is Adaphosaurus, a hefty fella. One of the oldest vertebrate terrestrial herbivores that we know of, and notable for the massive sail it had on its back, which might have been used as an early form of thermoregulation, maintaining the internal body temperature. That's what mammals do today, so that's pretty cool. Their form is probably a more familiar one to you if you've heard of their relative Dimetrodon, came a little bit later. We're gonna cover them in the next period. I fucking love them. I love the sail. But throughout time, Hollywood has kind of misrepresented them to be a dinosaur. Classic Hollywood shenanigans. Nope. These were synapsids in the group that gave rise to the mammals, including us, which is kind of nuts. This is in our distant lineage, rather than in the lineage with the dinosaurs. Okay, so what about the sauropsids, the ones that would give rise to the reptiles? What the fuck did they have going on? Well, like the synapsids, the key to the sauropsids was in the skull as well. The sauropsids had two different forms, the diapsids, which had two temporal fenestra behind the eye, and the anapsids, which had none. So, synapsids, one hole. Sauropsids, two holes, or no holes. The sauropsids have seen a shit ton of successful lineages. The dinosaurs, the pterosaurs, crocodilians,
I like that a bit
birds,
more.
I could go on. This is one hell of a group. So let me introduce you to some of its earliest representatives. First off, Hylonomus, one of the earliest anapsids that we know of. So they had no holes. They were about 8 inches long and kind of looks like lizards. They also had small, sharp teeth, which indicate a diet of insects that were abundant at this time. And next, Patrolochosaurus, considered the oldest diapsid that we know of. Another one that looked like a lizard, but this time with two holes behind the orbit. So we went over the age of the insects, got to the age of amphibians, and you might feel overwhelmed to find out that the Carboniferous is known as the age of another thing. Yeah, the sharks. The golden age of the sharks. Actually, more so shark relatives. This is the golden age of the wider group that includes sharks. One thing I've noticed science loves to do is be very generic when talking about what a shark is, like too generic, while simultaneously being very technical and being very exclusive of what a shark technically is. Let's do a little recap so you know what the fuck I'm talking about. So, back in the Silurian, the fish were going nuts. Chondrichthyes, the cartilaginous fish, first time popping up in existence, at least that we know of. Then they diversified into groups like acanthodians, the spiny sharks, which were not true sharks, but we still call sharks. And I forgot to tell you, in the last period, in the Devonian, a big shark thing happened, and I forgot to tell you. Two other major groups of chondrichthyans appeared for the first time in the fossil record. The holocephalans, also known as the ratfish, which have representatives today like chimeras and other ratfish. That's one. The other new group is the elasmobranchs, which includes sharks, skates, rays, sawfish, and their earliest representatives that we know of came from right about the middle of the Devonian. Phoebodus
Alright,
is the earliest
what are we having
elasmobranch,
today?
and Melanotus is the earliest holocephalan that we know of. Whoops. Sorry, I forgot about him last time. I know you bitches love sharks, so that's my bad. But anyway, Now, the Carboniferous is the golden age of the sharks. So allow me to introduce you to some of these golden age species, starting off with Dracopristis, an elasmobranch. It was first discovered in New Mexico in 2013 through an insanely well-preserved fossil specimen. It had a nearly complete skeleton, a body outline, and even soft tissue impressions, which painted quite the picture of what this species looked like hundreds of millions of years ago. Dracopristis was a nearly 7-foot-long shark, had 12 rows of teeth, sitting in extremely powerful jaws, and had a pair of spines on its back that were each over 2 feet long. They just so happened to look a bit reptilian, even though they obviously weren't, but definitely reminded the researchers of the reptilian form. So at the time of its discovery, they nicknamed it the Godzilla shark. They didn't know if it was a new species or if it belonged to a different species. Well, they figured it out. They were like, fuck it, looks like Godzilla. Let's call it Godzilla. And in 2021, it was finally identified as its own new species and given the scientific name Dracopristis, which translates to dragon shark. So kind of the same vibe. It seems as though their large reptilian spines were used as defense against predators or other large sharks alive at the time. And despite their dragon or Godzilla-like appearance, they didn't seem to function as an apex predator based on their fossil characteristics. Their jaws suggest a lifestyle of not bottom feeding, but feeding on the bottom of lagoons, eating small vertebrates and crustaceans, like a chump. Alright, moving on to the holocephalans. You're gonna recognize the next
Ray is the
if you watch my
burger.
video on the fucked up prehistoric sharks. This was the time of the fucked up prehistoric sharks. First up, Adestus. Not asbestos, Adestus. Also known as a scissor-tooth shark, due to the arrangement of their tooth whorls that kind of looks like a pair of godforsaken scissors, like Helicoprion's buzzsaw jaw, but 2 of them. By the way, Helicoprion technically did first appear in the Carboniferous, but it was their time to shine in the Permian, so gonna hold off on them until then. As you would probably guess, scientists initially speculated that Adestus used their scissor-tooth whorls like scissors, slicing prey right in half. But new studies with more advanced technology tell a different story. It's the same situation as Platybelodon's shovel map. Just because a part of an animal looks like a man-made object does not mean that it was used like that man-made object. No. Adestus seems to have used its tooth whorls to slash prey up and down, or snatch and slice, then pull the prey into its mouth using its lower jaw whorl. Regardless, it was heinous, and the size of their tooth whorls suggests that they could get to over 20 feet long, which is just woof. Alright, the next one is actually pretty cute. Stethocyanthus, a smaller ratfish that could get to 2.5 feet long, and is known for the ironing board dorsal fin. The technical term for this ironing board dorsal fin is the spine brush complex. Brush, referring to a layer of placoid scales they had on the top of their dorsal fin and also on the top of their head, like a little toupee. The purpose of this complex? Uncertain, but the possibilities are deviant. And you know what? I'm gonna leave you on a cliffhanger. If you want to find out what those possibilities are, check out this video on fucked up prehistoric sharks, available on my channel, linked above and also in the description. Yep, you gotta engage with my content, sorry. I don't make the rules. And also because I want to introduce you to a couple little guys that I haven't introduced you to before. Like this one, Falcatus, another very small holocephalan that got to about 10 to 12 inches long. They also had a very strange dorsal situation, a little spine growing off the top of its head in the forwards direction. Scientists think this was likely some sort of display feature that possibly played a role in mating, and their big-ass, cute-ass eyes suggest they were adapted to deeper water hunting, maybe like my son. And another one, Iniopera, very cute, another holocephalan. That's all I have to say about them. So, nice. Don't think I forgot about the trilobites. But I don't have much news. In the Carboniferous, they were kind of starting to become less relevant. That's all there is to it. They were the extras in the feature film. Now let's move on to some more main characters. The strange specimens I know you've been waiting for. As we have already seen from the numerous species I've introduced you to from this period, things were just generally strange as fuck. So strange that they made up their own categories, rather than just another bullet point in the strange specimens list. So that means the ones I have left are just freaks. Absolute misfits. Let's start off with the most famous Carboniferous misfit, the one that was actually the topic of my first YouTube video ever, the Tully monster. Scientists don't know what it is. They don't even know vertebrate or invertebrate. Do you know how fucking weird you have to be, where scientists are absolutely stumped on whether or not you have a backbone? That is all sorts of fucked up weird. So let's talk about what they got going on. They had a trunk-like snout with a claw at the end. That's their mouth, and it had 2 rows of teeth inside of it. They also had eyes on stalks that extend sideways, a combination of traits not even remotely seen on any other animal, which has led to a decades-long debate on what the Tully monster is in the most generic sense, vertebrate or invertebrate. What is the Tully monster? The conversation started on the invertebrate side, as you would guess. None of the thousands of fossils found
away
showed
from the
evidence of a
keyboard.
backbone, and it stayed this way for a while. But then, in 2016, different research teams went off, using different kinds of technologies like synchrotron, elemental mapping, fucking lasers and shit. One team found evidence
You
of
just
a
decided to
notable
lean into my head, did you?
vertebrate. and gills.
my hand,
another
my
vertebrate.
head.
So maybe a jawless fish. Another team found melanosomes in the tully's eyes, which is another vertebrate thing, so another point for the vertebrates. But another team suggested the eyes were simpler structures called cup eyes that are found in certain invertebrates. A few years later, there was a test on the zinc to copper ratio in the eyes, which suggested
You're stinky
invertebrates.
and you're smelly.
Then a team using lasers
And you're noisy.
found keratin, which is
You're a
a
pain in my
vertebrate.
ass.
So long story short, nothing is settled.
That's all, folks.
Argument is still hot. Nobody knows what the fuck it is. The other misfit on this list kind of has the same situation, called Typhlosis, also known as the alien goldfish. They were very small, about 3.5 inches long. And like the Tully monster, Typhlosis could be a vertebrate. It could be an invertebrate. They had no fins, other than a little blade-like looking thing on their end, seemingly no backbone, no eyes, no shell, no anus.
What?
Yes, you heard me right. Only one hole for everything. This is nothing new in the animal kingdom. There are plenty of beings with only one opening. Jellyfish, notoriously, and other cnidarians like corals and sea anemones. Planarians, dude, look at a diagram of a planarian. Look at where their mouth is. Anyway, it sounds crazy, but it's not really crazy in the animal kingdom. So with all these qualities combined, scientists were like, what the fuck is this?
What are you?
And took a closer look in 2022.
I'm talking
They
to
saw what
this-
appeared to be some
this
sort of
fucker,
structure
this
in the
creature.
creature's fossilized gut, similar in appearance to the molluscan radula,
Who decides
which
that
is
she
like
wants
the
to lay on my
artificial
goddamn
tongue
desk
that you shot out
exclusively
before
when I'm
you
busy.
hit your mouth so that it's all cut up and shit. That's what a lot of mollusks are up to. Now, it might have been what Typhlosis was up to as well. Maybe a mollusk, but there's a lot more research that has to be done. So I want
Never
to go back
get
to
a
what I
cat.
talked about with the plants at the beginning.
They
of
only
the
want-
video. Remember,
they
the
only want
oxygen
you
concentration
when
was so high because the amount of plant material
convenient
that sucked
for
up
them.
carbon dioxide, with very few ways for that carbon to decompose and get sent back into the atmosphere. This was not only significant for life alive at this time, but also huge for humans alive today because of what this plant material turned into over millions of years. To explain this more, I decided to bring on a really good friend of mine who knows more about coal than anyone else I know. The one and only Milo from Mini Minuteman. There's a good chance you were introduced to me through my collaboration with him on his channel back in 2022, before I even started making long-form content. He got me in touch with his editor, Gion, who's down to help me get started and has been editing for me ever since. And so I owe my introduction
know
to
what
YouTube to him.
this
I
layer
genuinely don't know
is.
where I'd be without his help and without Gion because he does an unbelievable job bringing these videos to life. So I was stoked that I was able to track down Milo for this video. He's been traveling all over the world and just so happened to land in the perfect place at the perfect time for this collaboration. So without further ado, here is Mini Minuteman.
Whoa, who's this guy? This doesn't look like Lindsay. Howdy, friends. My name's Milo Rossi. I am a science communicator here on YouTube specializing in archaeology. This is what I get for not charging my lav mic. The bird ambient noise is nice, the truck's compression braking aren't. And the reason I am in Lindsay's video today is because I am standing on top of the remains of these carboniferous swamps. Today I am in Tamaqua, Pennsylvania, located in the lower northeastern region of the state. And while I'm sure Lindsay is doing an incredible job telling you about the paleo environment of these unbelievable forests, I want to quickly whiz you about 330 million years into the future to tell you how these ancient forests played a very important role for everyone's favorite species of great ape. The immense, highly productive forests of the Carboniferous period would drop all of their natural debris on the ground, and year after year this would... Wow, they just don't let me talk about peat bogs anymore. And year after year, all of this natural material would build up to create a substance known as peat. Now, extrapolate that out for the hundreds of thousands of years that these forests existed, and you end up with some of the largest peat bogs that the world has ever seen. Time goes on, the Carboniferous forests come and go, but the peat bogs remain. They get covered by debris, continents collide with one another, and are ripped apart. And over hundreds of millions of years of geologic heat and pressure, the enormous peat bogs are transformed into the dense, black, highly flammable, carbon-rich material that we all know and love as coal. In fact, it is the coal deposits left behind by the Carboniferous coal forests that give the Carboniferous period its name.
Come a little bit closer. I'm all alone.
Yeah, okay, that's almost professional. We need to talk about coal. There are three different types of coal: lignite, subbituminous, and bituminous. Each type of coal being categorized by its carbon percentage, which dictates how well it burns. The lowest tier, the F-tier coal, is lignite. It's the least developed of the coals, only really a step
Lignite
away
more-
from
no.
peat, and
We already
has a
made that
carbon
joke once.
percentage between 25 and 35%. A little bit above that, we have the mid coal, which is the subbituminous coal. It's a little bit more developed rarest than the lignite and has a carbon percentage of about 35 to 45%. And then above that, we have the most common type of coal, the A-tier coal, which is called, as you won't be surprised, bituminous coal. It burns hotter and longer than the other two with a carbon percentage between 45 and 85%, and both bituminous and subbituminous coal each made up 45% of the coal mined in the United States in 2022, making these two some of the most widely harvested and most common in the world. But
Would you
I lied.
fucking
There's
stop
actually
playing on
not
my
three types of
keyboard?
coal, because above these three very common
trying to
ones,
work.
there is one type of coal
You're worse
that
than your
is
sister.
incredibly rare but changed the face of our planet. It is a name that has become
At least she
synonymous with
only
the
does
Industrial
because she's
Revolution
fat.
and is responsible
You
for
intentionally
putting
lay on my
northeastern
keyboard.
Pennsylvania on the map as a major manufacturing hub. That is, of course, anthracite.
You literally just went face first into
Man,
it.
I'm actually kind of glad I'm using a shotgun mic because the train whistle in the back could not be more perfectly timed. The god tier coal known as anthracite is between 85 and 97% pure carbon, and it is one of the most energy-rich raw materials we have ever discovered on our planet. However, it is incredibly rare, making up only 1% of the coal mined in the entirety of the United States of America. 100% of the anthracite coal mined in the United States in 2022 came from right here in northeastern Pennsylvania, being the largest and almost only anthracite coal field in the United States and one of the largest in the entire world. It's shiny, brittle, and can burn at temperatures exceeding 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So why is it that not all coal is created equal? What is the magic ingredient that turns bituminous coal into the god-tier anthracite coal? Well, just like pretty much every geologic process, it is a lucky combination of heat and pressure. If you look at this region of Pennsylvania from the air, you can see that the land almost looks folded. This is called the Valley and Ridge province of the Appalachian Mountains. It is a series of anticlines and synclines, geologic terms for folds in the Earth's crust. Over time, the different stones that these folds are made out of have weathered, creating these unusual cross-sections of the enormous folds created by the collision of the African continent and the North American continent. This mountain-building event was known as the Alleghanian orogeny, and occurred between 320 and 250 million years ago. This tectonic collision provided the necessary pressure to turn this peat into coal. But here in northeastern Pennsylvania, the pressure was just a little bit harder, and had the added ingredient of the regions nearby carrying volcanic activity. This added an immense amount of heat welling up from the Earth's core into the mix of the already massive collision of continents. Because of this, the conditions on this part of the Earth's surface were just right to transform the colossal peat bogs from the Carboniferous forests into the dense, black, energy-rich anthracite coal. Now, the reason that I'm here in Tamaqua today is because Tamaqua is still home to an immense amount of coal mining. Coal was noted by colonizers in these mountains as early as the 1690s, but it wouldn't be until the early to mid-1800s that the resource was being fully exploited. And the anthracite coal from northeastern Pennsylvania literally changed the world. As the budding United States entered the Industrial Revolution, it was the coal from the very mountains that I sit on right now that fueled the fires. They powered factories, built railroads, and won the Civil War. The job opportunities that this massive deposit of anthracite coal created, both in mining and manufacturing, saw a massive influx of immigrants into the United States, including my ancestors who emigrated to the United States from Italy in the early 1900s. They, like many other immigrant families, worked in the anthracite coal mines, backbreaking labor done in pursuit of the American dream. The overgrown coal tailing pile behind me is a relic of this era, a time when northeastern Pennsylvania became the generator for the blossoming United States, allowing it to become the economic and industrial hub that powered it through the Industrial Revolution. Today, much of the anthracite coal in northeastern Pennsylvania has been vastly depleted, with events like the Knox mine disaster bringing
this is
an
a
end to
freaking
an
finger.
era,
I'm
with
fucking
small
stupid.
pockets still mined, but humanity has begun to transition away from it as a resource in
Pinky.
hopes of finding things that are more environmentally friendly and less destructive. But all of that is to say that we have one major thing to thank
I
for
almost
our rise
freaking-
to a global superpower, and that is ancient primordial swamps that existed 330 million years ago. Well, that's all I have to say, and there's a pickup game starting over here. So thank you, Lindsay, for having me on. Again, my name is Milo Rossi. Feel free to check out my channel at Mini Minuteman on YouTube, or you can type in Milo Rossi, you'll find me. Thanks again, Lindsay, and keep doing what you're doing. See you guys later.
So as you would probably guess from a process that was altering the environment to an atmospheric level, shit was not gonna end well. While this period didn't end with a major extinction, there was a minor one near the end of this time. It's called the Carboniferous Rainforest Collapse, and it happened about 305 million years ago. The gradual shift to cooler and drier climates meant that species had to adapt, otherwise they were gonna get booted. This might have been due to the higher oxygen concentrations kind of having a reverse greenhouse effect, but I'm gonna be honest, dude, the sources that I found for this collapse were kind of hard for me to get a good grasp on for some reason. Also, the formation of Pangea meant that all those coastal ecosystems at the merging points got squished out of existence, which I don't think is necessarily linked to the Carboniferous rainforest collapse, but that definitely happened and is worth mentioning. Long story short, the shifting climate led to the need for species to come equipped with new adaptations. But the end of the next period was going to be the biggest test of all time. If you like this video, be sure to subscribe so you don't miss my next video on a heinous deep sea creature. Right after, another quiz. Quiz 4. Got to quiz 4. So study for that. Get prepared for that. It's the last 10 videos. Check out my Patreon for behind the scenes updates and our Discord server. Download the Ants Underground Kingdom and use code ANTS2024 to receive a luxury gift pack to help you develop your Ant Kingdom. And a huge thanks to Milo for coming on for this video. And for now, stay curious. The world has a lot for us to learn. See ya! That's right, we've got some fucking plant seeds. Fuck, seed plants. Okay, let me do that again. Alright, before we get into the video, say hello to my new favorite shirt. Probably my favorite band of all time, in the top 2. It's In This Moment and As Tall As Lions. And last night I saw In This Moment live, and it was sick. And I got this shirt, and you're gonna be seeing a lot of it. So, get used to it. I had to make sure I didn't scream too loud last night, because I knew I was filming this video today. And it's gonna be a long one, so buckle up. About 300 million years ago, the world was ramping up for its final bow to the Paleozoic era. It was the start of the Permian period, which lasted from 299 to 252 million years ago. Sharks and their relatives were equipped with some insane weaponry. The synapsids, i.e. our ancestors, and sauropsids, the ancestors to birds and reptiles, were starting a tug of war that has gone on to this day. But all of this would end in a devastation that would take the world into the age of the dinosaurs. Today, I'll be giving you the rundown and introduce you to some strange creatures you might have never heard of. My name is Lindsay Nicole, and this is the history of life on Earth that we know of. Let's get the global conditions out of the way. First off, we are finally, fully, at the full time of supercontinent Pangea. Remember, throughout the Carboniferous, the global climate was going from warm and humid to cool and dry. So the Permian was just, boom, dry to an approximation. Because of Pangea, we had one massive ocean and one massive slab of land that stretched all the way from the north to the South Pole. So everything in the middle of that slab of land was dry as fuck. I can't even imagine what the equator was like. One of the great things about water is that it tends to have a moderating effect on nearby land. And the interior of Pangea didn't have that, so shit was fluctuating like nobody's business in the seasonal sense. But luckily, plants were still doing their thing. As far as we know, land plants throughout the Permian were just starting to look more and more like plants today. Lepidodendron and Sigillaria were still around from the Carboniferous, but their 15 minutes of fame was over. The gymnosperms, i.e. the seed plant, were really cooking, and for good reason. Seeds are really resistant to environmental stressors and have nutrients for the plant embryo. So you can kind of think of them as the plant version of the amniotic egg that some vertebrates became equipped with last time. But seeds came first, probably sometime in the Devonian like I mentioned, and I would argue are even better than amniotic eggs, clearly more durable. I tried to quickly take an egg out of the refrigerator the other day for one of my recipes, and squeezed it a little bit too hard and it cracked in the egg carton. So 1 point for seeds. So anyway, by the Permian, gymnosperms were the dominant land plants that we know of. Some notable species from the time were Glossopteris, arguably the most famous plant of the Permian, Walkia, Peltospermoles, just some classic mega ancient plant material. I know this next section usually comes later in the videos, but I just want to get it out of the way now. The trilobites. They're still around.
Why are we still here?
Looking pretty much identical to what they looked like in the Permian. Over 200 million years of this, the queens of consistency. Like I had mentioned last time, they were slowly becoming less and less relevant. The couple of mass extinctions they had survived had taken a toll on it, and they weren't what they used to be, but they were still here. I'm not saying something considering all the shit they went through. Now that we've reached the end of the Paleozoic era, there's a big shift in what the fossil record deems the icons of this period. In the Cambrian, we had a shit ton of invertebrates. Weird ones. Same with the Ordovician and the Silurian, sea scorpions, etc. etc. The Devonian did have that big vertebrate transition to land, but there was also still shit like Mimetaster, or as many of you called it, Mind Taster. Which one is correct? I don't know, doesn't really matter. And also shit like Gigolopterus. And then obviously the Carboniferous speaks for itself. But from now on, the vertebrates are the stars of the show. It is now the mega bone zone.
Read my lips, it's a bone zone!
That's not to say that invertebrates are certainly not interesting. The fossil record just doesn't like them. Fossil record likes bones. Big, thick bones. Who knows how many insane invertebrate species we've just lost to the rocks. I mean, think of Deep Staria, dude. That jellyfish alive today. There's no way there's gonna be fossils of them 100 million years from now. Maybe of their resident isopod, but I digress. That's all to say that this video and the rest of the videos in this series are about to get heavily tetrapod. So, let's start off with the ones that are still attached to the water.
Ironic.
Allow me to introduce you to Eriops, a big-headed amphibian that lived in lowland pond, stream, and floodland habitats. They got to about 6 to 10 feet long and weighed up to 450 pounds, and had a pretty ossified, i.e. rigid, skeleton to support their massive body while they moved around on land. Fossil evidence suggests they still had their lateral line, that fish thing for movement in the water. So they probably hung out on land and then went dining in the rivers and swamps for delicious fish and other amphibians. They also had a mouth that was seemingly very suited for crushing, so their diet might have had some shelled creatures in the mix as well. Another amphibious icon of the Permian is Prionosuchus, which is quite gharial crocodile-like in form. Most specimens found have been 6 to 8 feet long, which is pretty intense, but the largest fragmented specimen ever found suggests a max length of 18 feet long, which is just horrific. Well, actually, some of the largest crocodiles alive today are about that length, so I guess it's just neutral by today's standards. Or, I guess if you didn't know crocodiles could get that big, then you got 2 horrific things for the price of 1. I don't know. Let me know. Unlike Eriops, who seem to have spent their time kind of 50-50 between land and water, Prionosuchus was definitely in water. Hydrophilic, if you will. Based on the lack of powerful limbs, they likely swam like crocodiles today, using their long, powerful tails to propel them through the water, while the limbs were more for steering and stability. Given their max size, they were potentially apex predators of the waterways, snatching up fish and other amphibians like nobody's business, which would have sucked for fish and other amphibians. The last amphibian in the Permian lineup was actually discovered just in time for this video. Kermitops, named after Kermit the Frog. Great timing if you ask me. Despite being named after the beloved frog, Kermitops was not a frog. Frogs did not exist yet, that we know of. Not until the next period. They were more of a salamander, but we don't really have any famous salamanders they could have named it after, so boom. Kermit the Frog. They were very small. Their skull is 3 centimeters long by 2 centimeters wide. And that's really all the information I have for you because they were literally described like yesterday, so that's all for now. Alright, moving on to the amniotes, specifically the synapsids and the sauropsids. Remember last time I mentioned sauropsid lineage gave rise to birds and reptiles, and the synapsid lineage eventually gave rise to mammals. They were each getting their footing in the Carboniferous, kind of looked the same physically. You can kind of think of it as they were figuring their shit out together. Couldn't really tell them apart from each other, aside from the temporal fenestra. By the time the Permian came around, they were ready to brawl. They figured out how to establish themselves, and were becoming more and more different, diverging further and further away from their humble beginnings. This was the start to a kind of tug of war between the synapsids and sauropsids that continues to this day. Who's the top dog? Who's the underdog? Let's start with the sauropsids. I'm not going to tell you which is which yet. I'm going to introduce you to some of the key players of each so you can guess, and then I'll tell you. Ancestors to dinosaurs, birds, and other reptiles. Looked like lizards in their humble beginnings. So, let's see what they're up to now. One of the larger groups in the Permian were the Pariasaurs, who, despite their name, were actually more of the jocks of this period. Massive, plant-eating creatures that had these huge bony knobs and spikes all over their body, had their own built-in armor. They were just absolute tanks. Unlike most other reptiles of the time, they actually held their legs underneath their bodies rather than sprawled out. The classic reptilian stance is definitely sprawled out, like they just got caught being up to no good. Pariasaurs were not into this. Too heavy. Needed more support. Arguably the most well-known Pariasaur is Scutosaurus, named after, you guessed it, the scoots all over their heads. Remember scoots from, was that the Cool Fossils video? I think it was the Cool Fossils video. Scoots, a heavily built animal indeed, with some individuals estimated to have gotten over 2,200 pounds, which is about the weight of a Ford Fiesta. The Permian also saw the first aquatic reptiles that we know of, that weren't actually true sauropsids, but were on the sauropsid side of the split, if that makes sense. The mesosaurs, not to be confused with mosasaurs who came later.
I hope it doesn't come back and bite me in the ash.
The mesosaurs were much more chill, and their proportions just didn't really make sense. They had long, thin skulls, long necks, huge, webbed hind legs, banana-shaped ribs, and a massive, laterally flat tail to swim around. They also had these pretty gnarly, needle-like teeth that scientists can't really compare to any animals alive today. Kind of like a dolphin, kind of like a gharial crocodile again.
Alright, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Why are you looking at me like that? If we're to be perfectly honest, freaking even this tail is too short. It's also a bit too wide. Like for the upper fluke for it.
But not really. So what exactly their diet might have been is not immediately clear. But researchers in Germany decided to get to the bottom of this in 2022. They examined 270 mosasaur specimens. Not to be confused with mosasaurs who came later. All of 70 mosasaur specimens.
Where the fuck is my pen? Trying to get run over and ruin my ability to do anything, apparently.
Not to be confused with mosasaurs who came later. All of different sizes and slightly different morphologies, and found in different areas that indicate different types of prehistoric habitats. The different habitats could have suggested different species, which previous studies suggested. But the results of this 2022 paper suggest the different size and habitats suggest different ages, different stages of life. That juvenile mosasaurs, mesosaurs. I hope I didn't say that at any other point. I did! Whoops.
Oh no! Anyway.
The juvenile mesosaurs spent their time near the coast as active predators, and then adults went further out into the open ocean with a more filter-feeding lifestyle. Whatever the case, that didn't last very long that we know of. Fossil evidence suggests they were only around during the early Permian, so an unfortunate evolutionary dead end. Alright, so the Sauropsid team had big guys, aquatic guys, and also flying guys. Well, gliding, but in the air nonetheless.
This isn't flying, this is falling with style.
Coelurosauravus, absolutely darling. They had these elongated rod-like bones along the sides of their body that supported a wing-like membrane, allowing them to glide from tree to tree, kind of like a flying squirrel or a sugar glider, whichever you prefer. They also had sharp, curved claws for gripping bark, so they could climb up trees, like coconut crabs today. Gliding as an adaptation just makes sense. Forests were getting more and more dense, and the trees were getting a bit crowded, not necessarily the place you would go to avoid becoming a snack. If the predator can climb too, you're screwed. So boom, glide away. Easy peasy. Before we move on to the next group, I want to tell you about today's sponsor, Delete Me. Raise your hand if you like when your personal information is protected. Now raise your hand if you don't like when your personal information is or remove your has a get started species. We know diversity was. Thank you, Delete Me, for sponsoring this video. Now, on to the synapsids, whose diversity was absolutely nuts during this time. Some were small, insectivorous species, while others were large, apex predators, and some of the largest terrestrial vertebrates of the period that we know of. Let's start off with the most well-known synapsid of the time, Dimetrodon. You've probably heard of them before. They get grouped in with dinosaurs pretty frequently because of their appearance. I'm gonna guess it's a mix-up with Stegosaurus, but they were not the same as Stegosaurus. Not even close. Dimetrodon is iconic on its own. They've been featured in the Jurassic World TV show, probably Land Before Time, best show ever. They're also in those little toy sets they used to sell at Michael's. I specifically remember that. Any dinosaur franchise shit, I'm willing to bet Dimetrodon is in it at some point in time. But again, they don't belong there because they were Permian synapsids. They were like your great
3 weeks later.
Great-grandfather's cousin, and they were totally and completely badass. They could get to over 12 feet long and had this massive sail on their back that seems to have been used for thermoregulation, i.e. maintaining a certain internal body temperature. Blood pumped into the sail could have been warmed up in the sun or cooled down in a nice breeze. And that sail makes for some of the sickest fossils I've ever seen in my entire life. Mark my words, I will be getting that skeleton tattooed on me. Get me that skeleton! Sorry, Mom. I'm not done. Before we get to the next synapsids, I have to address, you might be thinking, wait, what the fuck? When did thermoregulation become a thing? Or you might be like, what the fuck is thermoregulation? So you know, some people refer to animals as warm-blooded and cold-blooded, like cats are warm-blooded and snakes are cold-blooded. Hold on. Odie! Alright, never mind. I was gonna grab a cat. Whatever. So cats are called warm-blooded because they produce and maintain their own internal body temperature. They are endotherms. Heat inside. Snakes are called cold-blooded because their body temperature depends on the environment. When it's colder, they are colder. When it's hotter, they are hotter. They are ectotherms. Heat outside. That's why Tino needs a heating pad. Ectotherms are the default, as you would probably guess. Invertebrates, fishes, amphibians, and reptiles are all ectotherms. Almost said endotherms. ectotherms. Endothermic groups only evolved twice, that we know of. Birds and mammals, with a few random exceptions, of course, because nature never gives shit to you straight. When exactly endothermy evolved in the ancestors to mammals and birds, i.e. synapsids and sauropsids, is still a bit of a mystery. For the synapsids specifically, it's thought the roots are somewhere in the Permian, so the ideas of the function of Dimetrodon sail have that in mind. But obviously, warm-bloodedness does not really fossilize. It's honestly a fucking mess. There's like different estimates using different indicators. The how and why of endothermy evolved is really interesting, and honestly something I would love to make a video about, but it is way too complicated for today. So, let me know if that's something you would like to see in the future. Alright, moving on to the next synapsid in our lineup, the one and only Catillorhynchus. Calling them tanks would be an understatement. They're estimated to have gotten to about 20 feet long, so about the size of a large Chevy Silverado. You might be thinking these reconstructions do not look correct. Their proportions can't possibly be right, especially looking at something like this lovely silhouette. Well, this is their skeleton. As you can see, their ribcage looks like it's part of a tunnel system. They were just built like that. Barrel-shaped bodies and small heads. That was their thing. And leaf-shaped teeth to chew on high-fiber plant material, which was then digested quite efficiently in the barrel. Just so you know, we have barely gotten started with synapsids, because during the Permian, a new group of them arose that would eventually give rise to the mammals, the therapsids. I know, sounds almost exactly like synapsids, but therapsids, a new group within synapsids. And now we are jumping into them, starting off with the top of the food chain. Let's play a little game. What do you get when you mix a pit bull and a snake and a saber-toothed cat? Get a thought in your head? You get this. A gorgonopsid, saber-toothed, predatory, therapsids. Yeah, we are not fucking around anymore. They're considered the dominant predators of the Permian that we know of, and included species like the classic Gorgonops, Innostrancevia, Rubigia, and Soroctonus. Badass names if you ask me. Gorgonopsids were juiced the fuck up. They used their saber teeth to deliver slashing bites to their prey and intimidate their competitors. Damaged and healed skulls suggest that Gorgonopsids also bit each other's faces. They engaged in face fighting with each other. Absolutely horrific. Alright, for this next one, I want you to take a Gorgonopsid, picture it in your head, and then run it through the wash. Now it's disfigured, grotesque. It probably looks something like Ankylosaurus, one of the largest Permian predators that we know of that could get to 20 feet long. They had massive heads with bone-crushing teeth and surprisingly heavy bones, which led scientists to believe they must have been scavengers, maybe ambush hunters on a good day. So heavy that some scientists entertained the idea that they might have been semi-aquatic. But a study done in 2021 changed everything. Using X-ray imaging to digitally reconstruct its skull, scientists discovered that the brain and balance organs of Ankylosaurus were specifically adapted for agile hunting. So, the thought of this rhino-sized beast capable of active hunting is absolutely heinous, if you ask me. And also, this is what Frenchies look like to me. No offense. They're cute, but they are absolutely built like this. I'm warning you. Keep breeding them, you're gonna have a teacup version of this. Alright, this next one. If you're a fan of Pokemon, you're gonna love it. Bulbasaurus. Kind of named after Bulbasaur. Kind of. The scientists who named it in 2017 said it was technically named for their bulbous-shaped nasal boss. That kind of bony, extra lump on their snout. Bulbous. So Bulbasaurus. But they also did admit that the name wasn't entirely coincidental. I don't know why they had to be so coy, but whatever. Bulbasaurus was like a turtle and a pig mixed together, but was of course not either of those things. They had a sharp beak to cut through plant material, and that's about it. Just cute as fuck. Alright, the next one I'm gonna have to start off by giving you some context before I show you any reconstructions. They've been a bit controversial in the paleo art community. It's called Esteminosuchus. Esteminosuchus! And as you can see, it has a pretty gnarly skull. Looks like a Halloween mask, to be honest. It's real ghoulish. They had multiple sets of horns projecting off of different parts of their skull, which earned them their name, the crowned crocodile. Not crocodiles though, obviously. This, combined with the rest of their body, made them about 10 feet long. Since they were discovered in 1960, paleo artists have tried to come up with ideas of what they would have looked like in life, with the ghoulish skull in mind. Let me show you some of my favorites. This is outrageous. Here's another one. And this one just looks like it's up to no good. There's this concept that's talked about a lot when it comes to reconstructing extinct animals, called shrink wrapping. You might have seen this go around Twitter a while ago, or wherever you protecting extinct animals, called shrink wrapping. You might have seen this go around Twitter a while ago, or wherever you peruse the internet. It's a good visual example of this. It's essentially the idea that a lot more goes into the physical appearance of an animal than just their skeletal features. Soft tissues, which are only seen as impressions in some of the most well-preserved fossils in the world, which are obviously very rare. Here's an example of what reconstructing an elephant, zebra, and rhino would look like without taking soft tissues into account. Yeah. Heinous. That's not to say that all reconstructions of anything ever are wrong or don't take soft tissues into account. They've definitely gotten better with time. It's really just about keeping it in mind. Are Astemanasuchus reconstructions the way they are because of shrink wrapping? Some of them for sure, but there are definitely some that seem more practical. Astemanasuchus! That's enough of that one. So we've talked about some synapsids. We've talked about the members of a group that arose out of synapsids, the therapsids. And there's one specific group of therapsids that you should hold near and dear to your heart. The cynodonts. Our great
1 eternity later.
great grandpa, which means yes, we are also cynodonts, and also technically therapsids, and also technically synapsids. We wear a lot of hats. Let me do a little quick visual. I still have the whiteboard. Hold on one second. This is like the crab video all over again. We've got the larger group, synapsids. Inside of that,
To imply that I'm
therapsids.
drawing
Inside of
is
that, we've
probably
got
not
cynodonts.
accurate right now.
Inside of that, we've got mammals. And inside of that, we have us. Necessary? Probably not. That wasn't necessary at all.
Welcome back, though.
Whatever. Cynodonts were a step further in the long line of mammalian evolution, which of course they were unaware of at the time, but you know what the fuck I'm talking about. They had a set of more mammal-like characteristics that live on in us today, like differentiated teeth, incisors for cutting, canines for piercing, and cheek teeth for grinding. The word cynodont means dog teeth, teeth like a dog. They also had a more mammal-like brain case, the case that encompasses your brain, and my favorite, a secondary palate. There's a good chance you're eating while watching this video, and breathing at the same time. You can thank the cynodonts for that. The development of the secondary palate allowed cynodonts and their descendants to chew and breathe at the same time. Split it up. You know how much it sucks to eat when you have a stuffy nose because you can't breathe? Thank the cynodonts, that's not your everyday reality. Apart from being groundbreaking, the cynodonts were cute as fuck. They came in a variety of sizes, but were generally understood to have hair, and a lot of them were really small, which is just cute. Whether or not they had whiskers is kind of where things get fuzzy. There's some evidence that cynodonts might have had them, but that's still up for debate. Whiskers today are found in marsupials, i.e. Australia, and placental mammals, which is everything that you think of as a mammal, the classic mammal. The whiskers are lacking in monotremes, which are egg-laying mammals, like the platypus and the echidna. Let me draw a little diagram. Okay, so mammals. Whoops. So marsupials and placental mammals are more closely related to each other than monotremes. Both of these two groups have whiskers. So it seems as though whiskers must have evolved within the common ancestor
yippee.
of marsupials and placental mammals. That common ancestor was alive in the late Jurassic period. But some papers have noted the presence of whisker pits in Permian age cynodonts, arguing they did have whiskers. So what's the consensus? There's none for now. More research must be done. At this point, you're probably thinking that was a lot of synapsids, lots of diversity. But one thing that the
I realized that I've been
leg up in
freaking-
was aquatic or semi-aquatic lifestyles. Some groups
You
went
know,
back to the
honestly,
water.
at this
Well,
point-
joke's on you, I'm not even done with synapsids yet. And there are some that seem to have displayed semi-aquatic characteristics, possibly, like Perplexosaurus, cute as fuck, like Liliodorhynchus, closely related to Cotylarhynchus, which just makes sense. I wrote many pronunciations on the side of this script, and even one possible cynodont, or Cynosuchus, maybe kind of like a fishing cat. And we're still not even done with the synapsids because I found a couple that kind of qualify as the strange specimens. So let's just keep the ball rolling. Allow me to introduce you to Eucambersia mirabilis, just a fucking mouthful of a name, and potentially the oldest venomous vertebrate ever found. Telling you dude, synapsids were fucking on one during the Permian. I say potentially because the consensus has been reached on a shaky ground. So let me give you the whole rundown. Back in 1931, paleontologist Robert Broom described Eucambersia after discovering its remains in South Africa. He noticed a little depression, or fossa, behind each of its upper canine teeth. Robbie thought they possibly housed salivary glands. A year later, paleontologist
Franz Nopcha von Felsőszilvás.
Let's call him Frank.
That's a bit of a problem.
Frank proposed that the fossa housed venom glands, i.e. spicy salivary glands. People loved this idea, understandably so. That is a badass hypothesis. So people kind of just went with it without looking into it very much. A few decades later, another scientist said Eucambersia had deeply grooved teeth, deeply grooved canine teeth, which could have allowed it to deliver that venomous bite. But turned out that was wrong. He likely misinterpreted earlier drawings. But this misinformation was like the highway to hell for the scientific community. They were going for it, and they seemingly had evidence to do so. Fast forward to 2022. What do we have now? More developed technology. So what are we going to do with it? Micro CT scan some shit. Based on the scans, researchers determined that the fossae were either used for venom, which mixed with saliva and envenomated their prey as they bit, or the fossil were used for sensory organs. The venom hypothesis seems more likely, and somehow, after all the back and forth and the misinterpretation, seems the most likely reason to this day. Would I call it a consensus? Probably not. But if true, Eucambrosia would represent the oldest venomous vertebrate ever found, which is pretty sick. I know you're probably getting tired of synapsids at this point, and honestly so am I. I just have one more to introduce you to before we get to the next group of strange specimens on this lineup. Siminia, also known as the Permian primates, because they seem to have lived their life in the trees. Their bodies were about 20 inches long. They had a long, slender tail that was about 120% of their body length. They also had very large fingers and huge hands compared to their arms, with claw-like bones at the end of each finger. They even had their first digit set off at an angle, so kind of like an opposable thumb. Pretty cool. All right. That's it with the synapsids. I know that was a lot. I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't expecting it to go on for that long, but I kept running into species that I felt like I just had to include. And then there were a couple times that I thought I found another sauropsid, but it turned out to be a synapsid, like Bulbasaurus. But what are you gonna do?
You have no power here.
So, who was ahead in this tug of war during this period? I think it's safe to say that what I presented suggests that synapsids ran shit during this time. They were the dominant group. Did I maybe favor synapsids too much and not make it an even fight by human error? Probably. I like synapsids more. I'm not afraid to say it. I like our lineage more. And there's definitely something to be said about the fragile nature of the fossil record. It favors big, thick-boned animals, not tiny lizard-like creatures. One paper published a few years ago started to address this. The Permian has always been considered the age of the synapsids, but was that really the case? There are plenty of smaller synapsids that have been historically overlooked, and as more and more are discovered, they might end up taking over in terms of overall diversity. It was just a lot of lizard-looking things. They were still very lizard-like in shape. So me personally, I'm cool with it being the age of the synapsids, because they were weird as fuck and also cool. But let me know where you stand. And let's move on to a different group. The next strange specimen is another one of the most well-known animals from the Permian. We've actually talked about them before on this channel. So I wanted to bring on my good friend Christian, also known as Shark Bites, to give his own twist on this introduction. He's a marine biologist and shark scientist, and is the guy to turn to for everything sharks and shark relatives. If you've never seen his content, you're gonna love him. So I'm gonna turn it over to him now to introduce you to the last two strange specimens on this lineup.
Hi Lindsay, thanks for having me on the channel, and thanks for giving me the task of talking to you guys through some messed up Permian sharks. I'll admit my speciality revolves around living sharks, but you gotta love the extinct ones because they are downright odd. First then, I'm going to introduce you to the slippery eel-looking shark, Orthocanthus. Orthocanthus was a 3-meter long extinct shark-like xenocanthid that likely lived in freshwater swamp habitats throughout the Carboniferous and into the Permian period, which was somewhere around 250 to 300 million years ago. Its name literally translates to straight spine, pretty aptly named for that fat-off spine on its head. Based on where paleontologists were finding fossils of this guy, i.e. North America and Europe, we know that it was probably an apex predator in the oily, swampy habitats of the northern hemisphere. Just looking at it, it's like a combination of frilled sharks, spiny dogfish, and bull sharks from today's oceans, which is a lethal combo. There has been some debate as to whether it was an obligate freshwater species, meaning it could only live in freshwater, or whether it was a euryhaline species, which means it can tolerate a wide range of salinities, kind of like modern-day bull sharks. But we do know for
Fingers
sure
crossed.
it spent at least some, if not all of its time in freshwater. From fossilized stomach contents, we can see that Orthocanthus likely preyed on amphibians and other fish species, including this little guy, Triadus. Triadus, which was another xenocanth shark, looked pretty similar to Orthocanthus, especially with that dorsal spine. And it turns out that Triadus and Orthocanthus likely had a predator-prey dynamic with each other, with Orthocanthus almost undoubtedly feeding on Triadus. We know this because Orthocanthus fossils have been found with the dorsal spines of Triadus lodged in their faces. Ouch. This is very similar to the modern day sharks that have predator-prey relationships with stingrays, like hammerhead sharks, who just mess with the wrong stingray and got a barb to the face for their troubles. But that's not all Orthocanthus fed on. Oh no. In tough times, this prehistoric sicko likely fed on its own offspring. Yep, that's right. Every now and again, Orthocanthus ate its own babies. Professor Mike Benton, along with his co-authors in 2016, analysed the contents of Orthocanthus coprolites, aka fossil poo. They knew that it was the poo of Orthocanthus because they had a funky shaped corkscrew rectum, which meant their poo came out spiral shaped, so it's relatively easily identifiable. And within those coprolites, they found a shitload of juvenile Orthocanthus teeth, confirming that they probably ate their own offspring. That's known as filial cannibalism, by the way, for those of you out there that for some reason were wondering what the definition was. The scientists aren't 100% certain on why they did it, but because freshwater swamps were being colonized by loads of freshwater fish, at points in time, resources in those areas might have become scarce, and Orthocanthus just adopted a mama gotta eat strategy. Grim. Now, I just mentioned to you guys about Orthocanthus poo being spiral shaped, and that kind of nicely brings us on to this weird looking dude. Helicoprion, the buzzsaw shark. You know it, you love it. It's got to be probably one of the goofiest looking prehistoric shark species there was. On the technicality, we can't really refer to this guy as a shark because it was a member of the holocephalans. These are your ratfish. No, not like that. More like this. So Helicoprion was a distant relative of these cute little guys who hang out in the deep sea today. As we've heard in one of Lindsay's previous videos, Karpinski, known for his paleontology skills and strong goatee game, was the guy who discovered the first Helicoprion fossil. But because all sharks and their relatives, including the holocephalans, have cartilaginous skeletons, the only bit that was fossilized was these spiral teeth, and scientists at the time really had no idea where it was supposed to be on Helicoprion's body. So in true earlier 20th century fashion, we got some great scientific speculation. Take a look at this handy gallery of Helicoprion drawings and where they thought that spiral might be on the body. So we've got it on the back and on the dorsal fin. We've got it coiling up and out of the snout like some kind of lethal spiky fruit roll up. It coils up and it coils down. This one here looks like he's about to celebrate New Year's Eve with a party blowout. We've got another one that looks suspiciously like a basking shark. This guy over here who's just pure hating his life. And then this one, where they just plonked the vortex of doom on the underside of a stingray. Were they high? You can see, though, the majority of them thought it was somewhere near the mouth. Kind of. But in 2013, some pretty clever scientists decided to CT scan the near-perfect fossil from Idaho and definitively proved that the saw was in the mouth, and specifically, it was in the lower jaw. And it was this discovery that really helped them figure out how Helicoprion used that impressive tooth spiral. If you were reading the scientific literature about Helicoprion, you'd be met with paragraphs of death like this one, which uses words like palatine ramus and ethmoid process. Instead, you guys are going to get the shark bites explanation. Contrary to their buzzsaw namesake, Helicoprion's tooth spiral didn't spin around in their mouths, chopping up everything in its path like a bad accident in a workshop. It was actually fixed in place, apart from when it was growing. J.B. Ramsey in 2015 suggested that because the spiral was shaped how it was, it couldn't feed on hard prey because hard prey would just slip out of the jaws. Try and cut a walnut with a pair of scissors and you'll get what I mean. So because of this, they'd feed on soft prey items like squid because they'd easily be captured and trapped by the tooth spiral. But it was also suggested that they fed on ammonites. Ammonites had hard shells though, so how did they eat them? Well, the Helicoprion would approach its ammonite prey with its mouth open wide. The soft body of the ammonite would be impaled on the tooth spiral, and as the jaw closed, those teeth would pull the soft body into the mouth and down the oral cavity, while the upper jaw would simultaneously close and push away the hard shell. Helicoprion would literally teeth slurp those ammonites out of their shells. That is grim. To help me demonstrate this motion, I've got a handy cutout of a Helicoprion head and jaw. And if you're asking whether I spent an hour making this on a Monday afternoon, you are absolutely correct. So you can see as the Helicoprion clamped down on its prey species, i.e. ammonites, which let's say are my head, how the teeth on the lower jaw could grasp the soft part of that prey species, pulling it further into the mouth, where the upper jaw and the head would push away any hard shells. Right, okay, that's enough demonstrating with that thing. I think I just wanted an arts and craft afternoon, really. So ammonites and Helicoprion were likely locked in this teeth-slurping predator-prey dynamic for a long, long time, as both of them somehow managed to survive the Permian mass extinction event, which wiped out the best part of 90% of all marine animals. But I'll leave that to the pro. Back to you, Lindsay.
So we've talked about many Permian creatures of different sizes, different lifestyles, some of the lesser known, and some of the icons. I haven't told you yet about the most iconic aspect of the Permian, the way it ended. Despite being the second most well-known mass extinction, obviously after the dinosaurs, the end Permian extinction event is known as the #1 most devastating of the Big Five mass extinctions. So much so, it has earned the nickname the Great Dying. It wiped out the vast majority of life on Earth, with the extinction of something around 90% of all species and up to 96% of life in the oceans. 96%. 100%, dude. This is seen in the fossil record as a drastic loss in representative species from the boundary of the Permian to the Triassic. The sea scorpions, completely wiped out. The spiny sharks, the acanthodians, wiped out. The trilobites, completely wiped out. We're done with them. The Great Dying was not fucking around. With a catastrophe of these proportions, as you would probably guess, there are plenty of hypotheses as to why this happened. What could have caused something like this? I'll break down a few of them that have evidence. The first, an asteroid impact. Of course, the idea of an asteroid has to be thrown into the mix. Geologist Gregory Redelec found quartz crystals with microscopic fractures in rocks from Australia and Antarctica that line up perfectly with the Permian-Triassic boundary. He said that pressure greater than a nuclear bomb would have been needed to create that type of quartz, and that could have only been from an asteroid. If true, the asteroid would have released massive amounts of toxic gases, blocking out the sun and causing temperature drops, acid rain, and darkness, and life doesn't like any of those things. Another theory points to a lack of oxygen in the deep ocean. English geologists Paul Wignall and Richard Twitchett found evidence of ocean anoxia in rocks that formed in shallow waters during this time. They suggested that a lack of ocean currents, possibly due to an absence of ice caps, could have allowed anoxic water to build up, spread, killing off marine life. So, maybe a component. But the most widely accepted theory is volcanoes, and there is plenty of evidence for this in Siberia. The Siberian Traps are a massive area of lava flows that cover like 1 million square miles and date to the end of the Permian. Apparently, the amount of lava produced would have been enough to cover the entire planet in 20 feet of it. That's a lot of lava if you ask me. But it wasn't just the lava that caused problems, it was the volcanic gases that were released at the same time. These gases would have led to the acid rain, the blocking out the sun with sulfate molecules, which would in turn cool the earth. I know it probably seems like lava would make shit hotter overall, but no sun equals cold, and sun beats lava. This would have led to glaciers at the poles, which would have obviously sucked up ocean water, leading to lower sea levels, leading to the destruction of shallow water ecosystems. Pair that with the carbon dioxide from the volcanoes and organic matter being broken down, and boom, you've got a greenhouse effect. And a nasty one at that. Of course, it was probably a few of these scenarios that got served as a combo that led to the mass extinction. The perfect storm to cause the biggest catastrophe the world has ever seen, that we know of. But life still managed to find a way out of it. Obviously, we're here talking about it, and we're not even halfway through the series. This was probably the closest to the end of the world animals ever saw, but it was still not the end of the world. Every species alive today can be traced to an ancestor that made it out of the Great Dying, which is pretty crazy when you think about it. The world is unbelievably diverse. Millions and millions of species, and that's all because of the few that survived. And that brings me to the last species on our lineup that I want to introduce you to. I know, this late in the video is a bit jarring, a bit unsettling, but class is not over yet, so sit down. There's one animal in particular that's often talked about in the context of this extinction, and the fact that it made it out. Lystrosaurus. You guessed it, another synapsid. Closely related to Bulbasaurus, as you would probably guess from the beak, and also very cute. Like doomsday preppers today, they liked burrowing in the ground. Their mix of traits suggests they were built for arid environments, and the presence of closely spaced growth rings in the tusks of South African and Antarctic species suggests they might have been some of the earliest animals to hibernate that we know of. This combination of behaviors and traits ended up being very useful during the mass extinction. They were all over the place, and based on the fossil record in the early Triassic, they were the single most common vertebrate on land. But they were a dead end, as far as we know, because the process of recovery on Earth was not an easy one. It would result in a new wave of nature's trial run that included some of the most bizarre vertebrates the world has ever seen, that I'll be introducing you to in the next episode, the Triassic, so stay tuned for that. The Paleozoic era is over, and I have a little surprise for you next week. I've been working with a team to add some cool components to my videos, and we're going to be doing a little test round of it. Gian and I are putting together a compilation of all the videos so far to be like a Paleozoic era compilation, and the team I've been working with is going to mess around with some of those cool components that I'm talking about. So stay tuned for that. It's going to be a long-ass compilation with new stuff to find. So I hope you're excited. So be sure to subscribe so you watch the history of life on Earth unfold. Check out my Patreon for behind-the-scenes updates and our Discord server. Remove your personal information from the web at joindeleteme.com/Lindsay and use code Lindsay for 20% off Delete Me International planes. And for now, stay curious. The world has a lot for us to learn. See ya! The Cambrian period. If you were to travel back in time to 500 million years ago, the world would look completely alien to what you know now. Grass and trees didn't exist yet, even animals on land. And the ones in the water took shapes that seem so vastly different from the ones alive today. This bizarro world is known to us as the Cambrian period, which lasted from 542 to 488 million years ago. The start of the Cambrian was marked with an explosion of animal diversity that still perplexes scientists today. During this explosion, most of the major groups of animals appeared for the very first time, at least in the fossil record. This period was Mother Nature's trial run for size, shape, ecosystem structure, and behavior. The world had plenty of empty roles to fill and even invent, so things got weird. I'm going to introduce you to some of these stranger species, explain why the Cambrian explosion happened, and even show you ancestors of some animals alive today. My name is Lindsay Nicole, and this is the history of life on Earth that we know of.
We've already seen this.
You might have noticed that on some of these original video uploads, YouTube left little climate change info cards saying climate change is real, read about it here. On videos about Earth 400 million years ago, whatever tool they used must have picked up on me saying global cooling or whatever and labeled it as misinformation. Luckily, it seems to have fixed itself, and despite being wrongfully grouped into it, it's great that that fact-checking tech exists. That's why I like Ground News, the website and app that helps you Hello, long time no see. How have you been? What's new? Have you seen any cool birds lately? I have. I saw a hummingbird sitting down right outside my window the other day. Never seen that before. They're always in motion when I see them, so that was pretty cool. But what's arguably even cooler is that we have finally arrived at the Triassic period, which lasted from 252 to 201 million years ago. The Paleozoic is over. Now we're in the first phase of the Mesozoic, also known as the age of the dinosaurs. The Triassic is often thought of as just the beginning of that, when the dinosaurs first evolved. But man oh man, was it much more than that, which is why it took me a month to research this video. There is a lot of shit to cover, because the Triassic came immediately after the most devastating mass extinction of all time that we know of. And so this period was a time of recovery and also a time of an explosion of diversity that can only be compared to that of the Cambrian. Yeah, this is nature's acid trip 2.0. So without further ado, my name is Lindsay Nicole, and this is the history of life on Earth that we know of. Let's get the global conditions out of the way. As we know from last time, supercontinent Pangaea is in full swing. And still is, until the very end of this period when it starts to break apart a bit. In the most general sense, generally, the most general form of generally, global climates in the Triassic were relatively warm, with little to no ice at the poles, and went from drier to more humid as time went on and Pangaea started to break apart. Usually at this point, I maybe go more in depth on those points, set you up with some necessary context before we get into life of the Triassic. But this time it's a little bit different because of the mass extinction. We've covered periods that have followed mass extinctions before, i.e. the Silurian following the Ordovician, the Carboniferous after the Devonian. But neither of those were as catastrophic as the mass extinction that came right before the Triassic. You probably remember they call it the Great Dying, for good reason. 90% of all species went extinct and up to 96% in the oceans. Wiped out. This wasn't just gaps in the food web that needed to be reoccupied. This was entire ecosystems, from the bottom to the top, completely obliterated, all over the world. This was a global reset, using the bits and pieces that were left barely hanging on by a thread. A good friend of mine, who you might know as Paleoanalysis, has covered the Triassic on his own channel from a few different angles. He's also working on his own History of the Earth series that I highly recommend checking out. It is sick. So I figured it would be best for him to set up the context for the rest of this period, kind of give you a little preview of what's to come, some cool animals that are to come. I'm super excited to have him on in this video. He's actually the first collaborator I figured out before I even started working on this series. His approach to prehistory is really fun, and in his History of the Earth series in particular, he has these little characters that you watch and follow along with, and you watch them evolve as time goes by. It's just so cool. So if you haven't seen him already, I'm honored to introduce you to him, and I'm going to hand it to him now to set the stage for what's to come in this episode. Steve, take it away.
Thanks for having me, Lindsay. Hi there. I'm Steve from Paleoanalysis. Now, Lindsay's already talked about all the weirdness that has existed on Earth throughout the Paleozoic era already. And out of everything, I would say that probably the Cambrian is the most alien life has appeared. Until now. And if you think about it, the main reason why animal life would branch into so many different bizarre forms in the beginning of complex life that we know of, would be the same driving force behind life in the Triassic turning into things like this and this. And that force is adaptive radiation. Because there were so many vacant niches left by the missing flora and fauna that would eventually be filled by the survivors left to inherit the Earth. The Cambrian is such a big example of this because literally all the niches were
now I gotta figure out what I want to do for outfit.
Organisms. Well, the Permian ended with the biggest extinction event our planet has ever endured. And we see in the Triassic that there are a lot of new groups arising to fill the roles left vacant by this catastrophic event. On land, the Therapsids went from being one of the most dominant groups of vertebrates on the planet to being a shell of what they used to be, with one of the largest ones left being the roughly dog-sized Muscarinus, which was the last of the Theracephalians. Now, the reason why the Synapsids probably went this route, getting smaller, was because the post-Great Dying world was probably far less suited to endothermic mammal-like animals. During the first half of the Triassic, the majority of the land was mostly hot and arid. But as it turns out, this environment happens to work out much better for animals that get a large portion of their energy directly from the sun. And as a result, it is the reptiles that undergo the most adaptive radiation during this time. Now, when we talk about modern reptiles, we normally think of lizards, snakes, turtles, and crocodilians, and the tuatara, but I'm not going to talk about that. Hey, actually, this happens to be the perfect time to talk about that. Lindsay, talk about the tuatara. But during the Triassic, we see the beginnings of different families that don't fit into any classifications that we have today. Things like Tanystropheus and Placotis and Adipodentatus. Now, something that all of these butt babies have in common is that they were all responding to the Triassic environment by heading back to the coast and adapting to be semi-aquatic. Tanystropheus used its long neck and tiny head to feed on schooling fish, and Placotis used its battery of crushing tooth lumps to grind up the shells of invertebrates. And this direct ancestor of South Park's Jackophosor probably was a herbivore, using its wide, flat mouth to feed on algae and aquatic plants. And as bad as the Permian extinction destroyed life on land, it affected the oceans even worse. So it makes sense that there was a lot of creatures moving back into the oceans. And we see a few more that were becoming even more well adapted to this lifestyle, with marine pursuit predators like the Nothosaurs. And for those of you who look at this and say, well, that just looks like a big lizard, to that I say, well, yeah, but its name literally means false lizard, so you're wrong. This is actually a very unique creature. Its interlocking teeth, paddle-like feet, and streamlined muscular body were perfect for catching fish. Oftentimes this animal has actually been compared to the reptile equivalent of seals. And this genus would actually become very successful and diverse, ranging from little guys around 80 centimeters or 2.6 feet long to the biggest Nothosaurus giganteus, which measured up to 7 meters or 23 feet long. This would have been enough to make the Nothosaurs the top predators of the Triassic seas, if it wasn't for one other group beating them to that spot. After 16 million years of the world being hot and dry, that was about to change. Around 234 million years ago, an event known as the Carnian Pluvial Episode would begin, an event that would completely turn the global climate on its head. This lasted around 2 million years, and is really the thing that marked the beginning of what the world would be like for a long time to come. The event is thought to have been triggered by the eruption of large areas of flood
Now we need to
basalt.
figure out an outfit
This pumped
for this
a large
bitch.
amount of CO2 into the atmosphere and triggered global warming, and this led to an unprecedented increase in humidity and rain. Which sounds good, right? Until you think about the fact that life has spent the past 16 million years adapting to the exact opposite. So, many of the animals that evolved in the first half of the Triassic didn't survive this event. And even more would happen at the end of the Triassic. Again, thank you so much to Lindsay for having me on. My name's Steve, this is Tim. Try your best to ignore him.
Hey.
And feel free to check out my channel, Paleoanalysis, where I talk about the history of life on Earth. Have a good one, everybody.
So, like we always do, we're going to go about this video in sections to make way for the main show. Kind of build up the environments, telling you what's going on in those, in order to place the major players properly. So, let's get into it. Starting off with the plates. As you will come to see, time and time again, throughout this entire series, seeds are very resistant to environmental stressors. They have a major leg up over eggs for that reason, like I mentioned before. Eggs suck compared to seeds. So, because of this, seeded plants like seed ferns and conifers were able to make it out, and were able to be present in the form of forests pretty early on into the Triassic, which turned out to be great for animals that were regaining their footing, as you will see in a bit. And as time went on, it was kind of just smooth sailing for them. They formed more and more vast forests, and fossil evidence suggests that some of the trees in these forests could get to about 100 feet tall, which you might be thinking, yawn, we've got redwoods and sequoias, so whatever. But considering this was so soon after the biggest catastrophe the world has ever seen that we know of, it's pretty impressive. Gotta celebrate the small wins too. Wait, I almost forgot. I wanted to show you one of my air plants. I have air plants up here, and I have other ones that are closer to my window, and one of them looks like this now. I think it's happy. It literally looked like these. It was all green, and then one day the leaves started turning red, and I was like, maybe it's because it's summer. Succulents do that too. I don't know anything about plants. But then all of a sudden, these two thick purple things started showing up, like kind of inside of it. I'm gonna be honest, the day I noticed that, I'd had a little bit of cannabis, and seeing those two thick purple things really freaked me out. Thought something was existentially wrong. You know, the whole song and dance. Turns out that it's happy, and it's blooming, and I posted it on my Instagram because I was like, oh, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I've never seen an airplane do this. I guess it's ready to reproduce, and then it's gonna start dying, but some buds might come off of it that will be bigger than this one. So, I'll keep you updated. Later in the Triassic, some of the more primitive plant groups that you might remember from before started to make more of an appearance again. Your horsetails, your club mosses, your liverworts. They were not only recovering, but it seems like they were thriving. Their presence suggests that the climate was becoming more humid, since they like when it is humid. They were definitely smaller than seed plants overall, but that didn't matter to the tiny little guys you might usually think of in the context of plants. They eat it, they find shelter in it. They are so small. Yeah, the insects. They love vegetation of all sizes. They don't discriminate. You know them, they're fucking all over it. Many of the key modern insect groups you might think of really started to establish themselves in the Triassic. A lot of them have origins that are found earlier, but then Triassic came, and boom, they are present. Such as Diptera. You might be familiar with today's flies. Also, Lepidoptera, the modern bisexual symbol. Yeah, moths and butterflies. And also Hymenoptera, today's bees, wasps, and ants. Yes, they are all related to each other. That might have made you kind of uncomfortable for a second. When you think about it a little bit, makes sense. And it's like, okay, now you're back to comfortable. Well, I'm gonna make it uncomfortable again for you. Bees and ants evolved from wasps, which means bees and ants are technically wasps. Yes, heinous, I know. Also, I forgot to mention last time, beetles are a thing now too. They were since the Permian, that we know of, which is insane considering their existence is one of my favorite fun facts. Did you know 25% of all discovered animal species are beetles? One of 4 species we've discovered alive today is a beetle. That's about 350,000 species of just beetles. That's a shit ton of beetles. And if you decide to stick around and subscribe, you're probably gonna hear me say that about a dozen more times, if not indefinitely. Beetles rock. Okay, back to Hymenoptera. I want to talk about the wasps a little bit more, which sucks because I hate saying wasps. Bees and ants weren't a thing yet and wouldn't be for another handful of millions and millions of years. The earliest Hymenopterans were kind of the basic sawfly, just a few millimeters long, ate plants and minded their business. This was the earliest form of the wasp. Pretty cute. But at some point there was a shift to the more sinister style we're more familiar with, and it goes way beyond having a stinger that fucking sucks. It was the shift to parasitoidism. The development of the parasitoid wasp seems to have happened sometime during the Triassic. Parasitoids and parasites are pretty similar, but not the same. I know it sounds like I'm just trying to sound smart, but they are different things. You can kind of get the gist of what a parasitoid is based on what you know about parasites, but they are different things. So I'm gonna make the distinction anyway because it's an important one. So, a parasite, as we are familiar with, is an organism that lives off nutrients obtained from a host, i.e. another organism, and usually causes harm but does not kill the host, because then the host is of no use. Some classic examples would be tapeworms, head lice, ticks, etc. You can kind of think of it as a lifestyle choice. Parasitoids, on the other hand, you can kind of think of as a parenting choice. They only use their host for a specific time in their life cycle, usually as children, and then eventually kill the host. That's the deal. They kill it. That's the whole thing. I'll give you an example. The tarantula hawk. The wasp you might be familiar with from Coyote Peterson's Sting series. The wasp stings a tarantula, paralyzing it. Not killing it, but paralyzing it. Lays eggs on it. The eggs hatch, and the larvae eat the paralyzed tarantula alive, taking nutrients from it and also eventually its life.
Thank you.
That's what parasitoids got going on. Usually parasitoids people talk about are parasitoid wasps, but they can also be things like worms. There's a worm for everything, like the horsehair worms that we talked about in the What the Fuck Is This series. So to summarize, parasites are usually a lifestyle choice and don't kill the host. And parasitoids are usually a parenting choice and do kill the host. And parasitoid wasps seem to have evolved sometime in the Triassic. This became the dominant lifestyle strategy for hymenopterans until bees and ants evolved, and remains the dominant lifestyle strategy for wasps to this day. But luckily, that does not include yellow jackets and hornets. They're not parasitoids, their stings just suck. Another major development that happened for hymenopterans as a whole was the development of the snatched wasp waist. The first and second segments of the abdomen became constricted, which allowed for greater flexibility and maneuverability, and it's thought to have played a huge role in the diversification of wasps as a whole. Alright, let's move on by building up some context in the oceans. Like I had mentioned, they seem to have suffered a slightly more devastating loss than ecosystems on land did. The biggest blow was with the corals. Just to recap, corals are cnidarians, related to jellyfish, sea anemones, etc. One of the oldest animal lineages that we know of, and have generally existed as a kind of backdrop in marine ecosystems, especially the corals. Coral reefs literally define some of the most diverse ecosystems on the planet. It's hard to imagine the oceans without them. So with the major hit to the corals during the Great Dying, coming out of it, there were no reefs. I know, depressing as fuck. Before the mass extinction, there were two main groups of corals, Rugosa and Tabulata. Extinction hit, then boom. No corals in the fossil record for something between 10 to 14 million years. It's what scientists call the coral gap. It's so significant in the context of this recovery that they have a name for it. Then sometime during the Middle Triassic, a more modern group of coral appears in the fossil record seemingly out of nowhere. The scleractinian corals. Where they came from, scientists don't know. They could have evolved from rugose corals that somehow survived the mass extinction, or evolved from some anemone-like ancestor, but their origin remains a mystery due to the elusive coral gap. But remember, this was a time of innovation due to devastation, Croatian, crustacean, cetacean. It was a time of spreading out, rebuilding ecosystems quickly. And so in many groups, the survivors developed new abilities that can be seen in their descendants today, like new predatory strategies, like within gastropods that we know and love today as snails and slugs. Their Triassic relatives developed the ability to drill through the holes of their prey, allowing them to feed on the soft, delicious flesh inside. There were also some new abilities with the malacostricans that we know and love today as crabs, lobsters, shrimp, etc. Some of their ancestors developed the ability to snip through hard skeletons. And what do you know? Many malacostricans today love doing shit like that. What about vertebrates in the water, i.e. fish? I'm gonna be honest, they don't really come up a lot in general Triassic contexts. They're acknowledged very briefly, like, yes, there were fish, but luckily I did manage to find one formidable species to show you. A species that was described pretty recently in 2017 made news because their presence so early in the Triassic was unexpected. Bergeria americana. Sounds like mud. Bergeria americana. One of the earliest marine apex predators following the mass extinction that we know of. This fish was a clear-cut predator. The fossil had 3 rows of sharp, 2-centimeter long teeth in their massive jaws. And scientists have estimated they would have been about 6 feet long, which again, I know, doesn't sound crazy. Some of you are probably 6 feet long. But in terms of like the biggest catastrophe the world has ever seen that we know of, literally just happened. 6 feet for a fish is big. It was shocking. It was unexpected. This discovery suggests that apex predators evolved much earlier than previously thought, or re-evolved. A lot of what we know about Bergeria americana comes from Bergeria cousins.
Stay away from
that
my
were allowed
pizza,
all
you
around the world
goddamn
later
thief.
During the Triassic, they ended up becoming a classic fish in the global seas. So showing up even earlier than expected, more points.
Hey. What did I say about sitting on my keyboard?
And fish, your brain probably goes to sharks. So let me give you a rundown on Triassic sharks. Honestly, it's a shitty update. It's very lackluster. The Triassic is when the more modern ancestors of sharks skate and fish. Your brain probably goes to sharks. So let me give you a rundown on Triassic sharks. Honestly, it's a shitty update. It's very lackluster. The Triassic is when the more modern ancestors of sharks, skates, and rays started replacing the more primitive ones. That's it. And not entirely, immediately, but it just kind of became noticeable here. That's all I really have to tell you. The Triassic fossil record does not really highlight any cool sharks, at least that I know of. Papers kind of just mention them in the most general sense and then move on. So, stay tuned for cool ones in the next episode. Now we're starting to enter the moment you've probably been waiting for. Creatures of the limbed variety. This is where shit starts to get weird, and we're just gonna take it one step at a time. Starting with the amphibians, who were obviously doing great throughout the later parts of the Paleozoic. And as early Triassic communities were rebuilding themselves, the remaining members were still there as some of the dominant players in these new ecosystems, specifically the temnospondyls, which came in a variety of shapes and sizes, and continued to diversify throughout the Triassic. You had your salamander-like builds, you had your crocodile claw-like builds, absolute tanks like Mastodonsaurus, the largest of which had skulls that were 4 feet long. Just the skulls. 4 feet long. There were also, you weird bitches are gonna love these, Plagiosaurs that had heads wider than they were long. I like them a lot, to be honest. They look like they're here for a good time, and that's it. Just flat and ready to fuck shit up. This is also when the ancestors to true frogs appear in the fossil record, also known as stem frogs, like Triodopetrachus, the earliest record of the frog shape. But again, not true frog. True frogs appear for the first time as full-fledged frogs. That is a tongue twister. Full-fledged frogs in the fossil record in the early Jurassic. So with the presence of Triodopetrachus in the Triassic, it's safe to say they evolved sometime in the late Triassic that we know of for now. Who knows? It could always be earlier. So, remember in the Permian, I talked about this kind of tug of war that has been going on between synapsids and sauropsids since they first really established themselves, and has gone on to this day. In the Permian, the synapsids had the upper hand. Their diversity was nuts, and they consisted of some of the largest and most dominant species in terrestrial ecosystems that we know of. Now, knowing what we know about the age of the dinosaurs, specifically from mainstream media, it probably won't surprise you to find out that throughout the Triassic, the sauropsids started to get the upper hand. Both groups experienced big developments in locomotion, growth rates. The average size of both groups was larger in the Triassic than it was in the Permian, but the sauropsids took over nonetheless. That will be very clear by the end of this video. Let's start with the synapsids, the ancestors to mammals. Our story kind of left off on them in the Permian, on Lystrosaurus in particular. They, along with other synapsids, were luckily able to make it out of the mass extinction and paved the way for some developing traits that were moving closer and closer to what we think of as mammals today. Something they were obviously completely unaware of and was irrelevant to their existence. We are also moving closer and closer to a form that will be more familiar to something living 500 million years in the future, or maybe just 10 million, whatever. Evolution isn't directional, shit just happened that way. You know what the fuck I'm talking about. So back in the Permian, synapsids kind of had a mix of different postures, sprawling out, kind of like a lizard, which was the original form, and more upright, kind of more like a dog or a rhino, or any mammal alive today. The upright posture allowed for movement with greater speed and agility, and became the dominant synapsid form in the Triassic. It also seems like fur and whiskers must have developed here, if not earlier. I kind of mentioned potential whisker pits found in a cynodont from the Permian, but it was kind of iffy. The ancestor to the entire mammalian tree was alive in the Triassic, a type of cynodont, remember a specific type of synapsid, until different groups started branching out, like monotremes, which are today's platypuses and echidnas. They branched off sometime in the early Jurassic. They have fur.
Do you fucking mind,
and
dude?
Placental mammals, the true mammals, they have fur too. There's no reason to believe that mammalian fur evolved more than
Oh
once,
my god,
so
what
it's safe to
the
say that
hell
it must have
happened here?
developed sometime in the Triassic, as the common ancestor must have passed it down to the eventual branches. So, a lot of cynodonts in the Triassic are reconstructed with this in mind, resulting in something like this. Diademodon. Kind of looks like a mix between a dog and a wombat. Cute as fuck. Also, I like their name. Diademodon. 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 Sounds like Doug Dimmadome.
My name is Doug Dimmadome, owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome.
Diademodon was alive between the middle to late Triassic period and got to between 3 to 6 feet long. They had robust skulls with large canines and closely packed cheek teeth, which indicates they were probably herbivores or carnivores. Which reminds me, I had something I wanted to say, but I didn't know where to put it, so I guess I'm gonna put it right here. I don't know if your brain works like mine, but when I think back to how I viewed animals as a kid, I guess I kind of thought of plant eaters as like the basic form, and then the meat eaters as the more advanced form, which led to a kind of foundational assumption that meat eaters must have evolved from plant eaters, or herbivores are the original trait and carnivores are the derived trait. Well, that's not really the case at all. And actually, the original trait among tetrapods on land was carnivore, carnivory, and each group had members move to a more herbivorous lifestyle and accumulated traits in order to be able to do that. In the Permian, we saw a few different groups of synapsids do this, like Cotylarhynchus. They ate plants, and lots of them. Sauropsids too, like the Pariasaurs. The vegetarian movement was already up and running, but there was definitely an even greater shift into herbivory following the mass extinction and into the Triassic, across many different groups. But anyway, you're probably wondering what happened to Lystrosaurus after the mass extinction. Well, held on for a while, but eventually went extinct during the early part of the Triassic. Like Steve said, there was a lot of shit going on, a lot against them. So, they were an evolutionary dead end. Sad. But that doesn't mean that some of their other dicynodont relatives all went with them, because by the middle Triassic, there was a dicynodont that was about the size of a modern elephant walking the planet, called Lysavicia, which I kept pronouncing as Lisa-Wecia in my head when I was researching, but it's Lysavicia. I like my pronunciation better, but whatever. It's pronounced that way because the first fossil specimen found of it was in a village called Lysavice in Poland in 2005, and it was massive, about 15 feet long, 8.5 feet tall, and estimated to weigh somewhere between 13 to 16,000 pounds. So, about the same size as a large male African bush elephant, and about 40% larger than any previously found dicynodon, just absolutely demolishing the standard. So that's synapsids. Now we're moving on to the sauropsids, the biggest section of this video. I'm gonna be honest, I had a really hard time figuring out how to organize this. I kind of wanted to do it like smallest to biggest species for the, the factor of it. But considering how drastically different early Triassic species were from later Triassic species, I thought that was going to be confusing because I wanted to make the distinction, like these are early Triassic, these are late Triassic. So I decided what I'm going to do is go through each section, and within each section, start from early Triassic to late Triassic. So that's how we're going to go about it. I think this was the best way to do it, but let me know, because I think shit is just going to become more complicated as time goes on with these series episodes. So I'm gonna let you in on a little behind the scenes insider scoop. The outline for this video was so long that I realized that I was gonna need 2 days to film it. So I already set aside 2 separate days. This is day 2. And then day 1 went much worse than planned. So yesterday when I was filming, I got all the way up to like fish. I wanna say fish or sharks. I went from the introduction all the way to fish, and that took me a while. And then I realized, I looked at my camera and it said it wasn't recording anymore. So I was like, holy shit, when did it stop recording? Like maybe there was a storage issue. So I went back and saw that it cut off at wasps, and I was like, fuck. So the whole thing from terrestrial invertebrates to the fish, or even further than that, maybe amphibians, was just gone. So I was like, oh my God, I have to redo that whole thing. So I did that, and then I stopped my day at the end of the synapsids. So I was like, I am done. I need to pick up in a better mood on a better day. And then I sent everything to Gion, and he went through it, and he was like, hey, the first section was
fucking
completely
stop?
missing. And I had actually re-recorded the second half that I thought was missing, and what was truly missing was the first
I don't know
half.
how
I
you
accidentally deleted it to
always
free up
wind up
storage after I watched
on
it.
one of
Didn't
my
think I
keys.
did, but anyway, today's a better day. So now we're picking up where it should have left off, the sauropsids. Like I mentioned earlier, the Triassic period is when the dominance shifts from synapsids to sauropsids. The synapsids in the Permian have a fossil record that indicates they were much larger and more diverse than the sauropsids, occupying more dominant roles in their ecosystem. Coming out of the Permian mass extinction and into the early Triassic, this is generally still the case. The dominant shift didn't happen overnight, and synapsids still held relatively more significant roles in their recovering ecosystems, at least that we know of. But during this time, they must have been diversifying to shit, because by the middle Triassic, they had become the dominant group in many communities and exploded in a level of diversity that a single lineage had never seen before this in such a short amount of time, taking over the land, skies, and seas, as I'll break down in a minute. But I want to start off by introducing you to a few miscellaneous species that came out of this explosion of diversity before we get to the major takeovers. Starting off with arguably the most flamboyant bad bitch of the Triassic, Longisquama, about 4 inches long and alive during the middle and late Triassic. Their most distinctive feature is obviously those blade-like structures coming off their back. What exactly they were used for is still a big mystery, but there are plenty of ideas. Some researchers believe this was an early experimentation with feather genes. They seem structurally and morphologically similar, and at one point in the 80s, some scientists threw around the idea that they could have helped them fly through the air or glide, but I don't think that idea had a lot of footing. Other researchers pointed out that these structures were too thick to be true feathers, so maybe they were just some other form of a elongated or modified scale. Others said maybe they were some sort of in-between, distinct from both feathers and scales, which I guess I kind of already covered by saying a modified or elongated scale, but I digress. Whatever they were, there was definitely some weird experimentation with scaly features of these sauropsids of the Triassic as they diversified. And this next one will prove to you that there was definitely some experimentation with overall proportionality as well. Trypanosaurus, some sort of demented rat chicken lizard from the late Triassic. Their body plan is unusual, to say the least. They're about 1 foot long and had a pretty massive set of claws, with one disgustingly larger from the rest. Looks like they stole it from a creature 10 times their size. They also had a thick, prehensile tail that also seems to have had its own claw at the end of it. What exactly they were is unclear. They were definitely different from dinosaur and lizard lineages. Nevertheless, this heinous body plan was perfectly adapted for living in the trees. The tree-dwelling lifestyle, using the claws to hook onto tree bark and maybe claw.
Hey Dio, how you doing tonight?
Pull little creatures outside of it, snack on delicious insects. Next, so we all know turtles. We love them. They are so cute and have been around for a very long time, appearing sometime in the late Permian. I also forgot to tell you about them last time. The earliest turtle that we know of is Unitosaurus. Absolutely darling. They were about 1 foot long and, as you can see, had a kind of expanded rib cage, making it easy to imagine them as a step toward the classic turtle shape we're familiar with. Some of the more well-known Triassic turtles that we know of are Apicellus, Odontocellus, and Progencellus, each having a different set of traits on their way to the true turtle shape. The shell, which is made up of the upper part, the carapace, and the lower part, the plastron, and a beak instead of teeth, etc. But the reason I wanted to bring turtles up here is because the turtle shape has evolved more than once, and there's a set of heinous representatives of this in the Triassic. So allow me to introduce you to my favorite, Henotus, a 3-foot-long placodont from the late Triassic. As you would probably guess, Henotus seems to have had a similar lifestyle as turtles do today, spending most, if not all of their time in the water, since their limbs made walking on land a bit strenuous. But their shell was much more square and flat than of today's turtles. Just a preferential difference, I guess. Alright, next. Steve told me to talk about them, but I was already planning on it. So, the group that has just one single remaining member alive today, the Sphenodonts, like he mentioned, is represented by the Tuatara of New Zealand. I guess that we know of. Maybe there's more species alive from this group that we haven't discovered yet. I don't know. The Tuatara is sick. At first glance, they probably just look like a classic reptile, but they have 3 eyes. Yes, 3. The 2 classic ones, nice and big, you can see them, and then a third one on the top of their head that is much smaller. So in practice, it's probably just functional enough to maybe help them sense direction of light, maybe track the movement of the sun, maybe helps them feel more at peace with their spirituality, whatever. Sphenodonts in the Triassic were a pretty diverse group of little guys, and quickly achieved a really widespread distribution across the planet. So that's that. Those were the miscellaneous ones I wanted to talk about. Now, we're moving into the land, skies, and seas. We're gonna go in that order. So, who took over the land in the Triassic? Yes, the dinosaurs. Covering the dinosaurs first. So the first thing to know about the dinosaur lineage is that it emerged from a larger group known as the Archosaurs. Archosaurs evolved into dinosaurs. Let me get my whiteboard for this. So, see if I can get it without the light hitting it. Okay, can you see that? Archosaurs first appeared sometime in the early Triassic. They first evolved as fish and flesh eaters. But later in the Triassic, herbivorous groups also emerged. This allowed the Archosaurs to occupy a wide range of ecological niches. And this allowed them to become the most diverse group moving into the middle and late Triassic, and eventually led to a split in the most general sense. So, you can think of, like, let's say this was surrounded by a tree, and then there's branches all over the place, and there's even some branches that don't really belong to either side of the split, but you can still kind of categorize them between the two. That makes sense. Like, maybe there's one, like, right there that's, like, barely on this side, but it's still on this side, technically. So on one side was ornithodyrents, also known as dinosaurs and pterosaurs, and the Crurotarsians, also known as the crocodilians. To keep it simple, I'm just going to use the common names. I don't want to say these words. I feel like Crurotarsians is like the same issue as rural, you know? It's just like, ugh. So, dinosaurs and pterosaurs on one side, crocodilians on the other. So, that's the context. But let's start from the beginning in the early Triassic. I'll show you some of the most memorable and or heinous representatives. Starting off with Proterosuchus, whose name means first crocodile or early crocodilian, but this wasn't the first crocodile. True crocodiles didn't appear until sometime in the early Jurassic, that we know of. But an early crocodilian nonetheless. Proterosuchus was about 11 feet long and kind of just looked like a distorted crocodile, or a crocodile on an acid trip, to keep in line with the theme of this video. The bones at the very tip of the upper jaw, or the premaxilla, were kind of downturned, so they looked like they hung over the side. And their head was naturally held upwards at a 17-degree angle. Fossil evidence of their brain cavity and structure at the very tip of, or a crocodile on an acid trip, to keep in line with the theme of this video. The bones at the very tip of the upper jaw, or the premaxilla, were kind of downturned, so they looked like they hung over the side. And their head was naturally held upwards at a 17-degree angle. Fossil evidence of their brain cavity and structures within their inner ear suggests their auditory abilities were adapted for low-frequency sounds, which means they might have communicated with low-pitched vocalizations, if anything, which is pretty horrible to think about. By just looking at them, an early crocodilian, you'd probably assume they had a classic crocodilian lifestyle, semi-aquatic. That was the assumption for a long time. But more recent studies, kind of looking at their qualities as a whole, suggest they might have just been basic terrestrial, which honestly I think is much worse than semi-aquatic. This, on land, all of the time. I don't like it. We're gonna kick it up a notch with one that is just so horrific to look at. There is nothing I could do to prepare you for what this just on land, all of the time. I don't like it. We're gonna kick it up a notch with one that is just so horrific to look at. There is nothing I could do to prepare you for what this reconstruction looks like. It might be the worst one on the list. Erythrosuchus. Just grotesque. Looks like how a kid would draw T-Rex as a dog. So what happened here? What went wrong? Well, let's revisit what this creature was up against. A recovery from the most devastating mass extinction the world ever saw, followed by extinction aftershocks. The world was unpredictable in the most extreme sense, and one of the best ways to make it out alive of an unpredictable time is to live life like a relay race, rather than a marathon. Be born, grow rapidly, reach sexual maturity quickly, send the next batch out before you die and hope one of them sticks. Just send them out, 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 until eventually you got shit that looks like this, because you're in survival mode, so fuck it, send it out. Send it out, send it out, send it out. I know I'm kind of being mean because I'm making them sound pointless. That's not nice. It was obviously not the case. They actually seem to have been built perfectly for a lifestyle of an active carnivore. They had a robust skeleton, a massive skull that was armed with rows of sharp, menacing teeth, ideal for ripping into flesh. They got to about 15 feet long, with a neck that took up about 0% of that. And maybe I'm projecting. Their head is so large. Maybe I'm just being mean because I know what that feels like. I'm projecting my own... I'm not insecure about it, but my head's fucking big. It's huge. That's why I have like 3 hats. I have a big head. I get it. All right. Next, Arizonosaurus. Right off the bat, you're probably thinking this must be the ancestor to Spinosaurus. No, not even close. For some reason, the sail was a fan favorite for multiple lineages. Dimetrodon had it, now Arizonosaurus, later Spinosaurus. Shit happens sometimes. And Arizonosaurus was just one of the few different archosaurs that had these tall neural spines on their back during the mid-Triassic. For what purpose? Could be a few things. Maybe thermoregulation like Dimetrodon, maybe sexual display, or species recognition. For our purposes, just another example of the weird shit that happened because of the Triassic explosion. Alright, next, Lotosaurus, another archosaur with a sail on its back, but a little bit different. This one's definitely more heinous than that of Arizonosaurus. I like this one a lot less. They look like they're in an uncomfortable position, you know? Like they could topple over at any moment. Makes me feel a bit uneasy. Instead of the classic jaws with teeth combo that we see in many other archosaurs, Lotosaurus possessed beak-like jaws, which suggests herbivory. They also had flattened ungual phalanges, which are the bones that support nails or claws. So they were probably very interested in digging or scratching or any other behavior you can think of that animals possess when they have claws and nails. Lotosaurus is mostly known from a single monospecific bone bed, a site where the vast majority of the fossils found belong to a single species. It points to a mass mortality event. They all died together and were buried together. Maybe a herd all dying due to a severe drought, or maybe they were all manipulated into a cult. We can't disprove either possibility as of now. Alright, next, definitely a fan favorite, Shringosaurus. 10 to 13 feet long and absolutely cool to look at. They had a pair of large, forward curving horns on their head that might have only been present in males, so maybe a sexual display thing or a tool for male-on-male combat, but more research must be done. They had robust bodies with elongated necks, possibly used in a similar manner as giraffes, browsing on vegetation at various heights, giving them a leg up in the competition. These are one of my favorites for sure. I just like what they got going on. You know, this right here is a good setup. All right, so moving into the late Triassic is when some of the first true dinosaurs start to emerge. One of the earliest known is Tawa, a simple and badass name. They were named after the Puebloan sun god because of where they were found in New Mexico, and they might have been one of the earliest theropods, which is the lineage that includes T-Rex, Spinosaurus, Velociraptor, species with that classic shape, you know, and one lineage of theropods evolved into birds. Separate from all of those that I just listed, they all had their own branches. T-Rex was not a bird, and I'll actually be covering that in a couple weeks because of some bullshit that keeps circling the internet after a Redditor said that T-Rex must have had wings because he flipped the arms upside down, and now people are saying that scientists have confirmed that T-Rex was a bird. It's not. It was not, but I'll cover it in a couple weeks. Anyway, this is a significant group, and Tawa might have been at the very humble beginnings of it. At 6 to 12 feet long, so much smaller than some of the descendants, but absolutely cool. Nonetheless, one species from the late Triassic that was on the crocodilian side of the split was Desmatosukis, a 16 feet long, heavily armored tank that had bony plates and spikes covering its body from head to tail. These served as formidable defense against predators, making Desmatosukis a difficult snack to indulge. But defenses like these don't evolve for no reason. Their existence suggests the presence of predators that were powerful, or at least almost powerful enough to rip them apart, like Smilosukis, another one on the crocodilian side of the split, in a group called the Phytosaurs. They had a maximum length somewhere between 24 to 39 feet. Dude, definitely one of the largest semi-aquatic predators of the time that we know of. They had massive skulls and a set of unusual teeth with tusks at the front to skewer their prey. Despite looking almost exactly like modern crocodiles, osteoderms and all, remember those skin bones, they were not the ancestors to crocodiles or even in the true crocodilian lineage. just also on that side of the split. Another classic case of convergent evolution. The crocodilian form has worked for a variety of creatures in a variety of different ways. Alright, so that's the takeover on land, and a few semi-aquatics, the land section nonetheless. Like I said, there are countless other species that I could have included, so if I missed your favorite, tell us about it in the comments. And if you're interested in learning about other species, check the comments. Let it serve as a jumping off point. That goes for any section of this video or any other video in this series. But anyway, let's just keep the ball rolling. If you ask me, the most impressive development in vertebrates, in my opinion, was the evolution of sustained flight. Insects have been doing that for millions of years already. Yes, I definitely don't want to step on their toes. I mean, they zip around like nobody's business, and that is sick. Good for them. But the vertebrate evolution of sustained flight led to some of the largest flying animals the world has ever seen, that we know of. The beloved group, the pterosaurs, which again, were not dinosaurs, they just evolved alongside them. While true pterosaurs didn't evolve until the late Triassic, a few earlier species provide ideas of flight experimentation, like Scleromochlus, a small reptile from the late Triassic in what is now Scotland. They were very small, about 7 inches long, with much of that length made up of a long, slender tail. Scleromochlus individuals were built for running or hopping. They had a light, agile build, and their hind limbs were much longer than their forelimbs, a trait shared with early pterosaurs, hinting that they or a close relative could have been the true pterosaur ancestor. Maybe the running and hopping led to higher hopping assisted by small membranes to catch the air, which eventually led to sustained flight. Another idea is a more top-down approach rather than ground-up. Maybe pterosaurs evolved from gliders, like Chaerovipteryx. They had elongated hind limbs, with skin-covered membranes stretching between their legs and their body, allowing them to glide between trees like modern-day flying squirrels, or sugar gliders, etc. Regardless of where they came from, by the end of the late Triassic, the first true pterosaurs had appeared, like Eunomorphodon. They had a 3-foot-long wingspan and all the key characteristics of later pterosaurs, like elongated fourth fingers to support a wing membrane, a short tail, and jaws lined with needle-like teeth for snatching up fish. And fish had a lot more than early pterosaurs to worry about, because we have arrived at the last big takeover, the seas. Sauropsids got productive during the Triassic. While you're probably familiar with some of the major groups that lived on throughout the age of the dinosaurs.
Alright. Now to wash my hands, and then we'll figure out what we're doing for the top for this character. Oh, I already have. Oh, I could go for a refill on my water. I have tea, but I don't have water. I'm
going to introduce you to a few randoms that give this second wave acid trip its infamous reputation. Starting off with one of my favorites, and one of the weirdest of the Triassic, Adipodentatus. I know, and this is a correction to the original reconstruction that they had of it. The first fossil specimen was found in 2014 in China. With the way it was preserved, the mouth kind of looked like a zipper going down the middle of its face. Since this was the only fossil they had to go off of, this is the reconstruction that they came up with. A vertical mouth that looks like their face was slashed in half. 2 years later, they found another fossil. And what do you know? The first fossil they found was fucked up and had been crushed sideways. So they did not have a vertical wound for a mouth. No. Instead, they had a hammerhead snout, arguably just as twisted. That mouth was filled with needle-like teeth they might have used to scrape shit off the seafloor. Let me know what you think. I like them very much. Alright, next, Tanystropheus, who had a neck like nobody's business. They actually have one of the longest necks relative to body size of any vertebrate that we know of, due to up to 19 hyper-elongated cervical vertebrae, giving it a neck that could be up to 3 times its body length. Those proportions don't make sense if you ask me. Their skull was wide and flat, and was likely used for ram feeding, swimming through the water with its mouth open, like that, until something swam into it, and then dunzo. Their elongated neck might have allowed them to explore different depths and niches than other marine reptiles with normal-sized necks, which was great during this experimental phase. However, it also left them extremely vulnerable to decapitation, the guillotine's wet dream, if you will. While they definitely had the longest relative necks of the time, they were not the only ones with this elongated quality, because during the Triassic, the plesiosaurs appeared as well, a group that would live on to be known as the long necks of the seas. Why exactly this trait evolved multiple times is up for debate. One idea is the long necks allowed them to sneak up on their prey in murky waters. I guess if you imagine seeing the silhouette of their body from a distance, it would be perceived as much farther away, and you wouldn't be able to tell that within that silhouette is a head that is much closer to you. A heinous thought, if you ask me. Plesiosaurs would turn out to be much more successful than the extra long Tanystropheus, and would live on far beyond the Triassic. It seems as though they had much stiffer necks and short, stiff trunks, making them slightly more difficult to decapitate, I would imagine. They also developed bonier joints in their wrists and ankles rather than like cartilaginous, so within their flippers they had much more rigid bones, which helped them move around easier. As we move through the Mesozoic era, you're going to see a lot more updates with them, so stay tuned for that. Alright, the last group I want to introduce you to is one that ended up taking on a form that we're pretty familiar with in our own oceans today, the ichthyosaurs, who would eventually become the dolphins of the Mesozoic, hundreds of millions of years before dolphins even thought of existing. This is yet another ideal body form that has worked for multiple lineages, and for the marine reptiles, it allowed them to make it through at least one mass extinction, and potentially 2. There's some new updates. Ichthyosaurs were initially thought to have evolved during this post-Permian mass extinction radiation that we have been talking about for the entire video. But in 2023, on a remote Arctic island called Svalbard, scientists found the remains of the earliest ichthyosaurs that we know of in rocks that date to the late Permian period. And not like on its way to the ichthyosaur form. No, a fully marine ichthyosaur. Absolutely sick development if you ask me. With this new evidence, that means that ichthyosaurs not only survived the Triassic mass extinction that we're about to get to, but it also survived the Permian extinction. 2 catastrophic mass extinctions survived. Clearly, they have an ideal body form. And that's not the only new development in the ichthyosaur community. Actually, the biggest one was just announced this year. I talked about it in a short, but now I'll talk about it in this alone. So, in May 2020, 11-year-old Ruby Reynolds came across a jawbone while on the beach with her dad in the UK. It was massive, and turned out to belong to a Triassic ichthyosaur. Based on analysis that was just announced this year, turns out it was not only the largest ichthyosaur that we know of, but the largest marine reptile to ever exist that we know of. It's now called Ichthyotitan severnensis, and it got to the size of a blue whale. The largest ichthyosaurs known before Ichthyotitan were in a group called Shastasaurus. Similar vibe and estimated to have gotten to about 70 feet long. Ichthyotitan blew them right out of the water, with an estimated length of 82 feet long, which is about the size of an average blue whale. Not the biggest, so they're not the biggest to ever exist, because now Puruscetus got fucked as well. Blue whale is still the biggest to ever exist, that we know of. The Triassic was clearly a time of experimentation of all shapes and sizes, and this was the only period that these behemoths existed, because the mass extinction at the end of this period, well, overshadowed by the Permian and the Cretaceous, was still powerful enough to decimate ecosystems of all kinds, and led to the extinction of the large ichthyosaurs and up to 76% of all species on the planet, about 201 million years ago. So,
hey Crow,
just
how
to
you doing
recap,
tonight?
50 million years before this, Permian mass extinction, most devastating of all time. 16 million years after that, Permian pluvial episode. And then 30-ish million years after that, we had another mass extinction, and lost 76% of all species that have been dragging their way out of disaster. So what caused caused this one? What the fuck was wrong now? Take a swift guess. Yeah, volcanic activity. Remember how I mentioned that at the end of this period, Pangaea was starting to break apart? Well, looks like at the area where modern-day North America and Africa began to separate, it set off a chain reaction of first, a massive outpouring of lava that lasted for like 620,000 years, and resulted in overall lava coverage of 10 million square kilometers over central Pangaea. This led to a massive release of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, reduced oxygens in oceans all around the world, which suffocated both marine and terrestrial life, just as the world was entering what would eventually be known as the true reign of the dinosaurs. So what does this mean for them? I think it's easy to imagine them as a lineage that rose to dominance through competition, annihilating their competitors, etc. But that wasn't really the case. They rose to dominance through opportunity and having the right set of traits to survive devastating extinction events, and they would emerge as arguably the most successful group of all time. They spread the fuck out and were the key components of ecosystems in multiple different levels for over 150 million years. And if we consider sauropods as a whole, including marine reptiles and pterosaurs, there's just absolutely no room for debate. And we'll be covering that next time, along with how other groups were handling this superpower. We must first start with a disclaimer. The biggest misconception about the Jurassic is Jurassic Park. The Jurassic Park franchise got everyone all mixed up because most of the species they feature in the movies are not even from the Jurassic period. T-Rex? Not Jurassic. Mosasaurus? Not Jurassic. Velociraptor, Spinosaurus, Ankylosaurus? Not Jurassic, not Jurassic, not Jurassic. Dimetrodon? Extremely not Jurassic. All the species that I just listed, as well as countless others, except for Dimetrodon, are from the Cretaceous, the following period. But I guess Cretaceous Park didn't make the cut. Not as catchy. I get it. Jurassic Park sounds better. It is misleading, but what is Hollywood if not misleading? So, at this point, there's a chance you're feeling concerned. If none of those species are in the Jurassic, what am I here for? Sounds like the Jurassic was a snooze fest. Wrong again. The Jurassic was cool as fuck. A lot of cool shit happened for the first time. There are a lot of cool big guys and also little guys. We have a lot to cover. So, let's get the global conditions out of the way. If you remember from last time, Pangaea was just starting to break apart a bit at the end of the Triassic, and that fucked a whole ton of shit up. But as now North America and Africa broke apart, became lava land for 600,000 years, and started to form the central Atlantic Ocean, as well as the Gulf of Mexico. So then you had kind of two major land masses you can make out. Laurasia in the north, made up of what is now North America and Eurasia, and Gondwana in the south, made up of what is now Africa, Australia, Antarctica, South America, and India. Generally, in the most general sense, the Jurassic was warm and humid. Seems to have been no ice caps at the poles. The tropics were thriving, and there weren't super extreme seasons. It was quite cozy, quite comfortable. Like Florida, but better in every way possible. All right, now let's get to the plants. What's going on with the Jurassic plants? As anyone would expect, seed plants are still dominating. Seeds are the shit. So in the Jurassic, you had your cycads, your conifers, which were a big part of Jurassic forests, like all over the place. And there were also ginkgos. There's a chance that doesn't mean anything to you. What the fuck is a ginkgo? Ginkgos are an ancient tree lineage that today is only represented by a single living species, Ginkgo biloba, the ginkgo tree. They're native to East Asia, but are now found all over the world because they are absolutely sick. You can grow them in a lot of climates. They don't really care about specific soil or even water. Like, they need water, but they're not like super crazy about it. They're also very pretty, and their leaves are very cute. Also, they get huge. The largest are over 150 feet tall, and a single tree can apparently live for thousands of years. So, all around, a sick plant. You know how people call coelacanths and like frilled sharks living fossils? Well, this is the living fossil of the plant community. They might have first appeared in the late Triassic, but they were definitely present by the middle Jurassic, which is why I waited to talk about them until now. I love ginkgos. I think they're just the best. Another development in the Jurassic, angiosperms. Also known as flowering plants. Today, we have a shit ton of flowering plants. What is a forest without them? It's hard to imagine a world without flowers. What are insects without them? Hard to imagine, I know. But they simply just did not exist for a very long time, until what seems to be the Jurassic. The traditional view of their origin story takes place sometime during the Cretaceous. Fossil evidence pointed to that for a very long time. And flowering plants were definitely present in the Cretaceous and quickly dominated every single ecosystem. But in the last 5 or 6 years, there's been layers of potential evidence stacking for origins in the Jurassic. One piece of the puzzle is Nanjinganthus dendrostyla, a fossilized flower from China that has been dated to the Jurassic, about 174 million years ago. It seems to have all the key features of an angiosperm, like petals, and an enclosed ovary. There's also molecular analyses that point to origins in the Jurassic,
Oh.
or even the Triassic. Also, there's fossil evidence of insects, whose descendants today rely on flowering plants, so maybe potential evidence there as well. But enough about plants, let's get into the insects. What's going on with the land little guys? While we don't know exactly how they relate to flowering plants in the Jurassic, we know they started to develop a stronger relationship with plants as a whole via pollination. So let's do a quick little recap on what pollination is, starting with what pollen is. Pollen is made up of the reproductive male structures of a plant, which to us appears as a fine dust, but in reality is plant sperm. It gets dispersed to find female plant structures to reproduce with. The most obvious way to disperse is via wind, effective and used by many plants today. But there is a clear downside. Throw something into the wind and it can end up anywhere, with a good chance of that anywhere being completely pointless. The chances of wind getting you to your exact intended destination, i.e. to another plant's reproductive parts, are slim. But you know what frequents all sorts of plant parts on a constant, perpetual, daily basis? Insects. Makes sense to team up with them. If an insect visiting a plant happens to get a little pollen stuck to him, and then just so happens to brush it off on a plant it later comes into contact with, that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Matter of fact, it would actually be pretty convenient. Maybe a plant could entice an insect to come visit them more often with a little gift. Nectar, perhaps. Brush a little pollen onto him. And so, the pollination relationship between plants and insects began. The earliest record of this comes from the late Jurassic, and involved groups like early beetles, flies, and possibly primitive moths. Both groups benefited a lot from this relationship. The insects get fed, and the plants get mated. So this led to a really strong coevolution, both groups evolving alongside each other, that especially blossomed in the next period. So, we'll talk about it next time. And as you could probably tell, still exists today. Another big development in the Jurassic, the evolution of eusociality. You know, ants, bees, termites all work together and have their little societies. They've been doing that since the Jurassic. At least it seems as though termites have. This entire conversation is worth having in its own video, so I'm gonna save it for later, for another time. Keep on track with the rest of the Jurassic, because I almost went down a rabbit hole while researching, and I somehow stopped myself because I knew that it was going to send me way off track, so we're going to cover that later and just continue on. I know I haven't really shown you any specifically cool species yet, and for that, I apologize. We are in serious dinosaur territory, but I was able to find one little cool Jurassic insect to show you. Carotavila popovi. This, Carotavila popovi, sounds Italian. A type of water bug that wore their eggs on their legs. In 2022, 160 fossil specimens were analyzed, and 30 of them, all female, had this little egg leg. This also might be the earliest evidence of brood care, where parents protect their eggs by carrying them. Personally, I like this. I think this belongs at the Met Gala. Eggs on a string going down someone's leg. I think somebody could pull it off. Maybe Jared Leto. Maybe, God, who else goes to the Met Gala? Someone else who goes to the Met Gala. And speaking of water bugs, let me show you some other water bugs, i.e. marine invertebrates. None of them are bugs. That was a stupid thing to say. What's going on with the ocean little guys? We're gonna start off with the mollusks. Your ancient clams, snails, cephalopods, etc. Shit was diversifying, like the belemnites. You're probably thinking, yes, a squid. No, this is not a squid. This is a hard squid. As in, you know squids as soft-bodied scamps. Just soft-bodied through and through. Not the belemnites. They had hard internal skeletons. There's a chance if you've ever dissected a squid in school, you want to correct me. Actually, technically, squids have hard internal skeletons too, but I suggest you don't. Squids have a pen, which is honestly undeserving of the name. It would be more appropriate to call it a broken piece of straw. Belemnites have a bullet-shaped cone internal skeleton. Do not compare their skeleton with a piece of plastic. I don't want to hear it. Otherwise, they did pretty much look like squids. They had 10 tentacles, each with 30 to 50 pairs of hooks made of chitin to latch onto prey. They had been around since before the Jurassic, but were a bit more irrelevant until now. But one major group that does seem to have their true origin in the Jurassic are the true ammonites. You're probably familiar with them. These beloved extinct cephalopods are known for their chambered shells, which, as they grew, added more chambers to them. They would live in the outermost chamber, and then eventually, when they outgrew it, they would wall it off and form a new one, a new chamber, on the same shell.
Like this.
The classic ammonite shell shape is that flat spiral, but as time went on, especially during the Cretaceous, some species went fucking nuts, but that's a conversation for next time. Ammonites were all over the place. I guess you can kind of think of them as the replacement trilobites, at least the larger ammonoid group that includes the true ammonites. Over 10,000 species of these extinct animals have been identified and found all over the world. True ammonites also help scientists figure out the age of the rocks that they're in because they were so common. They just know if they see an ammonite, they know what the fuck is going on. Fossil evidence suggests that they were predators with sharp, beak-like jaws to snatch plankton, crustaceans, and other prey. Some ammonites got very big in the Cretaceous, so I will be revisiting them as well. The last marine invertebrate on this lineup is my personal favorite. Actually, it might be my favorite species in the whole video. Dolocaris, a crustacean with eyes like nobody's business. Dolocaris was pretty small, about 8 inches along max, and their eyes took up a quarter of that length. And not for nothing, they had over 18,000 lenses in each of their eyes. 18,000, dude. The only animals we know of with more lenses than that are dragonflies, who have up to 30,000 lenses in each eye. So, beat them by a landslide. But Dolocaris was still impressive nonetheless. They likely used their eyes to make up for their subpar swimming abilities, using the strategy of ambush in murky waters. I wish Dolocaris was still alive today. And with that, let's cut to commercial. And by that I mean cut to my phone to show you the merch. First off, we've got some pins. My sun, my logo, two-headed snake. We've also got a two-headed snake tee with that we know on the front. We've also got some sick shorts. Super comfortable, cozy, and also stylish. Go check out all of that and more at lindsaynicole.com. I repeat, that is lindsaynicole.com. Alright, so that was the merch. That was the invertebrates. That's taken care of. Now what's going on in the bone zone? I know Triassic was pretty tepid with the fish. I only had one cool species to show you. But I actually have a correction to make. Or I guess more of an addition. Because I came across a pretty cool Triassic fish while I was researching for the Jurassic. Don't you love when that shit happens? Like, where were you 6 weeks ago? I was looking for you. But whatever. Allow me to introduce you to Soricthus, an extremely long and slender fish with sharp teeth and a sharp snout. Just pointy overall, like a modern needlefish. The largest could get to about 5 feet long. I like their shape a lot. This is just a really solid fish if you ask me. And that's about it. Now let's get into the fish today, the Jurassic. Boy, do I have some fish to show you this time. In the couple conversations we've had about fish in this entire series, we've talked about sharks. Actually, you know what? Let me grab my whiteboard. One moment. Got my whiteboard for the fish once again. Okay, so we've talked about the cartilaginous fish, the sharks, that evolved from placoderms. We've also talked about the bony fish that also evolved from placoderms. And we've spent a lot of time talking about lobe-finned fish, the ancestors to Tiktaalik and tetrapods as a whole. And we've, so far, really ignored the ray-finned fish. Tossed them aside like a piece of junk. I've probably talked about a couple species here and there, if that, because they're kind of just like, you know, they're the ray-finned fish. Your classic, everyday fish. So they don't seem that interesting to talk about. But this is the point where I say, that is exactly the point. Their evolution has allowed them to become today's classic, everyday fish. And that really becomes important during the Jurassic. During the Jurassic, a new group of ray-finned fishes step onto the scene, the teleost fish. They developed more lightweight and flexible skulls, more efficient swim bladders, thin and flexible fins for better steering, much more flexibility in their jawbone, allowing them to lunge their mouth out to suck up food. And I know this all sounds very whatever, but these developments literally changed the world, because today, teleost fish make up half of all vertebrate species and 98% of all ray-finned fish. They completely took over, dude. To an approximation, all fish that you can think of are teleost fish. Goldfish, salmon, electric fish, eels, fish, piranhas, silver eels, sunfish. I could go on for probably a very long video. The point is, their diversity today is nuts, and their diversity in the Jurassic was nuts as well. Allow me to introduce you to Leadsichthys, thought to be the largest bony fish to ever exist, that we know of. Some scientists place them as an early teleost group, which would also make them the largest teleost fish to ever exist, if you need that title as well. Current size estimates place them somewhere between 40 to 55 feet long, because, like many fossil fish, they had many cartilaginous parts. Even though they were bony fish, they also had cartilage, which obviously doesn't fossilize well. And like many of the marine giants we've come to know and love, Leadsichthys was a filter feeder, consuming plankton all around the world. I want to note, I don't know if you remember, I mentioned a paper during the Dunkleosteus portion of the History of Life series. What was that, the Devonian? It's called the Orbit Opercular Length, or OOL. I'm going to call it the OOL. He showed, by applying this measuring tool to literally thousands of fish, that the OOL can really accurately predict the length of the rest of the fish. And luckily for us, the Dunk's tank of a head can be accurately measured to determine the OOL. And the OOL is much shorter than you would expect. Slap! The OOL might come to bite Leadsichthys in the ass as well. I just actually don't know yet. And I probably should have looked at that paper again because I don't know if they were mentioned. I'll let you know in the comments. Regardless, a cool fish. Another cool Jurassic species that was also a teleost fish, or an early relative to true teleost fish, was Aspitorhynchus, a long, slender fish with a sharp snout, much like the Triassic Soricthus, but different. Aspitorhynchus, I like their name. Aspitorhynchus are believed to have been active hunters, based on their streamlined bodies and their mouths filled with sharp, cone-shaped teeth. Now what about sharks and shark relatives? Well, it seems as though in the Jurassic, skates and rays were starting to make their first appearance. One of these early ray-like species was Protospinax, a flat, cartilaginous fish that had both shark and ray characteristics. Protospinax has been known to science since it was first described in 1918, but where exactly it fell
get
in
off
the
my keyboard?
elasmobrain family tree has been a mystery. About 25 years ago, a hypothesis that they represent a missing link between sharks and rays started to gain traction, and it was finally put to the test last year in 2023. They reconstructed the shark family tree using genetic data of all living species and morphological data, or body shape information, of fossil groups. And the results were not what they expected. Protospinax was not a ray or some missing link. It was just a weirdly evolved shark. Nevertheless, they are very cool looking. I hope you were pleased with the fish section of the Jurassic. I feel like there was a lot of cool stuff going on, cool species, so let me know if you liked it. Now we're moving on to the land, or somewhat land, the amphibians. If you remember last time, the ancient amphibian lineage, the temnospondyls, were still key players in the Triassic ecosystems. Made it out of the Great Dying, but then declined in diversity throughout the Triassic. By the time the Jurassic came along, they were being replaced a lot more drastically by modern amphibian lineages: frogs, salamanders, caecilians, etc. Also known as the large group, the Lys amphibians. And not necessarily replaced in ecosystem roles, just generally replaced in the fossil record. So, let me introduce you to some Lys amphibian species. Starting off with the 6-inch long Eocaecilia, the earliest caecilian that we know of. Just to be clear, I mean caecilians, not caecilians. Just a quick recap on caecilians. Caecilians look like thick worms. Respectfully, they look terrible. One species alive today, Siphonops onnulatus, eat their mother's skin as a form of nutrition, okay? And also, the mother makes milk. Yes, caecilian milk. It has the same compounds as mammalian milk, but it is made by a caecilian. I just got the chills. Caecilians will get their own video eventually because I feel like they're very underrated in how truly heinous they are. And Eocaecilia seems to be one of the earliest representatives of this godforsaken lineage. If you couldn't tell already, caecilians lost their limbs over time, just like snakes and legless lizards. Combined, they are the holy trinity. But Eocaecilia still had legs, little ones, and that's really all there is to it. Next, this one's pretty cute. It's a little brain refresher. Pororis, an early salamander that looks a little sly. They were very small, about 8 inches long, and that's it. They're just cute. Next, Procellurus, an early frog. Another one, Notobatrachus. Not much to say about them other than the fact that they are frogs. Another one, Viaraella, one of the earliest true frogs that we know of, and Argentinian just like Geom. I don't think I have to spell out where we're at in a tug of war between synapsids, the group that includes mammals, and sauropsids, the group that includes reptiles, dinosaurs, birds, etc. So let's just get the underdogs out of the way. The synapsids. While they definitely existed in the shadows of the massive sauropsids of the time, which you'll see in a minute, the synapsids still had plenty of new developments that are worth talking about. Some that you might have never heard of because mainstream media doesn't give a shit about Jurassic synapsids, and that should be a crime. So, let's start with the more familiar. The Jurassic is when the earliest mammals appear in the fossil record. Marsupials, ones with the pouch, and placentals, named such for the presence of a placenta. This is your classic mammal. We are placental mammals, as well as dogs, rats, bats, elephants. You get the gist. Both marsupials and placental mammals belong to a larger group, Theria, the Therians. I know that word has a new meaning in some circles, so I feel the need to elaborate a little bit more. Give a little more context before moving on, as I'm going to keep using that word. Grab my whiteboard again. And actually, it's the exact same cladogram, I just have to get rid of the labels. One second. So, the larger group Mammalia. Mammalia, origins, Triassic. This diverged into two groups. Monotremata, which is today's platypuses, echidnas, the weird bitches, and Theria, which I just explained, then diverged into marsupials, Metatheria, and placental mammals, Eutheria, the true Therians, Eutheria. So when I say Therians, we're not talking about this, we're talking about this. So all of this diversification happened in the Jurassic, which is pretty cool. But you probably wouldn't be able to tell at all in the first place because there wasn't a lot of morphological variation or differences in body forms. They all just looked like rats and other rodents, like Jeremiah sinensis, an early Therian and possibly the earliest Eutherian that we know of, alive in China in the Jurassic. They seem to have lived a life in the trees, dodging dinosaurs and snacking on bugs. There have been some questions on the exact timeline of Jeremiah, whether they represent an early Therian or some of the earliest Eutherians. There's also questions from 2020 if they were even in the Jurassic or maybe at the very beginning of the Cretaceous. So, it's a bit muddy. Regardless, this is what the first Therians and Eutherians looked like. Yeah, This is the face of your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great
One eternity later.
great-great-great-great-grandmother. Just rats and rodents. That was the entire mammalian lineage at
And
this
some
point in
people
time.
never evolved
Obviously,
from
the
that.
major development to happen to Therians was the ability to give birth to live young. No eggs needed. This allowed mammalian mothers to keep their developing babies as close as possible, literally closer than you could possibly get. No chance of a dinosaur ripping apart your eggs while you go out for lunch. The eggs come with you. This turned out to be the way to go for Therians, despite the massive energetic cost. Mammalian pregnancy is obviously a physiological nightmare. So, these are the mammalian groups that we know and love today. Monotremes, marsupials, and placental mammals. But plenty of other mammalian lineages existed in the Jurassic that just went extinct, like the multituberculates. They were a lot more diverse and abundant than modern lineages at the time. Here's an example of one. Rugosodon. I know, looks like just another rat. I'm telling you, they were all rats.
If you give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. If you give a man a rat, you satisfy his rat desire.
The difference between multituberculates and other mammals is in the name. They had lots of tubercles, little bumps on their molars. That's what made these rats different from other rats. Another group, Docodonta. Some of these rats show adaptations for being semi-aquatic, like Castorocata. Yes, a more beaver form in this one, so that's pretty cool. And another one, Volevolodon, a close relative to mammals, could glide between trees, so we had flying rats as well. But yeah, overall, Jurassic mammals, less than 2 pounds. They adapted to different niches like the water, the trees, life underground, and a lot of them ate insects. And that was that. I think we can move on now. Because at this point, I know, you're ready for the stars of the show. That rhymed. Didn't mean for it to rhyme, but it did. The Jurassic icons, the sauropsids. To transition into this section, I figured we'd start with the most mammal-like sauropsids, the ichthyosaurs. The dolphins of the Mesozoic. Remember in the Triassic, there were some hefty ichthyosaurs, like Ichthyotitan, Shastosaurus, that were more similar to a blue whale rather than a bottlenose dolphin. Those sizes didn't really make it into the Jurassic that we know of, but ichthyosaur diversity did reach its peak here. The true and classic streamlined shape was fully developed here as well, with some groups like the classic Ichthyosaurus. Species in this genus got to 5 to 10 feet long. Other groups like Temnodontosaurus had species that could get to 30 feet long, and I was reminded that that's how big killer whales can get. I feel like I always forget how big they are. You know what I mean? Like, they're big, and that exists in my brain, but 30 feet, dude? That's 3 times the length of my room. That's fucking insane. Ugh. Okay, heinous. That's just heinous, 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 heinous. So, Temnodontosaurus was like the Jurassic orca. Or I guess, more correctly, orcas are modern-day Temnodontosaurus. They're also known for another impressive size record, the largest eyes of any vertebrates ever that we know of. They're about the size of a soccer ball, which is nuts. And these aren't just estimations either. I know that when we think about measuring prehistoric eyes, we think about estimating them due to the nature of our own eyes, which do not fossilize. But many animal forms exist on this planet that have bones in their eyes, called sclerotic rings. Eye bones. Birds have them, fish, reptiles generally. There's always exceptions, and then pterosaurs had them, dinosaurs had them, marine reptiles. The world is sclerotic rings galore, provide support for the eye. So in cases of exceptionally preserved ichthyosaur fossils, like what happened with Temnodontosaurus, scientists have been able to directly measure how big the eyes were because they have the sclerotic rings fossilized. Other exceptionally preserved fossils have determined that ichthyosaurs also gave live birth in the ocean. A very helpful adaptation for marine reptiles since they no longer had any attachment to land, which would have been tough given their overall body form. So, ichthyosaurs in general had big eyes. They were likely an adaptation for hunting in low light or murky water conditions, feeding on fish, squid, and other ichthyosaurs. Also, to be on the lookout for their predators that thrived in murky water conditions. I want to tell you a story about the discovery of one of them. In 2006, a group of scientists in Norway came across a graveyard of giant marine predators from the Jurassic. It was a pliosaur, but it looked different and was bigger than any other fossil specimens they knew of. It became known as Predator X, while scientists pieced together its identity for the next several years. You probably remember from the Triassic a group of long-necked marine reptiles, the plesiosaurs. You might also remember I said to stay tuned because they would get some pretty cool updates throughout the Mesozoic. One of these updates would be the development of pliosaurs, a group of plesiosaurs with shorter necks, massive heads, and extremely powerful jaws, making them one of the dominant predators in oceans all around the world. Before the discovery of Predator X, it was thought that pliosaurs had a max length of 32 feet, but Predator X changed things and bumped it to over 40 feet long. And it turns out Predator X was an entirely new species, but one that still represented the same traditional values as other pliosaurs: eat, prey, kill. Another pliosaur you might be familiar with is Liopleurodon, probably the most well-known pliosaur. I also thought you would like to know there's a pliosaurid named Attenboroughsaurus, named after the one and only David Attenborough. So, what about other plesiosaurs? The ones that weren't pliosaurs. They were doing well too. Kind of the same shit as last time, long necks, little heads, you know, you get the gist. Another group of marine reptiles that appeared during this time were the Thalattosuchians, crocodilian relatives that existed in semi-aquatic and fully aquatic forms. Early species looked more like gharial
some of the
crocodiles,
skin.
while later forms looked honestly
And
like
I want to
pliosaurs.
shift it
Shit
into
was
a
getting
more
all
blue
mixed up in the
hue.
Jurassic seas. So let's move away from it for a bit and take a look at what's happening in the skies. Despite the quick little mass extinction at the very end of the Triassic, by the time the Jurassic came around, pterosaurs were in full swing and came in a variety of shapes and sizes, like the classic Pterodactylus, 3 feet long and had 90 little teeth.
How does that
Rhamphorhynchus,
look?
a group of pterosaurs with long tails and a mouth like nobody's business. Darwinopterus. Males had head crests that were likely used for display to scare competitors and pick up chicks. Some of the largest pterosaurs of the time belonged to the species, not even gonna try to pronounce that, found in, yes, Scotland. Hence the name that sounds like a wet cough. If you've seen my cutest extinct animals video, you already know what my favorite pterosaur is. One that looks nothing like the others on this list so far. One that is so cute, you could just squeeze it. Just squeeze it. A Neuronathus, one of the smallest pterosaurs that we know of. They were nothing short of cute. They had big eyes, they were round, and also fuzzy. They had wingspans somewhere between 10 to 13 inches long max, and they're estimated to have weighed less than the weight of a newborn kitten. Scientists assume they were covered in pycnofibers, or pterosaur fluff, which has been found on the bodies of other pterosaurs like Sortes pilosus from the Jurassic as well, which yes, still cute, but nothing like a Neuronathus. Seems as though pycnofibers were a universal pterosaur trait. Many well-preserved fossils have them, of both pterosaurs and close pterosaur relatives. A few other quick reptiles to take care of before the stars of the show. Turtles. They were becoming more and more turtle-like throughout the Jurassic, a fusion of the shell elements. The shellaments. And some turtles, like Platychelys, got fancy with it. This is also when the first soft-shell turtles appear in the family Trionychidae, which just look like they're made of pancake batter. You know, just want to flip them. So that's what's going on with the turtles. Now how about the squamates, which today is represented
I
by
will
lizards
darken
and
her
snakes.
tail a
We have talked
little.
about so many species that look like lizards, but none of them were true lizards, just lizard-like. They have the classic OG reptilian form. But the earliest definitive fossils of modern lizards are from the Jurassic. And then snakes evolved from lizards, and snakes are also from sometime in the Jurassic. I did a whole video on how snakes lost their limbs as part of my tattoo series. I have a little snake on my sternum right here. And then I got another snake tattoo of a two-headed snake. I think I showed you one time, that one. So now I have either 2 snakes or 3 snakes tattooed on me, depending on how you look at it. Is a two-headed snake 2 snakes or 1 snake? Let me know what you think in the comments. Anyway, it seems as though the surface level transition from lizard to snake, i.e. the loss of limbs, happened in 2 phases. First, their forelimbs became slowly reduced and lost. And then second, their hind limbs became slowly reduced and lost, rather than all 4 reduced and lost at once. There are also some major skull adaptations that happened that are actually more definitive of what a snake is, rather than the lack of limbs, because, you know, these bitches exist too, and they're not snakes. They're legless lizards. And I'll be the first to say I don't like them. Very sinister vibes from this side of the room. But anyway, the skull is what makes a snake a snake. Those adaptations that allowed them to unhinge their jaw and eat something whole. Just like Tino does. Tino just ate yesterday. So it seems as though the ancestors to snakes first evolved to be able to do this, then lost their forelimbs, then their hind limbs. One of the oldest snakes ever found is Portugalophus, found in, you guessed it, Portugal. They had 4 teeny little legs,
No fucking
and the skull
way.
modifications of early snakes. The loss of limbs didn't seem to happen until the early Cretaceous, so we will pick up this conversation then. And now, we have finally arrived at the dinosaurs.
Here we go. Buckle up.
The moment you've all been waiting for. Obviously, the Triassic extinction didn't really slow down this lineage at the end of the day, and arguably it allowed them to become even more dominant. Even just in the early Jurassic, dinosaurs were diversifying to shit. There was an overall increase in body size and a massive emergence of new characteristics. We left off in the Triassic talking about the ancestors to dinosaurs, the archosaurs, and I mentioned some of the first true dinosaurs evolved from that larger group. Very late in the Triassic, the lineage diverged into 3 separate groups, and I drew them out while I was taking a break, so I didn't have to do it on camera. The theropods, the group that would eventually lead to T-Rex, Spinosaurus, birds, etc. Sauropodomorphs, the long necks, the big boys, and ornithischians, which would eventually lead to Triceratops, hadrosaurs, etc. How exactly they relate to each other is controversial as fuck. So, here's the traditional view. I feel like I'm not even allowed to write this. This is the traditional view. that theropods and sauropodomorphs are more closely related to each other in all three. It's extremely questionable at this point. That's as far as I'm going to get into it. The point that really matters is that we can categorize dinosaurs into three major groups, which is very helpful. These groups have their origins in the late Triassic and were developed, ready to go in the Jurassic. So let's start with the sauropodomorphs, which include sauropods and their close relatives. One of the earliest sauropods that we know of comes from what is now Zimbabwe in the early Jurassic. Volcanodon. Badass name. It means volcano tooth because the first fossil remains of this genus were
I
found
want to make these a
in what
little
was thought to be,
darker.
at the time, part of a formation
Very
formed by lava
slightly,
flows.
but
And
I
it turned
do.
out they were a little bit off. The skeleton was technically sandwiched between two separate lava flow layers, but not technically in a lava flow layer. But whatever, the name stuck, and it is cool. Volcanodon already had that classic sauropod shape, but they were smaller than your average run-of-the-mill sauropod, about 20 feet long, which, yes, is still twice the size of my room, but that is pipsqueak compared to some sauropods that were coming later. And this was the general trend. By the middle Jurassic, the sauropods were larger, and their necks were getting longer. Like Spinosaurus. I like that name. It's like butter. Let's just cut to the chase. They had spikes at the end of their tail. That is
I think
so
this is overflow,
sick.
so
If
I'm
I
just
had a
gonna-
tail, I would want it to have spikes on the end. Imagine if we still had tails, dude. I wonder how that would affect how we perceive people, you know? Like, would we like longer tails or shorter tails? I bet we would like longer tails with piercings on it, probably. And also spikes, like Spinosaurus. They're not the only sauropods with tail spikes either. Another group, Shunosaurus, also had them. Shunosaurus got to about 30 feet long, and Spinosaurus got to about 40 feet long, a little bit longer than that. So, moving along, moving up in size, and some groups got even bigger than that in the middle Jurassic, like Lingwalong. They got to about 60 feet long, but they had shorter necks. But that doesn't really matter because they were still fucking 60 feet long. By the time the late Jurassic came around, it was just getting out of hand. Many groups show evidence of rapid growth rates, high metabolic rates during this time, and they were just gigantic. Like Brachiosaurus, one of the more well-known Jurassic dinosaurs. They got to over 80 feet long and 40 feet tall. Around the same size, Diplodocus, one of the whip-tailed sauropods, had a tail like a whip. Traditionally, it was thought that they could crack their tail like a whip for some form of defense, break the sound barrier, which is initially an insane thought. And a study in 2022 did disprove this. Unlike a classic whip, tails have flesh and bone, which could definitely not withstand the speed of sound on a regular basis, which is 761 miles per hour, by the way, or 343 meters per second. Instead, the results found that they could whip their tails fast, but around 62 miles per hour or 27 meters per second. A drastic difference if I do say so myself. I wish they could crack their tails like a whip, dude. That would be nuts. Like that guy with the massive golf club. You know what I'm talking about? I saw that the other day. I'm gonna play it because it is just outrageous. Imagine Diplodocus doing that with
God
a rat.
damn.
Anyway, moving on. Couple honorable mentions. Camarasaurus, Mamenchisaurus, and so many others. There are so many Jurassic dinosaurs. So you know, as always, if I don't cover your favorite, tell us about it in the comments. And if you want more species to learn about, go look in the comments. Now we're moving on to the next group. The Ornithischians. The Ornithischians. I think I've been pronouncing it wrong up until now. If you're not super into dinosaurs, this is probably the group you're least familiar with. Like sauropods, yeah. Long necks, easy. Theropods, kangaroo stance, easy. Ornithischians, who the fuck is this? And I was stoked to find out it's literally just everything else. That is nice and easy to remember. Like I mentioned, this group would eventually include Cretaceous icons like Triceratops, Pachycephalosaurus, etc. But that's looking far into the future. So, let's focus on the now. The Jurassic Ornithischians include probably the Jurassic icon as well. Yeah, Stegosaurus, which belonged to a larger group settled within Ornithischia that were probably the most badass dinosaurs of the time that we know of. And it just so happens to be my friend Omar's favorite group of dinosaurs. You might know him as Dinofax, who covers everything, you guessed it, dinosaurs. He is clearly the man to turn to for an introduction to the coolest dinosaurs of the time. So I'm going to turn it over to him now. Omar, take it away.
Thank you, Lindsay, and hello, folks. I'm Omar, better known as the Dinofax, and today we'll be talking about the shield bearers, the armored dinosaurs, the Thyreophora. This is a group of dinosaurs that are easily distinguished by their elaborate armor plate, giving them an almost mythical quality. They are incredibly unique when compared to most of the other dinosaurs that we know of, despite still being part of the group that Lindsay mentioned earlier, the Ornithischians. And here in the Jurassic was where they first really thrived. Even today, the exact origins of the thyreophorans is still somewhat shrouded in mystery. The earliest
Grab
confirmed
this and
example
see-
of this
how does
group
this
is a
look?
small dinosaur known as Scutellosaurus from about 196 million years ago during the Cinemurian in the early Jurassic. There are other dinosaur specimens that are older who are argued as being part of the Thyreophora, but they have hotly debated placements, so we'll start here officially. Quick side note, all the armor you see on Thyreophorans are called osteoderms. Unlike claws, horns, and hairs, these aren't made out of keratin. Like crocodiles, the osteoderms or scutes are made out of bone deposits in the skin, which form a sort of armor. Yes, even those tall, thin plates of stegosaurids are made out of bone. These osteoderms are connected to the animal through nerves, blood vessels, and similar, which all run through the plates and spikes, making them highly vascularized like a crocodile. Even the old Scutellosaurus had some wicked-looking armor plating, with over 100 osteoderms running down their sides and back. There were other early thyreophorans as well, like Emausaurus, thought to be a semi-bipedal animal. In these early forms, many of them were thought to still retain a bipedal or semi-bipedal stance from their early ancestors, as well as a relatively small size. However, as you went further down their line, these animals became fully quadrupedal, allowing them to bear the weight of their armor and attain much greater sizes. Many of these early animals also retained some of their ornithischian traits, like a boxy head, but these adorable little armored creatures paved the way for the mighty dinosaurs that would come after them. One animal, Coelosaurus, is thought to be the most recent known common answer of both ankylosaurids and stegosaurids. The most prominent of the thyreophorans in the Jurassic are none other than the Stegosauridae, an absolutely iconic group. The earliest findings of stegosaurids are in the Middle Jurassic, with animals like Hueyongosaurus, who still maintained a lot of basal thyreophoran traits, like a shorter neck, longer limbs, a boxy head, and more basal armor covering. Of course, stegosaurids were thought to have evolved earlier than this, but when they first arose is still not exactly clear, but we know that basal forms like Hueyongosaurus had at least appeared by 165 million years ago. Hueyongosaurus showed many of the early traits we'd come to know in true stegosaurids, like plates running down in a pair down their back and a spiked tail known as a thagomizer, which is another trait almost all stegosaurs possess. But traces of their ancestry can still be seen in the smaller, less specialized osteoderms that ran down its sides, similar to ankylosaurs or crocodilians, which many later stegosaurids lacked completely. These early animals were also significantly smaller than their later cousins, as they hadn't had time to evolve their great size yet. But that wouldn't take long to change. As we transitioned into the later Jurassic, the Stegosauria diversified greatly. Many of them lost the secondary osteoderms running down their sides, with their bodies instead turning the ones on their back into stronger and wilder structures. Their limbs became shorter but stockier, forcing them to move more slowly, but allowing them to gain significant weight. Their necks began to get longer, allowing a broader range of feeding, and their heads became narrower and more specialized. But their plates and spines, those changed drastically. They went all in on their defensive spines, which took on a variety of shapes. Their plates all had a thicker base within the skin before thinning out as we began to get closer to the top. In many of the Asian species, these plates were more like large spines that ran down their backs, with the largest near the hips of the animals. In animals like Kentrosaurus and Miragaia, instead of having one or the other, they had wider, more plate-like spines in the front that became more rounded and spike-like as we approached their hips. Several genuses like Kentrosaurus and Gigantspinosaurus had spikes known as parascapular spines, which jutted from their shoulders rather than their backs. The variety and arrangement of these spikes has made it difficult to classify these animals in groups, as many of the more evolved creatures share traits with older animals that seemingly have little relation. The most advanced of these animals are the true stegosaurids, the animals most closely related to Stegosaurus itself, most of which came around closer to the end of the Jurassic. Instead of the mix and match arrangement of Kentrosaurus or the more spike-like spines of the early stegosaurids, Stegosaurus itself had tall, flat plates and a wicked-looking thagomizer with 3-foot-tall spikes. Because of how well-studied Stegosaurus is, we actually learn a lot about the group as a whole from them themselves, including that the plates were covered in keratin. A keratin covering on the plates would have given them a more solid look, like a horn, and given it sharp edges as well as increased durability. It does, however, mean that Stegosaurus likely didn't flush blood into its plates to intimidate rivals or attract mates. One thought as to why Stegosaurid plates increased in size was thermoregulation. It was thought that these plates could absorb or dump heat to help regulate the body temperature, and they got bigger because the planet was cooling during the Jurassic. Bigger plates would allow them to absorb and maintain more heat, but this theory is highly contested, so take it with a grain of salt. Stegosaurids added some incredible diversity to the Jurassic, taking up prominent herbivore niches and roles. They were the most diverse during this time and the most successful, but alas, as the Jurassic began to end, so did many of the stegosaurids. As far as I'm aware, only one genus, Wuerhosaurus, made it into the Cretaceous afterwards. It is thought that the floral change, specifically with new plants like angiosperms, aka flowers, coming into play and older plants like cycads declining, it left the stegosaurs unable to adapt. Without enough time to change, they died off, leaving the legacy of their family to their amazing cousins, the ankylosaurids. Unlike the stegosaurids, ankylosaurids weren't incredibly prominent in the Jurassic. As I mentioned earlier, their origins are still somewhat shrouded, with most folks believing that they first evolved sometime in the early Middle Jurassic. They were at least around by the Bathonian period of the Jurassic, about 167 million years ago, with fragmentary finds like Spicomelus at least solidifying their presence. However, like Spicomelus, most of our Jurassic ankylosaur material is fragmentary and poorly understood. I only know of 2 Jurassic ankylosaurs with decent preservation, 2 nodosaurids to be exact. Nodosaurids are the oldest of the 2 major ankylosaur groups and seem to trace their ancestry back to the Jurassic itself. Nodosaurids have recently been split into multiple groups, but that itself is a debated topic, so I'll refer to both of these as nodosaurids. Nodosaurids developed a similar head shape to that of the stegosaurids, with a somewhat thin and narrow skull in comparison to their later relatives in the Cretaceous. The osteoderms of nodosaurids are also more spike-like in shape, once again similar to stegosaurids, and they maintain the longer limbs in the Jurassic nodosaurids like Gargoyleosaurus.
I wanted you to be
These animals were also smaller in size, though their size would increase as they transitioned into the Cretaceous. However, the tail clubs that ankylosaurs are so famous for don't appear in these primitive animals at all, but many nodosaurids, including Gargoyleosaurus and the other Jurassic form Memoropelta, had sharp osteoderms running down the side of their tail like a maquatil. As the Jurassic began to come to a close, these animals were forced to change with it. However, unlike their stegosaur cousins, they would thrive in the ecosystems that would emerge in the Cretaceous, replacing the stegosaurids and becoming one of the most prominent groups, with both nodosaurids and ankylosaurids thriving across the world. The thyreophorans are truly some of the most magnificent Jurassic creatures we've ever discovered, with incredibly unique traits that seem almost out of a fantasy. From tall plates and spikes to sturdy armor and clubs, their armor is the envy of the animal kingdom everywhere. They are absolutely brilliant in the Jurassic and continue into the Cretaceous, which you can all learn about in the next video of this series once it's made. Thank you all so much for your time, and thank you once again, Lindsay, for having me. Remember, folks, to drink plenty of water, be good people, and back to you, Lindsay.
Alright, I think it's clear now why armored dinosaurs were the coolest in the Jurassic, and also why Dinofax is the best. If you haven't heard of him before, I'm glad I was able to introduce you, so go check out his stuff. Now I gotta show you a couple non-armored ornithischians real quick, like this. Scientifically, their name is Pegomastax. Personally, I don't like them. They look like radioactive rats. They're just hideous, dude. Look at the title of this Nat Geo article. New fanged dwarf dinosaur found. Would be nice to pet. Yeah, I don't think so. Guess what they ate, by the way? Just take a guess. Plants. They ate plants. That's worse than them eating meat, to me. Or even being strictly into cannibalism. That is deviant. To me, this is not the face of a plant eater, and it's sick. I'm sick to my stomach that it is. Let's move on. This one I feel uncertain about. Camptosaurus. I don't know how I feel about it. From my understanding, they were mostly bipedal, like theropods, but then also sometimes walked on all 4 limbs to feed, perhaps, and that feels unstable to me. I don't like the half and half. Kind of the same way I felt about Lotosaurus from Triassic. I just feel like they're gonna topple over. It's not sitting right with me. But anyway, Camptosaurus got to about 20 feet long and also ate plant material, as you would probably guess already. And before we move on to the theropods, there's one dinosaur I have to show you that doesn't currently sit within any of the 3 categories. They just got a lot of weird shit going on. Chilesaurus, from you guessed it, Chile. They were described in 2015 as a dinosaur, with no classifications any more specific than that. They had a weird mix of traits like the body of a theropod, but the hips of an ornithischian, and was even at one point argued to be at the base of the sauropodomorph lineage, with similarities in their limb bones. At this point, the debate is somewhere between theropods and ornithischians, maybe similar to a missing link, but for now there is no consensus that I know of. So now let's move on to the theropods. If you watched my last video, the Junxspiraces, T-Rex had wings. They didn't. You already have a good baseline about theropods. This lineage eventually led to T-Rex, Spinosaurus, velociraptors, birds, etc. The heavy hitters of the Cretaceous. They have that classic kangaroo stance. So what were some of these early theropods? First up on the list, Dilophosaurus, a pretty big theropod for the Jurassic that could get to 8 feet tall and 25 feet long. They're most well known for the double crests on top of their heads. Their name literally translates to double-crested lizard. The purpose of them probably species identification or attracting a mate. Their strong limbs and generally light build made them a great candidate for active hunting. Most theropods were hunters. Dilophosaurus was an active hunter.
I will look for you. I will find you. And I will kill you.
The next one on the list is from the Middle Jurassic and was actually one of the first dinosaurs ever found. Ever. From sometime in the 16 or 1700s. Megalosaurus, another large, carnivorous theropod. As you would expect from a dinosaur found in the 1700s, some of the earliest reconstructions are heinous. Exhibit A from the 1850s. Exhibit B, this is from 1893. Exhibit C, I just pulled it up on my laptop. This is starting to fall into the nauseating category. I don't remember if I've told you this, but antique shit really freaks me out. Like dolls and pictures you'd find in like classic antique stores, or maybe a restored historical home. It makes me really nauseous. I go into antique stores and within 5 minutes,
Damn my phone for overheating.
Falls into that category for me. Here's another one. Just gross. You know, it's just gross. Now their reconstructions look like this. More what you'd expect from a Middle Jurassic theropod. And thank God. They're about 20 feet long and ate meat. It's also worth mentioning that their remains might be the first non-avian dinosaurs given a scientific name. A portion of a femur, initially thought to have belonged to a Roman war elephant, was illustrated and captioned in Robert Plott's book from 1677 as Scrotum humanum. It has since been potentially identified as a Megalosaurus femur, a portion of it. So, that's all to say that Megalosaurus has been dragged through the fucking mud. The next ones on the list you can kind of think of as the lions of the Jurassic. Allosaurus, the head honchos of their time. They were 30 feet long and had massive, slender heads, crests over their forward-facing eyes, and serrated, dagger-like teeth. Most of the remains of Allosaurus have come from the Morrison Formation, situated in the western United States, and they make up 75% of all theropods found in the formation. They were abundant, to say the least, which means a lot of research has been done on it. Like you'd expect, Allosaurus was an active predator, with evidence of Allosaurus bites in the bones of Stegosaurus, and also healed puncture wounds in the skulls of Allosaurus that match the tail spikes of Stegosaurus. So they were tussling constantly. Biomechanics studies found they could open their mouths very wide, but their bite force was also very small. So ideas of how they attack their prey have varied, from slashing their teeth in an up and down motion, kind of like those early ideas for Helicoprion and Adestus back in the Paleozoic. But more recent studies from 2013 found that they likely kind of plucked at them, like falcons, just picking at them and ripping it back. You know? The next ones you can kind of think of as the hyenas of the Jurassic. Ceratosaurus, another top predator, but kind of existed in the shadows of Allosaurus, who was kind of the protagonist, the main character, at least from our perspective in media, etc. But they looked absolutely sick, arguably even cooler than Allosaurus. Their name means horned lizard, for the nasal horn behind their nostrils. They also had bony bumps over each of their eyes. They were slightly smaller, but still formidable hunters, ones you would not want to cross paths with. Alright, for the next one, we're pivoting a bit. We've been on the fierce, formidable theropods. Now we're moving on to the more bohemian, avant-garde even. Yichi, a bird-like theropod with feathers, and also wings made out of a skin membrane, like that of bats. Likely strong enough to glide between trees, nothing more, nothing less. The traditional ideas of what the road to flight looked like in vertebrates was definitely challenged by Yichi, because before the discovery in 2007, it was the presence of either a skin membrane or feathers. Skin membrane with pterosaurs, feathers with birds, flight feathers. Yichi has both. So, just another example of how nature never gives shit to you straight. The path to flight is a spectrum. There have been many different experiments, and they never flew, as far as we know. And I guess I'm going to use it as my transition into arguably the most significant development in dinosaurs during their existence, the evolution of flight, and thus birds. I know people say it all the time, almost in like a joking way, but birds are literally dinosaurs. It's not an exaggeration or a metaphor. Birds are dinosaurs. The evolution of flight and birds has allowed dinosaurs to live on to this day. Dinosaurs technically never went extinct, the non-avian dinosaurs did, but birds are dinosaurs. So, I used to really not like birds. I don't want to say hate, but I did kind of hate them. But as I get older, dude, I'm telling you, birds have really grown on me. They're so cool, and there's so many. Those Birds of Paradise videos, dude, the nature documentaries, best ones to watch high. Hands down. Matter of fact, here's a link to one. You're welcome. And the Jurassic marks the beginning of this lineage. Mark my words, there are going to be some heinous developments to come, when you least expect it. So what does the beginning of this lineage look like? Typically, it's represented by Archaeopteryx, considered the transitional fossil between derived birds and the ancestral dinosaurs. They had a good half and half mix of traits of both. A full set of teeth, a long bony tail, like the ancestors, but they also had well-developed feathers, a wishbone, and wings. which birds have today. But the wings had claws on them, which some birds still have today, but that's a primitive thing. Primitive. Typical phalanges and such. Whether or not Archaeopteryx actually represents a transitional link between birds and dinosaurs has been debated over the years. It currently sits at not, but significant nonetheless. Plenty of other transitional species have been discovered since Archaeopteryx was in the 1800s, as well as other bird-like dinosaurs like Aurornis, Inchiornis, Xiaotingia, that's a few. The bigger question in science surrounding this development is how flight evolved in birds. What did that look like? The hypotheses are pretty much identical to the ones that we talked about with pterosaurs, but I'm going to go over them anyway and name a few others. The first one is the ground-up hypothesis. The idea that proto-wings, like pre-flight developed wings, were used for maybe balance, prey capture, display. And the wings eventually became useful for an extra boost when running away from predators. Maybe more efficient flapping turned into sustained flight. Maybe more efficient flapping turned into long leaps of flapping, which eventually led to sustained flight. Another hypothesis that kind of complements this one is the wing-assisted incline running model. Wing-assisted incline running model. Yeah, maybe early flapping motions helped bird ancestors get up steep cliffs. Creates a bit more lift in your movement. Sounds very helpful. Then there's the trees down hypothesis. The ancestors of birds were in the trees and used their proto-wings to glide
especially if it's
between.
still
We have so
freaking
many
giving you
examples of that
troubles.
today, so it's not very hard to
At this
imagine.
point,
Maybe that
you've earned
gliding
a
led to
break of
powerful
some
flapping,
sort.
which led to sustained flight. Kind of alongside this is the pouncing pro-avis model. Maybe bird ancestors were leaping onto their prey from elevated surfaces. Maybe that eventually led to more sustained swoops and eventually flight. Maybe it was a nice little mix. As time has gone on, the line between non-avian and avian dinosaurs has gotten really muddy, and the development of flight was probably muddy as well. Regardless of how it happened, it would eventually allow birds to survive the mass extinction coming in the next period, and be the only remaining members of the most iconic lineage of all time. So how did the Jurassic end? It wasn't a mass extinction. In a couple periods, we talked about how scientists just kind of have to make that distinction themselves. And they usually make that distinction when there's a very obvious shift in the species that represent those periods. The dinosaurs in the Jurassic are drastically different from the dinosaurs in the Cretaceous, and a second radiation happens that you can clearly see between the Jurassic and the Cretaceous. There were also drastic changes in plant material, which probably affected that transition as well. And so, you gotta stay tuned for that.
You know, we've made some
That's
decent
the Jurassic.
progress considering the last time that I freaking saved
Hello,
was this.
how you doing? Have you stopped to smell the road?
That being said, it seems like a good place to call it for now. I'm going to give my eyes a little bit of a break, and then I'll get this finished a little bit further through the night, I think. Let me pop over to this. Music can get going. It's an art day, so I'm flushed with choice. Let's start off by taking a look to see if there's anyone that's like friend going. There is a Targo, but I've rated him semi-recent. Alright, we'll do a fair game here. I'll roll a d4. Because I have 4 people that I'm looking at possibly. And we'll just let the dice gods decide. See here. 1, 2. 3 and 4. Targo for some reason is all the way at the bottom, which is weird because normally Twitch puts people at the bottom when they're like people so far separated from me that why would I bother? Like people like some of the big VTubers that I follow. I guess is a good reference. Sano, who has some very nice Limu art that is being featured. Let me see if they've got... Yeah, they got raids available. Alright, that's gonna be free. No real announcements. Tomorrow we'll be doing... Tomorrow's Friday, so we'll be doing Memolith. There's the socials. You can join the Discord, follow me on Blue Sky, or follow me on Twitter in order to keep up to date on things such as when I go live, what I'm going live with, and art like we worked on today. And is also in the corner. I have no other real announcements. I don't know what all we'll be doing next week, but we'll be taking next week off from GTA as well. And I got a special game for Sunday. It'll be our actual FAFO day. Because I'll be late on that day. That being said, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for all the subs from today, all the follows, all the raids, all that good jazz. And I will see you guys tomorrow if all goes to plan. You know the rules, behave yourselves, don't wait for Vladimir out yourselves, otherwise we will until any longer. And I love you all. Bye.